Too Coming up in the LCS preview show, we break down the base race, pack our bags for London, and let you in on some fantasy secrets. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
But Nip gets exploded, and now there are only 2 men left alive. Gambit push things home, and they wreck Alliance's record.
Coming out of nowhere as Pop throws down the Authority with Dominate on Elise. That's what I'm most skilled at.
The inhibitor turns to dropping. They're going to keep on shoving through. Alliance take down Fnatic in 23 minutes, despite being heavily behind in kills.
Oh my gosh, the double kill, and he makes it out alive. It's going to be a 30-minute win for Team Solo Mid.
2 solid wins this weekend.
Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Bisson III, and we're back in the saddle to kick off Week 5 of the Summer Split.
Yeehaw, Riv. I'm Joshua Jatt Leesman, and we're here to break down the action from last week in the LCS. We'll also try to improve your fantasy game and look ahead to this week's matches.
That's right, it actually looks like the Hazmat team was able to remove most of Freak's puns from last week.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, some things never wash out, Riv.
Yeah, that's true. So you can check out the last episode of the preview show, along with any episodes you might have missed, by visiting lolesports.com and hitting the preview show link at the top of the website. It's our new home on the web, sandwiched right between leagues and tickets.
Yeah, and it is a delicious place to be as well.
Indeed. Did you know, Jat, that sandwiches were actually invented in Europe?
Did not know that.
Did not. Glad you guys didn't either, probably. So that's your historical fact of the day. Consider yourself enlightened. With that in mind now, let's turn to the European LCS and check out some highlights from Week 4. Our first featured matchup is Thursday's game between the 6-2 SK and the 4-4 Fnatic.
Yeah, this is the El Clasico match, and honestly, the first time these guys played this year, Fnatic jumped out to a pretty big kill lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be Seige jumping in with the Destiny on this one, coming in, helping First Blood almost to get to that, but it's the Reckless's Twitch that gets it.
It just keeps going from bad to worse. Twisted Fate coming in with the Stealth Bomber on Twitch. Reckless and Seige were just a roaming death squad this match.
They were just able to make everything happen, continuously catching the damage to come out, not something that can be stopped. Fnatic seem to be back in great shape. They pick up a dominating win against SK there. Next up, we're looking at Alliance versus an inconsistent Gambit at the moment.
Yeah, and this is an Alliance team that was 7-1 coming into this, seeming like the most consistent team in all of Europe. But Shook ends up going down early.
And if you have a play from Gambit, who else gets First Blood? Edward coming up with that one. 28 minutes in, Frog is Anivia blows up Genja's Lucian, though, as he starts to take hold.
Yeah, it seemed very close at this point, but once again, a great turnaround, and Shook goes down to who else? Edward.
Absolutely. Edward with another kill on the game, making some loud shouts out on Sona. We're going to see more play coming in the game. Shook again in a bad spot, wrong time.
Yeah, not his game, and Gambit pulls into a huge lead, especially after this awesome team fight.
They pick up 3 kills on this, and the curse of the 7-1 is real. Gambit shuts down Alliance. Up next, the rising Fnatic also looking to keep the Alliance super team from continuing their domination in the EU LCS.
And Fnatic look to carry their momentum from the first game right into this one with a great early gank bottom, picking up a kill.
Really able to finalize these kills, the whole team getting a little bit onto that one. Just a few minutes later, 8 minutes and 50 seconds in, they continue the global pressure. Seige on TF.
So solid dive here. Soaz taking just enough damage, getting his ultimate, hopping away. Everything was so clean for Fnatic, it seemed, in this game.
And you just look at the scoreboard, the top of the list as it comes up on this one. 14 minutes in, 6-2, and you get Reckless to chase down Tabs in this one to make it 7-2, just 15 minutes in.
Yeah, 3-0-1 Twitch. You feel like there's almost nothing that could go wrong. At this point, though, Fnatic does overreach a little bit at the Dragon Pit, and it becomes a little catastrophic.
Just a bit. Great box from Nif there, and Alliance really able to take over, catching Yellowstar's Braum to get back in the game.
Yeah, we're going to go over this base race in depth later in the show, but it was a disaster, and Alliance snuck a win 23 minutes into this game.
23 minutes, the big one there. And the shortest victory of the split, despite being down in kills the first 20 minutes of the game. Alliance made one of the most decisive moves and wins in the last 2 minutes of the game. So that's how quick it took off.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick look at the standings over in Europe and how they are now. Despite losing a game, Alliance managed to stay at the top of the table in first place, just ahead of SK Gaming in second, with Millennium becoming the newest team to sit in third place this summer. Now, during last week's LCS preview show, we talked about the curse of the 7-1 teams. And it looked like it was about to happen all over again as first place Alliance until they pulled a Peke and backdoored Fnatic for an amazing win. We asked the teams about the exciting finish to the match, and this is what they had to say from the players themselves. We spoke to Yellow Star. He's quoted saying, it was a team decision, and it was clear. Trade an inhib for an inhib. We had to trade bottom, or else we would have traded 2 mid turrets for nothing. Further on, Peke said, after that poor Drake contest, we felt like we lost too much. And we were going to lose mid turrets if we recall. So we had to make something crazy to make it even. At that point, you only have a few seconds to think what's best. So when we spoke to Alliance, they understood the favorable position the fight at the Drake put them in. Froggen told us, quote, mid tower had 50 health after the Dragon, so I knew we would be faster than them 100%. So I called to push mid and keep going till they recalled from bottom. I wouldn't say the call was that chaotic. All of us knew what we had to do, even though some had thought it might have sounded chaotic, he says. Froggen continued to say, I'm surprised Fnatic didn't realize they were much slower than a 5-man push down mid. Mistakes like that will happen, though, and they will learn from it. Fnatic has never been strong when it comes to objective-based calls, he says, and would rather just try to do weird stuff and catch you off guard. Guess that works out. Strong words from Froggen, but he has the results to back them up. So now that you've heard Alliance's opinion about the match, let's send it over to Professor Leesman as he drops a little heightened learning on us about some base race 101.
Yeah, Riv, we promised we were going to take a look at it during the highlights, so let's actually take a closer look at this base race where Fnatic was seemingly caught completely off guard. Now remember, they're down 4 kills and a turret when all of this starts, but the biggest thing is, when you're dealing with base races, is trying to judge how much you are willing to give up, because obviously one wrong move, and especially if people aren't on the same page, you can just end up losing the game. So right off the bat here, we can see that Alliance has the entire team grouped up in the correct area, everyone around this turret right here. And there is no one on Fnatic even on the map at this point. So let's just roll the clip at this point to see really what ends up happening. And right here, if Fnatic wants to do the split push down at the bottom of the map, they should continue to do it. And they should plan to trade the inhibs like they said. But if we pause it right here, we can see Soaz is way out of bounds. If they're trying to trade inhibitors, he shouldn't care about this because he's at half health and provides no real threat. They were thinking of doing a flank attack around the backside with the Eve, but that would still be a 5v3 with a half health Shyvana, so kind of like a 2.5 v5. And that would basically be the end of them for that at that point. So they can't do that. Keep rolling the clip. At this point, Soaz kind of realizes it, but Yellow Star was there kind of supporting him as well. All these wishy-washy calls. He goes down, which makes the situation even more dire. At this point, if we pause it right here, Soaz decides to bail out, but he decides a little bit late how to bail out. If you look at how low his health actually is. And what Fnatic would have to do right here is abandon the inhibitor trade because they have no way of actually trading the inhibitors without losing the game. But instead of Peke going back to base, he decides to go for the inhibitor, even though no one's alive to actually defend it. So keep rolling the clip. As you can see, Froggen ends up picking up Soaz, which makes situations from bad to worse. Now, even if they get back, they only have 3 people, which arguably isn't enough to hold the Nexus turrets at this point in the game. That and they're extremely low, Reckless backed incredibly late. Everyone tries to pile in by the very end of it. Cyanide still hasn't engaged by the time the second Nexus turret is going down because no one could be synced up. He was actually the only one who wanted to be synced up with the initiations. Everything went wrong. But honestly, if any of the 1 things went proper for Fnatic during that, they wouldn't have lost the game. But everything went wrong. So hopefully you learned a few things because there will be a test later. But there was more happening in the European LCS besides this match. Right, Riv?
That is right, Jat. So let's cross the Atlantic and check in with Trevor Quickshot Henry for some analysis of the scene in Europe. How's it going, Quickshot?
Quickshot here, and it's brilliant, Riv. I gotta say, it's really beautiful here in Cologne, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, you're not Quickshot freak. What have you done with Trevor?
Nothing that can be proven in a court of law, don't worry. Actually, so Quickshot's on assignment in London this week as the European LCS is taking a field trip for week 5. And he did get his permission slip signed, so it's all good. But thanks, Riv. And, you know, do you smell that? I smell the delicious scent of puns.
Yeah, I made sure to bring my nose plugs today, freak. Thank you very much. Speaking of London, Gambit has run into some visa issues here, and we'll have to make some roster changes. Who's in and who's out for Gambit in week 5?
So only one of Gambit's starters will actually be playing in London this week. Newcomer Nick is the mid laner. He's going to stay on that squad, but Gambit otherwise is going to field 4 sort of brand new players. So first up, AD carry Fury. He actually subbed for Gambit during the spring. He did all right, actually. They went 1-1 that week when he was subbing in. Joining Fury and Nick are 2 members of the Challenger team Heavy Bot Lane, top laner Cabochard, and support player Kiva will be joining them. And finally, in the jungle is Lulax. Now, he's not on any Challenger teams this split, but he's a top-tier Challenger solo queue player, so he's pretty good as well. Now, while this might seem like a team destined to lose 2 games over in London, remember last time Gambit had to field a team of subs, they went 1-1, in the spring split. So when you consider how well the actual team is playing with their real roster, 1-1 actually just might be an improvement.
All right, thanks for that, Freak. I don't know how the Gambit subs will do this weekend, but thank you for subbing in for Quick Shot.
Got you, man. There we go.
Thanks, Freak. We'll see you a bit later in the show. And because of the European LCS has cast a hypernetic position reverser on the schedule this week, that's why we're here, the games will lock in from London on Saturday. Their day begins with the European Challenger Series Finals, where the Ninjas in Pajamas will face H2K Gaming in a best of 3. Then the European LCS will begin with a battle for first place with SK Gaming taking on Alliance. Then the action continues, why would it not, in the UK on Sunday with 4 more games, beginning with the Roccat facing Nick and the Gambit subs. Many of you have been following the players a lot more closely this split since the introduction of the Fantasy LCS, where the search for fortune and glory in the form of tons of points, it can be quite elusive. Luckily, we have the man to prepare your roster and level up your lineup, so let's check out the Fantasy studs, duds, and sleepers, and alerts with chat.
Thanks, Rib. And I know that a lot of you want to lock up your players before the North American LCS gets underway, so let's get right to it because we have a lot of details to drop. First off, let's take a look at the top performers from last week because it's important to know who's been doing well. TSM's bot lane, Wild Turtle and Glebe did amazingly last week considering they've been underperforming. 123 points when they're only predicted to get 61. Remember, 75% of league started Turtle, but only 35% started Glebe because he'd been performing so poorly. Millennium's bottom lane, though, was honestly more impressive when you consider how many of them were being started. Creatine was only started in 18% of leagues, and for some reason, despite Jay scoring so many points week after week, he was only started in 5% of leagues. So start those guys if you have them because they are performing week after week. Guys that didn't work out so well last week was the Alliance bottom lane. Even though they did have that awesome base race win, that didn't give them a lot of fantasy points. Only 15 points total, well behind their estimated 66 for that week. And the most disappointing group of fantasy players by far was LMQ last week. In week 3, everyone was on the hype train. They loved having LMQ on their fantasy team. 301 points combined if you combine all of them. 78% fewer points. Next week, 65. So LMQ with a total disaster. And this week, they actually have an even tougher schedule. They played EG and Curse last week in their bad week. They face COG and Cloud9 here. And remember, Xiao and Vasily are being started in 75% or more of their leagues. So you might want to start considering some alternatives. But let's take a look at the pros who are kind of sleepers this week. And you might want to start. First up is going to be EG's AD carry Altec. He faces Wild Turtle and Robert X. Lee, which might seem like a difficult matchup, but they're actually the 2 AD carries who've died more than any other AD carries in the North American LCS. And Altec is only being played in 11% of leagues, so he could be a solid starter this week. Also, Creatine, we mentioned him earlier, but he plays against Fnatic and Roccat. This guy puts up numbers week after week. His team will be facing both of those guys, so be on the lookout for big numbers from Creatine, and we know he's available in a lot of leagues from earlier. Also, we have to take a look at the fantasy alerts. As Freak mentioned previously, Gambit is playing with 4 subs. So even if you're playing Nick, there's a chance he's going to be underperforming. You definitely want to put them on the bench. As well, We Will Failure is going to be out for Super Hot Crew. Yarrow is in. I would put a caution on everyone involved in the Super Hot Crew bot lane. The synergy is different. Definitely don't start We Will Failure because he's not going to be playing. But caution, especially for guys that aren't really playing this week. So most prognostications aren't 100% true. If you read the fine print, it basically says that none of it's guaranteed to actually happen. But it could, and we think that's all important, so maybe. We'd like to hear your fantasy picks as well. And since no one correctly predicted last week with the correct hashtag, you're on notice. Send a tweet to @LOLesports with the hashtag LCSpreview, telling us which player will score the most fantasy points this week. We'll keep track and call out the first person to respond with the right answer as long as they have the hashtag in there. Now we're going to go stealth through the brush and sneak up on some unsuspecting pros during their most intimate moments, both on and off the rift. You guessed it, it's time for the all chat.
Fizz is in this bush, he's in this bush.
We can end now.
Walk up mid, walk up mid.
Nice, 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 nice. You got it.
I don't feel safe anymore now that they do the all chat thing.
I'm afraid to like make bad jokes.
I'm afraid to play League of Legends.
Finish again. Kill.
Woo, baby!
I'm out. If it wasn't for Loco, you wouldn't have won this game.
Yeah.
And my 2 voice staffs.
Fucking voice staffs, I love you.
I won my 2 voice staffs.
Good job. Give me some
Nice job, bro.
Clear course, good plan, something I cannot remember.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Close enough.
Rengar's sitting in the brush up here.
We can get dragged, yeah.
I think that's a double kill. Oh my god, that's a dragon.
Let's get dragged.
That's fine. I don't like to do cool stuff. I like to do stupid stuff.
I
can wait for a minute. Save me.
Careful, we don't want to fight there.
Oh god.
Back up.
Do not step on that trap. Do not step on that trap. Yeah. Kiwi.
I'll step
They're
on it
gonna
when
win for
I
a
want
play.
But we need to have fun in Champion Select to keep our reputation.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Got it!
All in on Twitch.
Get
all on
Twitch,
Twitch.
Good.
Yeah, that's the last one. We got the
Finish.
last one.
Don't tunnel Nexus. Kill Twitch.
Twitch. Good job. That's game.
I back off a bit.
Going switch.
I'm dead.
Ready?
Have you ever built Bloodthirster on Teemo?
Yes.
How was it?
Not very good.
Okay. I'm glad we got that conversation out of the way.
And now let's take a look and see which champions have put on their swimwear and made their summer debut so far. Hopefully, that doesn't mean we have to see Urgot in a thong. It's time for our champion countdown. So we're 80 games into the summer split so far in both the North American and European LCS, and we're slowly closing in on the amount of champions picked in the spring. That's due to no small part of the 4 new champions who popped up last week, starting with the mustachioed muscle man Braum. The Heart of the Freljord made his LCS debut in the Gambit versus Millennium game when he was picked up by Jayri. Rengar was enabled once more and picked up, followed closely by Nocturne and Ahri. That brings our grand total to 61 champions played right now. If we want to hit the 93 played last split, let's hope we see a little variety during the picks this week. Although one champion we won't be seeing is, alas, poor Yorick, who is currently permabanned this week because of a bug. So, and we'd like to congratulate now the people for correctly guessing that you would see Braum and his Giant Shield picked next in the LCS. Although I heard that Freak cheated and gave you the right answers while I was gone, still, fair is fair, and we tip our mustache to all of you. I think if you know who will be next on the champion list, you should then, and make their debut in the sun, you should tweet us at LOL Esports along with the hashtag LCS preview. And we'll see how good you are at predicting the future. Now, based on all your tweets, it wasn't a surprise when we finally saw the brawny man behind the shield make a lot of appearances during his first week in the LCS. He was banned in every game in both regions on day 1 last week, but he emerged with his stash intact on day 2 and went to become the champion with the highest pick ban rate in his debut week in the LCS. Braum was picked or banned in 93% of the games played and ended up being picked in 8 games total. He won 5 of those for a 62.5% win rate, not too shabby, and we'll have to see how the pros adapt to his super strong, super tanky physique, because I'm certain that we haven't seen the last of his massive milk drinker and his magical door. Now, while Braum is busy flexing his LCS muscles, Jax quietly turned into the kiss of death for any team that picked him last week. The Grandmaster at Arms was picked in 7 games across the North American LCS and European LCS, and every single team who picked him lost their match. That's 100% record that no one wants to own. But Jax might not be inherently cursed. He was played by some lower-ranked teams who didn't perform with him, and the Copenhagen Wolves tried to use him as a jungler, which didn't go so well. His best game during the week was when NACS played him versus LMQ. NACS was 3-0-1 on Jax, but then EG lost a base race despite being ahead while NACS was trying to take down the Nexus alone. I think the graphic said it best. Maybe he should try a real weapon next week. So let's head back to the West Coast now and check out some of the action from the North American LCS. Our first highlight of that, the 2 of the strongest teams from the spring split, Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. They currently find themselves in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and previously TSM had only beaten Cloud9 one time in the history of their competitive nature against each other. And this one actually started out pretty well for TSM, aside from this nice turn by Cloud9 as they chased TSM down to the turrets.
Yeah, they looked like they had everything in that. Bjergsen came into the fight. They were so ready. But wait,
everyone flashing away at the last second. All the flashes are gone. Here's a fish.
Big plays from High here, throwing down the mop and bucket, and he cleans up nicely for himself. So early in the game, too.
Yeah, this game was very close, but Cloud9 does get caught out in the jungle. The Rengar could never pull off his stealth attacks, and TSM continued to chase Cloud9 down.
Making it happen every time. Another 33.5-minute play coming in from Team Solo Mid, usually taking control of this portion of the game. It's Vizanya's play from Bjergsen.
Yeah.
Oh, wait! There's Glebe, too, and the rest of the team to turn it around.
The old double void staff trick from Bjergsen.
The double void staff, indeed. Still walking himself to safety. TSM grabbing the victory and are now tied with Cloud9. 5 wins and 4 losses. Up next, EG's new jungler, Helios, was looking to help against the surging LMQ.
Big question is, how is he going to affect EG as a team? Was he going to communicate well? Well, early game, it was working fantastically.
He has definitely gotten the whole team moving. Now we see Pobelter up to the top lane. EG making moves, making some early moves on with that and Pobelter, but also trying to make moves that didn't work.
Yeah, and honestly, we had 40 minutes of this game where there's no highlights because not much happened until LMQ just decided to rush up the mid lane and Inox was trap split pushing.
That unfortunate last play that didn't work. Though EG looked strong, that one mistake cost him against LMQ. Now Curse versus LMQ, another team trying to take points away from them, and it looked grim to start.
Really interesting pick ban, picking the Pantheon against Voyboy's Caston, and early on, it did give LMQ some nice kills as Xpecial tried to come to the rescue. And
2 kills in the first 5 minutes of the game, but it was only at 17 minutes the flash cocoon to get the pedal to the metal, and the momentum started for Curse.
Curse gets one pick, Curse gets another pick, again and again. Once Voyboy got some armor as well, there was no stopping this castle.
15 minutes later, and a whole hell of a lot of vision on the side of LMQ. You can see how easy Curse just runs around in a scattered fight to take down the kills.
Yeah, so many dashes for Voyboy. Is he going to go back in? Yeah, he's going to go back in and get another kill. That was such a low cooldown ability, and he was unkillable.
And at 35 minutes on this game, LMQ wasn't even safe in their own base, as Curse was able to pick up this ace for the win.
Yeah, it really turned into an absolute stomp here for Curse, but it was because LMQ couldn't pull far enough ahead early, and then Curse brilliantly built those 4 Randwinds and the Frozen Heart to just dismantle LMQ's damage output.
Dominating win for Curse to beat one of the teams currently tied for that #1 spot. Our next highlight, Cloud9 versus Dig. Always a hotly contested match, and definitely a little revenge to be had here.
Yeah, considering how handily Dignitas beat Cloud9 in Week 1, Cloud9 was potentially an underdog coming into this one.
Yeah, Cloud9 not ready to lose in 28 minutes this time. It was their vision that helped shut down the game, and they could continue fights like this that just kept on going.
Yeah, some say Shifter never dies, but Cloud9 says otherwise. And that was a really nice catch there by Cloud9. Basically, the ward control allowed them to chase freely into the river.
18 minutes into this one, Lemonation, another hook. That was a perfect ultimate from Kiwi Kid, but Cloud9 gets what they want, and they're ready. And a little bit of miscommunication you can see here from Dig, too.
Yeah, they just did not go in together. Nocturne went in after Zyra was dead. They tried to go one after the other, and they just get blown up.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Jax play around the week. It just seemed to be Curse. You can see him trying to put the hurting on Zion Spartan here, and this was kind of the story of the game. Cloud9 always had control, and you see that here at 36 minutes as well.
Yeah, Balls goes in for the finish. Definitely some nice play right at the end there. It was a little sloppy. Balls finished the job.
Absolutely. Cloud9 getting revenge for their Week 1 loss to Dignitas. But let's see how everything now is rolled out as we take a look at the North American standings and see where the teams are right now. On the top of the standings, turning into a traffic jam, it's going to be a 3-way tie with the first place LMQ, Counterlogic Gaming, and Team Dignitas. They are each 7-3 currently.
And right behind them is a 2-way tie between Cloud9 and TSM, with both teams at 6 wins and 4 losses.
And one of the biggest stories, without a doubt, in North America was Team Solo Mid halting their slide, turning things around and winning both matches, including one against Cloud9, who beat them in Week 1. This is only their second victory over Cloud9 in 16 games. And the question is their new coach the reason? Let's go straight to the source and see what he has to say. Freak is standing by with Team Solo Mid's LocoDoo. Freak?
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? LocoDoo here.
Hello.
You're awesome as always, man. So I got to ask you about how you're kind of shaping around TSM. First of all, crowd obviously thinks you're awesome. But one thing I saw is that you're keeping your team off social media unless they do well on the weekends. Tell me about this.
Well, just social media, it will mess with their brain because there's a lot of shit talk about Glebe and Amazing being new members, bringing the team down. So I really want to keep them off that. And even old school members like Beerson, Dyrus, and Turtle, it gets to them too. So days leading up to LCS, no Twitter, no Reddit.
All right, it seems like it's working for you guys. So the next question, you also mentioned you're changing sort of their sleeping schedule. You like pouring water in their bed at 9 in the morning, he's throwing spiders at them. What's the deal?
Well, I just want our computers off at 1 a.m. and people up by 9 so we can go walk in the beach in the morning. They try to go around the rules a bit, like play Hearthstone in their bed, stuff like that, but we're getting there.
Getting there. Remove their tablets soon, you're going to be okay. All right, so next up, then, one of the things you guys have been criticized for, well, is shot calling. Since Reggie left the team, you guys were kind of carrying an individual skill for a while. Are you kind of creating a new shot caller in this lineup, and who is that?
It's mostly Bjergsen, Amazing, and Glebe. Bjergsen has the most, he doesn't have the most experience, but out of the talkative members, he has the most experience, so he does most of the mid-late game shot calling. And Glebe and Amazing do a lot of early game shot calling. Glebe is really talkative, so I'm building him into a main shot calling role. But right now, he doesn't have the experience to completely take over, so Bjergsen's doing majority of the mid-late game stuff.
So we'll see that transition in a couple of weeks, and that's kind of interesting. Next up, then, speaking of Glebe as well and his lane mate Wild Turtle, you guys, or those two specifically, like really stepped up last week, and they had their best performances of the year. Why is it that happened, and then how do you keep them at this level?
Just straight up, Turtle's so freaking good. I think he's one of the best ADs in North America. He's been slumping a bit because he has a habit of throwing when the team doesn't do well, but when the team does well, he doesn't have that pressure, and he just carries. And Glebe, he's someone that's always working hard and just a good support in general. I've been doing with him a lot and pointing out little stuff, so his laning is getting better. And his mid and late game, it's always been good. It was just he was so nervous the first 3 weeks that he didn't play well.
All right, so final question for you, LocoDoo. You face Dignitas and Evil Geniuses this week. Dig's in #1 right now, and Evil Geniuses also, they've gotten a new player to help their shot calling cohesion. So how's this week going to go for you guys?
2-0, easy.
All right, I heard you have a bet with Scara about this match as well.
Oh yeah, the loser gets the bowl cut.
We'll see if that happens. Loco, thank you very much for your time. Now, guys, we're going to send it back over to you guys. But before we go, I'm going to quickly post this on Reddit because you're not my boss.
Thanks, Freak. I think you guys should up that to the entire teams get bowl cuts, depending on who wins. Anyways, all right, as soon as the preview show concludes, the North American LCS will kick off their day, beginning with Curse versus Cloud9. Then we'll see if Team Solo Mid can continue to improve as they face Dignitas. And after those matches, 2 first-place teams will meet as LMQ takes on CLG.
And on Friday, the North American LCS will continue with 4 more matches, starting with Dignitas vs Complexity and a rematch between the Evil Geniuses and TSM.
And now we've collected the top 5 plays of Week 4 from around the LCS and assembled them here for your viewing pleasure. Or as Earthrider Corky calls it, the Penta.
At number 5, High goes fishing for a double kill and barely gets out alive.
There's the fish! High would chunk the waters and he comes to clean up on janitor duty. A double kill now on the Glebe, and he's gonna try to get himself out of a tight situation here. Dyrus and Amazing, both at 5, are still gonna have enough without the ulties. Oh my god, there's the ulti from Brom! What an amazing play from Cloud9 in the end.
What? That was a big, crazy fight.
And at number 4, probably shouldn't have clicked the lantern.
Careful, we don't want to fight there.
Oh, God.
Oh, very nicely done. The tidal wave goes out. Probably goes down.
Probably was tricked by LocoDoo there. What a combo.
At number 3, Alliance wins the game in 2 minutes after losing the first 20.
Yellowstar comes back in, respawns, goes back down again. Alliance keeps on pushing. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Reckless. He's on the inhibitor turret as well. He's keeping on down towards there. Frogger catches down Soas. The Destiny comes around. Cyanide going to come around the side here. They're going to keep on pushing. We can see in the bottom corner. That's the inhibitor turret going down. Alliance are keep on pushing. The inhibitor turrets are dropping. They're going to keep on shoving through. And Fnatic have to back away desperately, but that's a second Nexus turret going down. They're on to the Nexus. Can they finish the game right here? A 23-minute game. Alliance, they're going to get blocked off. They can't finish it. Can they? One more hit. They've done it. Alliance take down Fnatic in 23 minutes, despite being heavily behind in kills.
Coming in at number 2, Meteos and High take at Bjergsen's bait, and Bjergsen takes a lantern to safety.
Here. There's the 1-2, a 3 possibly coming in. There's the Zanya's denying that. Can he get over the wall? And he does, but the follow. Oh, Glebe is there. The rest of the team is there. Oh my God, Bjergsen stays alive. 41 seconds on Meteos, 45 seconds on High. They are running amok right now, and TSM's going to be looking for the Nexus soon.
Our number 1 play this week features Bjergsen with the swift moves as he picks up a double kill in a 1v2.
2 versus 1 up top on Bjergsen, switching target. They might be able to capitalize.
Oh, he goes back in. Oh my gosh. Oh, he goes back in. The healing's going to be there. Will he actually be able to rock this out? The double kill. This shouldn't kill him, and he makes it out alive.
I like his use of the active from Blade of the Ruin King right after he does his ult.
I'm going to see. We have a 1v1, and then we have a 2v1 with Yasuo. Who's going to break out the 3v1?
I wonder. Or 1v6. When's Texaco coming back?
When's it coming back? If you're just tuning in and you missed most of the preview show, you need a new alarm clock. But you can also visit us by heading to lolesports.com and clicking on the preview show tab at the top of the page. While you're there, you can catch up on past episodes and fine-tune your knowledge of the LCS in a perfect bite-sized portion that won't fill you up with calories.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Always worried about that.
We'd like to thank you for spending these last 30 minutes with us. And parting is such sweet sorrow. So dry your eyes before the LCS gets underway, and we'd like to leave you with the last hit, or a couple of epic last hits.
If Everman wants to clean those pink wards, he's going to be in there for a while.
Nobody's got the guts to do it.
I'm gonna kill these 2 pinks.
You need to take a breather. The first 5 shots were just exhausting.
There we go.
Oh! That was intense there at the last second. I thought the ward was going to heal up or something.
Previously on the LCS.
Boy in 5!
He is throwing himself a Hail Mary right now, but it's not going to work.
I'm not really one to knock on wood, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get the Worlds at this rate.
It's going to be the agenda right now, and the hook onto Shifter.
The team is in an uncomfortable position. I mean, despite our positive record, we're not happy at all.
Whoa, probably to the back line, and he gets dunked down under his own turret. LMQ's doing what they can.
He's trying to teleport back, he didn't make it.
Why did he stop? He stopped, and it is going to be...
Oh my God!
We're getting on more of a better schedule as a team. We're like in a better physical and like mental state, and it helps us play better in game, I think.
Did he get over the wall? And he does, but the ball. Oh, Glebe is there. The rest of the team is there. Oh my God, Bjergsen stays alive.
Welcome to Week 5 of the North American League Championship Series. The pros are warming up, the fans are raring to go, and it's shaping up to be a great day for some league action. Hey everyone, I'm David Freak Turley. With me here is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
And we're coming to you on a special day while the European show takes their motley crew on the road for this weekend's European LCS event at Wembley Arena.
But over here in the US of A, we've got 4 big matches coming your way, so let's bring up the standings to see how the teams stack up.
We've got a 3-way tie for first with CLG, LMQ, and Dignitas. And then Cloud9 and TSM are both sitting in 4th place.
Then in 6th, it's Curse, followed by Complexity and Evil Geniuses, tied for last. We'll check back to see how that changes after our 4 games, starting with Curse versus Cloud9.
Then TSM will face off against Dignitas, followed by LMQ taking on CLG.
After that, it's Evil Geniuses versus Complexity, but stay tuned for the North American Challenger Series afterwards as they bring you a best of 3 between Curse Academy and Frank Fang Gaming to determine 3rd place. Now let's break down some of the players that we'll be watching this week.
Starting with Cloud9's Lemonation. He stepped up big last week when the team needed him most, and he helped secure them an early lead against Dignitas and a much-needed win.
And next up, another support on the list, upswinging is Glebe. It's possible that his team's new coach has taken some of the pressure off of him and allowed him to focus on his individual game. So we'll see if the improvement continues this week.
Next, it's Dominate, who did well going toe-to-toe with Crumbs and No Name. He survived week 4 without dying a single time. This week, he's got more tough competition, though, facing Meteos and Dexter.
And then next from LMQ, it's Xiaowei Xiao. The usually dominant mid laner pulled out a Pantheon with very little success last week. So we'll see if he can find success this week like he normally does.
Finally, it's Double Lift. He had a huge week on Twitch, and his team is now have a share of first place. We'll have to see if he can keep CLG in the top spot.
See if he can do it. Now it's time to turn to you guys and have you weigh in on our Twitter question of the day. And that's, which position has the deepest talent pool in the North American LCS and why?
Send those neat tweets, but keep them short and keep them sweet.
For rhyming, however, that's going to be optional. Don't have to do that one. As always, we are at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS. But now it's on to the games with our first battle, Team Curse versus Cloud9. So Curse have become a real wild card of the league, proving they can beat any team but also lose to any team.
That's true. And even in their losses, they looked pretty close. They were performing fairly well. In their win last week, Curse adapted well during Champion Select to LMQ's all attack damage picks. Then in-game, they built well to counter LMQ, and all they needed were a couple of catches on key champions to secure their win.
But historically, this matchup tilts pretty heavily in C9's favor. They're actually Cloud 9-0 against Team Curse.
Pretty good there, Freak. I like that one. And in their last game against Dignitas, Cloud9 looked the best that they have this split. Lemon in particular showed up big. He's been known for his his leadership in Champion Select, but in this game, his mechanics were amazing as well. He landed hook after hook and added in some critical flays there. The main source of inconsistency for Cloud9 has really come from High's champion pool. He had 2 extremely successful games on Nidalee, but some weak games on various assassins as well.
But one of High's strengths, at least compared to his Curse counterpart Voyboy, has actually been getting vision for his team.
Yeah, on average, High buys more than twice as many green wards as Voyboy in games of comparable length.
All right, well, Sun Tzu, the master of military strategy, he wrote, "All warfare is based on deception," which is why vision is such a critical part of a team's success in the Rift.
Yeah, or as G.I. Joe said, knowing is half the battle.
Vision control is definitely playing an ever-important role in deciding games.
The more vision you have, the more information that you have as players, the more you can do. The whole point of vision control is really just to gain information for your team.
The more you can see on the map, the more you could outmaneuver the opponent.
If they see you, then they can make a play on you. So it's whoever sees who.
Last week in the game between Cloud9 and Dignitas, the second and third kill of the game were actually very dependent on vision control. Crumbs and Shifter were both in the lane when the gank started. But the reason that Cloud9 could attack so aggressively is because they had vision control in the jungle, they had vision control in the bottom lane, they had it in the river. So everywhere that Dignitas tried to run was already covered by wards. It was an easy chase, and most importantly, a safe chase.
Crumbs is going to be in some danger here. The pounces, the swipes. High finally pulls up the kill.
Step 1 to controlling vision is buying wards. You need to have the wards in the first place so that you can go in and make the plays.
Wards are the game. Crumbs has an insane stat. He has 30 average wards a game.
I buy a lot of wards.
What you need to do from there is slowly move up your line of vision.
You gotta go get vision, which is very hard. It's always a contested area, and you always have to go. It's a team effort. So usually it's a buddy system, and usually it's support and jungler. You have to do it together, and if you do it by yourself, you're gonna get killed.
If Everman wants to clean those pink wards, he's gonna be in there for a while. All right. Come on, guys.
Nobody's got the guts to do it. You just need to slowly creep out. Like an ocean tide. It just slowly, eventually gets out.
If you know where their jungler is early game, and that allows you to play aggressive.
If you know their enemy jungler's on top lane, you can play aggressive on bottom. If he's bottom, you can go on top.
The wards let us catch people in rotation and lets us get these free picks.
Late game is most important because one pick can mean the game is over for you.
If you want to do objectives, the first thing you do is establish vision control.
If you don't have vision control and you don't have the right control on the right objectives, you're gonna lose the game.
Last week against LMQ, there was a Baron fight around 25 minutes. What we needed to do in that game specifically was get deep wards on the red side jungle. So we walked in, got deep wards, and because Vision is such a highly contested thing, it created a huge team fight.
No feeling.
We ended up getting 3 kills and ended up snowballing the whole game off it.
4v2 coming out of nowhere as Top throws down the authority. Curse takes down LFU.
Usually the team that has the better vision control will definitely come out on top.
That's what I like about the Vision game. It's up to the players to buy them. So, as Captain Planet said, the power is yours. Check out.
I mean, people just investing a small amount of money in Vision enables you to pick a fight that's advantageous for your team. It's so much more valuable than like a small cloth armor that will just give you a few more armor.
Definitely agree. Wards are pretty awesome. You should buy them all. Now let's check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, Team Curse with Quas in the top lane. I will dominate in the jungle. Voyboy in mid. Cop on AD carry. And Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. The mid is High. The AD carry is Sneaky. And supporting, Lemon Nation.
It's going to be a fun one. Of course, both these teams talk a lot about vision control. The fact is, C9 does buy more of these wards. And right now, the record does suggest sort of better gameplay. I mean, we talked about it before, though, Curse. They'll beat any team they want when they're kind of on for the day.
And it's interesting how Cloud9 works, because when we talk about Dignitas, we're always talking about Crumbs purchasing so many wards, and he spends a lot of his own money to get this vision down. And since he's the jungler, it makes sense because he's able to move around the map, get this deep vision. But for Cloud9, the guy that's roaming a lot and spending a lot of money on vision is High.
Yeah.
He kind of sacrifices some lane power to spend more money on wards and also roam a lot to place the wards.
Yeah.
Really, when you're talking about how much wards cost, you also have to think, how much does it cost me in time to go place these wards? And as KiwiKid is saying, you have to move your line of sight up very slowly, because if you venture very far into enemy territory without vision, then you can get picked off just trying to put down wards.
Like a team like this is very practiced with it. I'm pretty sure High knows which brushes to face check and which ones are double if death traps. So bans coming through. Lucian, Nidalee, smart ban against C9. It's High's best champ right now. Twitch as well, so Sneaky's losing his top 2. Meanwhile, so far, all mid lane focus bans from C9.
Yeah, a couple mid lane focused ones here. They saw the game, the LMQ game, don't want to let him have Kassadin. It's a very popular pick all around, not just against AD heavy teams. I mean, if you go against an AD heavy team with Kassadin, then you can easily build all armor. But if you go against a Magic heavy team, that's what his kit is actually built to go against.
Sure,
so he's pretty much an all around very strong champion right now.
Definitely is. Right now, the third mid lane ban comes out for C9, and I wonder if they can make Void tunnel onto what Lulu and Yasuo, the two that I see when he doesn't get the rest of this pool up. But that does give options for Curse either way, so even that's not too bad.
And I would think that Lulu would be a fairly big priority for them, because High also would rely on that champion. It's a strong laning champion, which would help him out a lot, and also very quick to roam. She has her own speed boost built in. So I like the pick here. Curse taking it away from Cloud9 in one fell swoop.
They lock in the next few grabs, though. Guess the third pick AD carry is going to be Corki there. Sneaky's going to play that one. Lee Sin coming in for Meteos as well.
Now these two picks immediately right off the bat signal Cloud9 are looking for early game power spikes here. Corki has an intense mid game here. Falls off a bit later, but Lee Sin plays right into the same game plan. With these two picks, they have a very, very strong power curve for the beginning of this game. And we'll see how Cloud9 can utilize that, because that really plays into their style that we've come to know and love. Strong early game, getting down those vision wards, and continuing to snowball that into the fairly early leads, fairly early wins that they even used to get.
Yeah, that's the weird thing with Cloud9, though, is like the fact that they've been slumping this split. They've been playing much slower games. They seem to be taking less risks early on, and yeah, picking champs that'll actually play into the old style. If they can force that out, that would be good for them. I will dominate, looking for the Elise, and I am not surprised that Braum is actually the real grab here for Curse. No. Jax Braum. All right, well, will Jax have an 8-game losing streak now is the question.
Yeah, I mean, Jax has had a fairly bad showing the last week in LCS. However, champion all around still strong. So if Curse can actually get to the point and utilize the split pushing power of a fed Jax well, they can easily outlast this Cloud9 team. The only problem is Cloud9 have already built their squad around the early game, so they're obviously trying to end it before Jax can really become a main factor. Should turn out to be more of a waiting game here. Lulu, for Curse as well, is going to do a really good job supplementing that early game, because Lulu's biggest strengths are coming from supplementing the power of other carries on the team. So she should be able to be a buffer.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu Jack's all going to be kinds of fun, and of course you even got the Braum initiate, so I like Curse's lineup so far. Again, the locks come in. C9 never hovers champions. They just lock at the same time. Thresh Renekton come.
Yeah, talk about early game.
Yeah.
Cloud9 are just front-loading all of the power here. Caught playing with the crowd's hearts.
It's unlikely. We lost out on Yellow Pete, so I think we have very few Urgot mains left in competitive, and if we see him come back, it wouldn't be sad.
Let's see here. Cop is very big on Caitlyn when all these other AD carries have been banned out, so might revert to that. Caitlyn would also do a good job shoring up their early game so that they don't have a bunch of losing lanes. They just have one side lane where they want to get Jax fed.
I'm trying to think. It is going to be Jinx here.
Interesting.
So not a lot of heal necessarily. I guess it depends how Braum plays, but you're definitely far in the back lines, and Jack's going to wreak havoc anyway.
Yeah, they have two very strong late game carries for Lulu to buff up. So I kind of like this Curse with two very strong late game threats. However, either of them could be shut down pretty quickly with a good ulti from TF. If he's able to catch Jinx out, she has no repositioning. So it's pretty much all going to be up to Braum and Lulu to protect Cop.
See if they can do that one. Jump in, put the shield up in time. You can block a gold card, but it's all about the coordination in this one. I guess you wouldn't actually stand behind me towards the teleport location until TF shows. So you actually have to run in the spot. Braum's W otherwise puts you near it, like close to the nearest enemy. So that'll be a fun one to look for, see if they can interact with that one properly. But yeah, so Cloud9 still no great late game savior here. I feel like they have to get stuff done in the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, they have so many tools to get it done though. Yeah. Adding in a TF as the last pick for an early game team is really, really strong. All of these lanes should be winning on their own so far, and the jungles match up very well. So it pretty much frees up TF as long as Meteos can protect high to get to 6. Not only are you going to have Lee Sin ganks, but you're going to have ganks from high all over the place. They're going to focus down these two carries on the side lanes, the Jinx and the Jax. And if they have a really rough early game, they won't be able to get to that point where they can carry.
It's true. It's good. It's a good chance for C9 to make this happen early on. So let's see who you guys are picking to take this game over at LOLesports.com. Right now, you guys are saying Cloud9's going to win. 83% of you say that.
But now that you've seen the team comps, you can also update your vote by either tweeting CRS win or C9 win. And we'll be checking back in on the poll shortly.
So here we go, guys. The beginning of week 5 in North America. Curse, you saw their most recent record, 2-3 across their last 5 games. Constantly, their losses are heartbreaking. They could just as easily have been 8-2 right now instead of around 3-7 for themselves. Like they're right on the cusp for so many of their different games. And this
got
is
a little sun there as well. Curse.
Yeah,
Curse got burned. Did you see the photo shoot? Boyboy was actually tweeting out a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Can't wait for what the actual photo shoot was about because it should look good. Cop is in a Caitlyn outfit.
I was a little confused looking at it. I didn't know what to think entirely.
Wait until they're done, and we'll be able to evaluate. Now, Curse, though, this game should be very interesting because Curse, they definitely have the possibility of outscaling Cloud9 pretty heavily, actually. But there are a couple weak points that Cloud9 could attack. These two hyper carries are both attack speed driven. They're both attack speed oriented, Jax and Jinx. So I would expect Cloud9 to get a lot of Randuins. This is still 4.9, by the way. Randuin Omen not nerfed yet. So that's a very strong item against the carries here from Curse. As well, they might even try and fit in a Frozen Heart on somebody. Doesn't look like they have any good options to buy that.
At least, or are you saying
Cloud9?
on C9 side, sorry.
If they could find somebody to get a Frozen Heart,
Frozen Heart TF, dude.
Yeah, High's gonna be an innovator here.
Yeah, I guess Thresh is like the most likely in terms of like your other melee champions are Renekton and Lee Sin, who don't exactly want to buy mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely the chance you could do it, right? You get what, Locket, Lee Sin, and you get Frozen Heart Thresh. I'm just trying to find out ways that'll make it work. I could
really
see
the obvious choice is going to be double Randuin's, Renekton, and Lee Sin.
Well, yeah,
but on top of that,
and then walk
see
it
what
away.
they can get. Yeah.
It's actually interesting. If you're Braum, you can buy Randuins and you force them to hit you, and you can slow them down. And you're like extra tanky for your team. Cool stuff.
Good thing Chris took away Braum.
Yeah, good thing they grabbed that one out there. Okay, I'm just talking about theoretics that they're fun for me. By the way, the reason the game hasn't started yet, Cop had an issue with Runes and Mastery, so we remade the game. They're back in Champ Select. The game will be loading up in about a minute and a half from now. So Don't worry, everything's still under control for everybody. So I'm trying to think about all the Twisted Fate games I've seen recently, because I feel like it's been really hit and miss. So over in Europe last week, Fnatic versus SK, a lot of the reason TF paid off was SK made some really weird moves that made them burn flashes for no reason, and then Peke just got to show up to fights randomly and pick people off. When SK was like really greedy in the wrong side of the jungle. We saw CLG versus C9, and Link couldn't ever really reach the backline properly. C9 got a comeback win on that game.
The thing is, for this game, I feel like since side lanes really should be winning in almost all scenarios for Cloud9, that Jax and Jinx are constantly going to be low, and they're going to have to be playing defensive. So TF, he'll have openings. Like, these side lanes could very well burn summoners by themselves. I mean, Renekton, a 1 versus 1, of course he's going to destroy Jax. However, even in a 1 versus 2, if the lanes do shake out, he is going to be better off in that 1 versus 2 than Jax. And Renekton and Lee Sin have kill pressure on this Jinx lane, even if there is a Braum jumping in there. They both have dashes. They both have very strong early games. So even in the 2 versus 1 0 switches up, Cloud9 really have a lot of options for Hai to travel to.
It's actually an interesting thing if they do go for 2v0 lanes. Touching again back on the Fnatic vs SK match from last week, Fnatic picked TF, and in the 2v0 chose to kill the outer turret fairly early, so that when lanes kind of went back to equal, there was a dead turret allowing TF ganks to be a lot easier. There was nothing to run to.
Yeah, Cloud9 would love if turrets on either side go down early. The more room that Hai has to work with, the better for them. So we'll have to see if there is a 2 versus 1 switch. I mean, Cop can take down turrets very quickly. We always talk about how Jinx is one of the best AD carries for taking down those early turrets. But really, Curse want to have as long of a calm laning phase for the beginning as they can possibly get. Let's see if they can control it. A lot of that is going to be up to Voyboy as well. When you're playing against TF, warding around your mid lane is even more important. Voyboy's going to want to not only control his lane by shoving, but also get wards on both sides of mid so he can see which side Hai is leaking towards and has a tendency to go gank, so they can call those TF movements out.
They missed that ward. It's not in the brush.
I mean,
silly Curse.
The importance of Voyboy's warding this time is going to be very big, and it brings back that stat where Hai really has been the mid laner. He's bought almost twice as many wards as Voyboy, so maybe Curse will have switched that up this game and try and contain that TF.
I wonder if we're ever going to see more than like 2, maybe even 3 sight stones in a team before. Like, junglers are starting to get one now, even if they're not Lee Sin. Occasionally. I want to see like Hai by a sight stone on like TF.
If you're not roaming around as a jungler or a roaming support, I guess, then it's kind of hard to really justify that, because you do lose out a lot of lane power for your laning phase. So I don't think it will become popular too quickly, but Darian says otherwise. He's done it on top lane Jax.
Yeah. Hey man, he'll buy Death Cap on Shyvana. He doesn't care about anything. The man's an innovator.
All right, so we do get those lane swaps, though. We will have the double jungles for both these guys. Meanwhile, it's going to be the mid lanes just heads-up battle. They do have to worry about these double jungles collapsing at any moment. Cloud9 with the level 1 dragon here, only Meteos level 2. So this one is really, really quick. Usually the teams will get that second buff first and get it around the 3.5 minute mark, but Cloud9 are trying to keep Curse off kilter here. Curse, they're doing a good job juggling this aggro, by the way, which is what you have to do. You absolutely have to do this. Look at the dragon, doesn't know where to go. Freak! Which one? Who do I attack?
Meteos, no, Meteos taking damage again. Oh, he's losing down to 300 health. Okay, smited.
Whew! So,
those took 30 seconds, by the way.
And what teams have been doing when they go for these switches, Curse knows that they're going to be giving up this early dragon. Teams have been timing the early dragons at 330 and just saying, we're giving this one up, it's probably down at 330, and they time the second dragon off of that. What C9 have done is, get that timer wrong for Curse. So if they can get an early jump on the second dragon, that can be a very, very strong chain for them, because they definitely have the stronger teamfight team. So the chain of dragons looks to be very promising for Cloud9 in this game.
Yeah.
And it looks like they don't even want to defend that top turret. They'd be happy just exchanging, keeping their duo in the jungle here.
Yeah, Curse are happy just to keep the farm going. The only really signal they have about that dragon respawn is they saw Lemma go back to lane at like 320.
Yeah.
Maybe it's enough of a signal.
All
Dominate
right.
boss, though.
The classic mid gank here. High's accustomed to it, though. Well played by High. Keeping pretty safe. He's also doing well in CS against Lulu. Voyboy does have more minions to clean up here, though. So High definitely is down a few, as expected early.
So C9's still going to look and say, yep, we still kind of jungled that red buff and didn't clear the marker. Interestingly, they probably could clear it now and have a completely screwed up timer against their opponents, and I don't think Skirps would ever know when it respawns.
Yeah,
but
I have seen a couple teams do that, and I was very impressed.
The late clean. All right, now looks like actually this could be a freeze. There's a bigger wave now for Curse on this bot side, so Sneaky can permanent freeze this. Dominate looks again for the mid lane. Look how far High stays to the right-hand side, knowing all ganks come from the northwest.
You pretty much have to do that nowadays as a mid laner. Hug the side where your duo is, because you give up the top side jungle. When you have nobody in top lane, this is definitely no man's land up here for Curse.
Ooh, almost.
Sneaky tried to steal right there for High. Doesn't quite get it, though.
So I guess the real CS marker then is you compare the jungle and top lane, compared to the jungle and top lane. Dominate and Quas actually significantly higher, 28 to 18. I don't believe I saw them like counter jungle anything special or like even take really lane tax. So I feel like the farm is just going better for Curse, and they've gotten a recall once.
Yes, they're doing pretty well on the farm. It's just that dragon giving the extra gold over to Cloud9.
Yeah.
You know, you do have to give up some farm. You will get behind when you do go for that dragon. Spend some time getting it, but it was definitely worth it. I like the off timer that they've got for it, and I really was impressed by the way they jungled aggro, because really it's just been a couple of teams that have done that really effectively, and even Cloud9 before, when they've attempted to do that aggro jungling on the dragon, have taken a few too many hits.
Yeah, absolutely, but looks like these guys did it very well. Dominate actually takes a slightly risky play and actually taking a camp in the southern jungle. Completely nuts, but he made it happen.
Yeah, well, around the 6-minute mark, both guys kind of returned to their sides. They had a jungler's agreement here. Cloud9 putting up a perimeter of defensive pink wards. I really like early defensive pink wards because you can defend those ones, that they're in your territory, and you can start fights over the vision. We've talked about how vision is a very important objective for all the teams. They are willing to fight over those pink wards as well and collapse on them. If Curse jumped into that backside bush, though, they would be able to get it for free. Again, very good defensive play by High. It looks like he's not doing much here, but he's been able to avoid several of these 3-man ganks in a row from Curse and really just use up their time.
That pink ward right there is superhero for him. Let him spot all these. Special gets his own pink ward found. Actually, Mita's going to lose his on top of this, but Cloud9's coming in. Dominate actually might be in the wrong spot. Flash stun comes in. Big damage comes through. Blocked up by Special. And now here comes Quas as well, forcing Mita to jump away. The flash stun in on 3. Mita's flash go, but there comes Voyboy. First blood goes to Voyboy, but now Sneaky joins the fight of 4 versus 4. Now Cop's in the mix as well. Looks like another stun's going to come across. C9 do not want to stop this. Ulti pop by Voice. Slow lands in High. Looks like Curse going to grab this red buff.
So Cloud9 had the idea to counter this second buff steal from Curse. However, they only brought 4 members to the party. Curse brought their full weight. Their whole team here, all 5 members join, and they get the advantage. Not only do they get the first blood, also steal away the red, and they've been able to even up the gold lead. Let's see how they do on that dragon timer, though. So, good plan by Cloud9. They had everybody almost right there, but they weren't able to burst down Dominate. And because they can't burst down Dominate, Cloud9 come out on the losing end because the extra man from Curse here in that jungle invade. Now, what Curse sacrificed for that was extra farm for balls down there in the bottom lane on that Renekton. So it's going to be a very scary story for Quas when he does meet up with balls, because Renekton already big advantage over Jackson lane, and now he's going to have an experience advantage. We'll see if Cloud9 go for a dive on this Jax. Balls fully charged up on his Fury, and they have a pretty good wave here. Minos is heading down.
Quas matches in levels right now. Ball's very close to 6. There's TF coming as well. High has the ulti. There's it pop right there. Quas in the mix. It's going to be aggro pulled up by Balls. Stuns landing and big damage now onto Quas. He does not have flash. He has nowhere to go. The kill goes over to High. He's got to drop this aggro, though he's taking a lot of turret shots. Takes a shield, and he's okay.
Classic Cloud9. They get Balls a little bit of an advantage in the lane. Solo experience down there, and then immediately gank for him. Quas, not only did he lose out on kill gold there, but he also lost out on some minions. Dominate's able to get there in time to soak it up. In exchange for this, Cloud9, though, nothing is free here. They made that move bottom. Voyboy got to shove 2 waves into that mid turret. This one is a cannon as well. Mido's really going to want to smite that one.
All right. Some gold back. This turret losing a lot of health. Cop staying in cannon form, interestingly enough. And the hook's going to land. Voyboy's going to stay okay. This turret losing a whole lot of health right now. Shield comes onto Cop. They're going to stay for it. Turret picked up. Curse taking down the first turret of the game.
That's going to do a lot for Curse because this dragon is up now. Quas does not have his teleport, but he's not laning against balls up in the top side. He's laning against Sneaky. And Cloud9, without their Corki, it's going to be much, much harder for them to contest this. Curse really just take over the bottom side jungle, taking this opportunity not only to counter jungle that's blue, but get a lot of vision deep in the Cloud9 jungle down here. This might even result in the second dragon actually going for Curse.
Wow, beautiful play so far by the Curse squad right now. They're pretty much equal in gold. They've traded kills. They've traded a couple of objectives. And there we go. Dragon number 2 being started up in view of a ward, but Curse don't seem to care, nor does Cloud9. Instead, C9 goes for the mid lane. It's going to be Dragon spited away, but mid lane turret now taking some damage, but Curse are coming.
Cloud9 not going to be able to finish this turret here. Very quick swing over here from the Dragon squad of Curse. They get up to mid lane in time to defend it, and Cloud9 just lose out on the objective.
Wow, so very well done now. Curse looking to be 700 gold in the lead. Meteos again playing Pink Ward Wars in this side of the jungle. Standard order of abilities, save the safeguard in case you need to run away. He's going to be nice and fine. You're seeing how the gold stacks up. The tiniest of leads for balls. Meteos about the same place as well.
Quas not feeling too bad now that he hit that level 6. That's what you really want on Jax. Just the ability to trade so much more effectively when you can stack up your empowered strike on minions and then go for a trade. But as soon as you see that Fury bar hit red, it's got to back off.
Yeah, 1.5 second stuns, or is it 2 1/4? Pretty hard to deal with. So,
and it goes through Counter-Strike is really the biggest deal there for Renekton.
That's the crazy thing too, is like the ability only lasts 2 seconds. You're stunned for the entire duration of your dodge. And life is just kind of painful when you're Jax in that case. So, Quas playing to the back, but again, Curses are fine just waiting and saying, you know what, 30 minutes in, we'll just have better champions than you. So, yeah, not forcing too many issues yet.
And it's so impressive how Curse really made that move mid. They took out the mid turret, which is a fulcrum for Cloud9, to really channel their early game power around the jungle and exert their will on these early jungle invades. But Curse, by taking that mid turret, enabling them to get this deep vision on the blue side, they've gained so much for this early and mid game in which their champions were going to be a little bit lackluster. They've really made up for it here, and it's looking very, very good for Curse.
Dominant saw that ward go down, so they know Meteos is on this side of the map, towards the right-hand side. Quas knows he's got no pressure on him. Voyboy kind of the same, but to look out for his right. Although right now Meteos is running by some wards, so even still, you talk about that deep east jungle vision, and right now it's working entirely in Curse's favor.
Yeah, Dominate's spending a lot of time in Meteos' side of the map here. Meteos having to vacate his own jungle. Does not like that. Is going to start falling a little bit behind here. Already down in some CS.
Seeing Quas again looking to just to push balls away. He's doing pretty well. He's down 15 CS, but that number is pretty much holding right now. I don't think it's going to move too much in any direction until maybe recalls without teleports or a gank happens here. So
now, the thing that Balls has been able to do here is make Quas use his teleport for laning. Unless Quas decides to walk all the way back.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, so he's been able to make him use his teleport for laning, which is a fairly big win for Cloud9. Because he shoved the wave all the way in, he can probably walk back to lane without losing too much. And then they can try and make a play on the other side of the map. But yeah, very, very strong start here.
Play on backwards. TP comes in as well. Who are they going to catch? Xpecial going to land some stuns on the high, but there comes Meteos as well. The aggro on Lemonation is going to hold that for some time, and Cop will go down, picked up. Lemonation's 11th kill of the split. Xpecial will get out, but look at that.
Another good game for High, and the gold graph might go back the other way here because they do pick up a turret as well. Cloud9 again, another TF ulti, another tower taken. Quas though answers up top.
Wow, just ignores balls for walking back to lane, just keeps right-clicking at that thump sound. It's going to work pretty well. Cloud9 though still 3-1 pushing bot lane. No one's really here to defend it.
Yeah, what we saw up at that top lane is you respect a Jax who's got a fully stacked passive on a turret. as well as an ultimate charge. Wow, High walks through.
And he gets cocooned as well. This is not good for High. Can he get away? Oh, locks a blue card. There's the repel. And a kill picked up for Curse in the mid lane. They still got time to push down mid as well.
Yes, Cloud9 continue to lose out here. Curse pushing 2 lanes, while Cloud9 only get to push 1. They do exchange turrets though. Still barely ahead in gold. See if they can make use of the next TF ultimate as effectively as the first 2. See, up top in the lane here, Balls has been able to shove Quas back as well. But now that Jax also has some sustain with the Cutlass, he's feeling a lot more confident staying there longer.
Well, you're seeing him be a little bit lower on health right now, and TP is down for a minute and a half, so maybe Balls finds his way in, and maybe High shows up to secure the kill before the teleport does come back up. But they're still battling back and forth. 10 CS difference, again, not really bad for Quas here, so he's completely held up very nicely in the matchup when it did swap back.
Yeah, and look at the teleport cooldown as well. Because he teleports to the turret, gets the reduced duration of that, and it might even be back up in time before Balls gets to make a play with his teleport advantage. Mid rotation here from Curse though, trying to put pressure on High. TF ulti going to come back up in another 20 seconds.
Well, Small wanted to make a play, just maybe. Looks like mid lane is the focus right now for Curse. Blue buff swept away. Looks like High did get that, so at least the eastern jungle was held securely. Red buff is respawned up in the north. I don't believe anyone's grabbed that just yet, and Curse not really playing on that side of the map right now.
No, they're pressuring mid here. Very strong 4-man squad, actually. You can see they've got a lot of wave clear with this Rockets plus the Glitter Lance from Boy Boy. And so much threat of picking somebody off, even at a turret there with the Elise Cocoon. I have to note that Especial going cooldown reduction boots on Braum is actually a fairly defensive buy, because Braum's abilities add so much defense to the rest of his team. You don't have to buy items with defensive stats. The cooldown reduction allows him to protect Cop easily. It also allows him to get more stuns off because he's able to use Winter's Bite more often. Like the early pickup from him. We'll see how it does work out though, because when Braum uses Stand Asides and puts up the shield, he's the one getting focused. So he does need some meat on his bones as well.
We'll see if he can do it then. He's going to rely on damage reduction, but yeah, a lot of his abilities actually scale off the stats. So
gonna need that health.
Yeah, you're gonna want some. We'll see when he starts upgrading things. Right now, he's not going to do that. Cloud9 still taking their time with this one. Gold basically equal between these teams. 16.5 minutes in. You gotta wonder when these things start spiking out. Sneaky will now start his Triforce.
And look at the teleport. It has come back up for Quas. Oh, he uses it back to lane. This is Cloud9. They should be able to get this dragon. Jax just uses teleport top. Quas or Balls can easily call that. Definite dragon for Cloud9. Let's see if we can get a crazy steal.
Not at all. Wow, Curse giving a lot of deference to Cloud9 right now, saying, again, if we go back to the early champs like thing, I guess they can just wait and they don't take any risks.
So Quas and Curse as a whole make the choice, because they're very well aware Dragon's up. They say, yes, Quas, go ahead, use your teleport to get back top. We want more farm on Jax. We are okay with giving up the 17-minute Dragon. 17-minute Dragon worth a lot more at this stage of the game, though, than the beginning ones. And he only got an extra wave or so there with that teleport. However, you know, he was able to defend the top turret as well. We'll see how that choice does end up for Curse. Cloud9 bringing that gold back to very, very close to even here.
You gotta be concerned right now if you're Cloud9. 500 gold lead. They're still down a turret actually in this game as well. That Dragon only kind of equalizing that mark. High. Gotta be careful about a little bit of this poke. Both the AD carries still kind of holding very, very equal marks as well. You gotta consider these, that the power spikes really consider with this Cloud9 lineup. Actually, they're still coming, to be fair.
I mean, there's definitely mid-game oriented here. Corky's got a while to go still. He hasn't, his curve has not started to turn downwards yet. He's still very much on the upswing once he gets his Trinity Force. That will be the really big mid-game for him. So Cloud9 don't have to start panicking yet, because it's only 18 minutes in, and it's only a single item Jax. However, you can see Balls doesn't really get to push him around anymore.
Yeah, the number has gotten, well, up until now, it was getting better and better, and Quas was within about 4 minions right here, and you're seeing him. I mean, it's the fact that he's holding up against Renekton 1v1, has Ruin King done, hasn't really died outside of mid-lane global teleport ganks, you gotta say. It's an impressive performance right here.
The other thing I'm interested to see, you know, can Curse get any picks here because Lemonation got a really early mobility boots plus Mikhail's Crucible. It's a very good pickup because really the only thing they have to worry about is that cocoon, random cocoons coming out from the side that he can Mikhail somebody from and get somebody out of a pick here for Cloud9. Especially if they want to use this TF as a very aggressive initiate. They might need that really early for High, since High has not been able to complete an early Zhonya's. He's gone with the Athenes first, and his Zhonya's is going to be a while to complete. True. If they use an aggressive TF initiate early here, they might need some extra defense to get him out.
Yeah, High about 1,000 gold to go, so he doesn't have more in his pockets right here. So we'll get that before too long and he can start out fights. I'm actually curious to see that Cloud9 hasn't been playing around the bottom lane, actually. And that's the one lane with 2 turrets dead, and that's the lanes you want to try to kill if you're TF. Because people will be exposed. Curse, they don't stay there very long, certainly, but C9 aren't forcing the issue down there either.
Yeah, and you can see the vision kind of lacking on that side for them as well. Cloud9 spent a lot of vision in their own side of the jungle to try and get Curse away from their top side. They don't want this Jax to be able to split push up top effectively. However, they could gain a lot by pressuring that bottom side because you always want to pressure the inhibitor that's furthest away from Baron for those Baron baits.
Right now, not going to be on the table right now for Cloud9. Their actual Baron killing is pretty slow anyway, so not a big concern for either team. I think Curse probably, actually, definitely the better Baron killing team here. They've got a Jinx and a Jack to the Ruin King, so at some point that's on the table, and Cloud9's got to be careful about that one. Big waves starting to push out of Curse's base on the bottom side. That will require C9 attention in a wave or two. Balls and Quas again in a battle. Ball still holds a level lead, but you're seeing Quas actually starting to bully him around. You see Balls like running away from these and being a bit more careful. And he's actually starting on magic resist items as well, so Quas will actually get even better comparatively in that matchup.
Yeah, he and the rest of Curse are all feeling pretty good about the way that this early game has gone, especially that matchup. I mean, he's been content to constantly use his teleport to get back to lane here, pretty much on cooldown every time he gets bullied out, and that's what's really kept him up in CS. TF teleport.
All right, here's the attempt. Voidboy hastes himself up, gets out of range. Wow, TF ulti for basically a whimsy cooldown. Curse, nothing happens to them, and Cloud9 still have not found their way in this map.
Yeah, and that is just cresting this 21-minute mark here for Cloud9. Now they do start to worry because Curse really going to start to, uh-oh, High's in trouble now. Are they going to make him pay for that TF ulti?
Good flash. If he was ever in range of E, that was a pretty much guaranteed kill, so. But that's now High's ulti down, that's High's flash down, Curse barely using anything to force these things. And they're the ones already actually making moves now. They're the ones saying, hey, we can pick this guy off, and they're getting things for it.
Yeah, Cloud9 really were banking on that last mid-game TF ulti there to make something happen. Now it's really turning into a dire situation for them. That was the last outer turret going down for Cloud9. 4 turrets to 2 in Curse's favor. Not expected here. But now we'll see what Curse can do to actually control the dragon as well. Because teleport once again down for Quas due to using it for CS and for laning. Whereas Balls once again holds onto his teleport, walks back the lane. Quas has shoved the lane though, so he can actually just walk down if they really want to contest that dragon.
Looks like he does not care at all. They are just saying, you know what, Quas, get as big as you can, keep fighting Balls, keep tabs on him. And now he's going to actually make his way down. 6 seconds till dragon spawns. Cloud9 cannot sweep away the wards.
At this point in the game, really all Curse have to do is threaten around this dragon and stall out Cloud9, because if Balls does teleport down to the dragon, okay, Cloud9 can get the dragon. But you know how fast Quas is going to kill that top lane turret? It's going to go down very easily in the trade for dragon. And Curse are okay with making that exchange. They're not even letting Cloud9 start up this dragon.
And speaking of making exchanges as well, I mean, look at the health bar starting to go down. Balls down below half HP, burns some Fury to get his health bar back up. Quas, though, counter-jungling. Look at the ward coverage as well. Counter-jungling the red buff is going to get it. And that's going to be really bad news for Balls. You can't fight that.
Yeah, Cloud9, really, they don't have a lot of options right now. I think this next TF ulti is going to be crucial. We'll have to see if Cloud9 actually get a little anxious with their next TF ulti, because they are feeling the pressure now. you have to definitely be calm about the next initiation because Curse are the ones who can play that waiting game. Here comes the Dragon. They've been able to clear out a bit of the vision.
This is weird. Sneaky hasn't bought in forever. He's still on Bloodthirster. He's been that way for 8 minutes or so. He's got to have most of Triforce here. Hasn't bought it though. Wow, Static Shiv's already done. Yeah,
he's coming out.
Good smite there. Dragon's picked up. Void the fight here, and there's teleport. Balls is going to make it through, so 5v4. They're going to pick up elimination. Void in the backline, so takes big damage. Balls has arrived. The knockups come around. Sneaky forced to run. He jumps away, but Void. Oh, the wild card's missed, but Meteos picks up the kill. Now Special goes down as well, and Curse are routed. They've lost 2-1 for now. There's the ulti coming in. They're going to find Comp. Stuns there. Meteos there as well, and that's another kill picked up. Now Dominate repels in range of the golems. He gets out, but 3-1 plus Dragon for a turret.
Because Cloud9 were able to control the vision and Dragon, Curse made the move a little bit late there. Just a matter of seconds that made the difference in that trade. Not only did Cloud9 get that Dragon for the turret trade up top, but they got all the kills because Curse were so slow trying to contest that Dragon. And they actually even answer a turret back. There's the momentum that Cloud9 were looking for. This is the mid game for them. We talked about Corki wanting to buy as well. He gets to do it after this. So Curse come in right after the Dragon's dead because of the lack of vision. Balls, finally, there's the teleport. They collapse with TF as well, and you can see how easily this fight will go in Cloud9's favor, even though Lemon goes down at the beginning. Since he got the box up, he was able to keep Curse in the vicinity. And another good ulti there from High to chase someone down. So this is really the swing that Cloud9 have to work with. This is the wave that they need to ride to finish out this game.
Here's the first attempt of the way to push the game through. Triforce done on Corki. The makings of a death cap now for High as well. These guys are going to look pretty happy. Balls pretty much refusing to take damage, but here comes the special though. A bit of a 2-on-1 until High can show up. Got to be a bit careful though, because you've got some tanky dudes there. Blocks it all up. Not taking much damage.
Yeah, look at how much damage Balls took in comparison to X Special. The support tank barely took a scratch, whereas Balls gets chunked down below half health. Has to recall to go deal with Quas.
It was interesting actually. Special is maxing his E first, the Unbreakable. Winter's Bite's only got 3 points right now. I didn't know that was the standard build for support Braum, but that's what he's going for. Quas chunking a turret. Ball shows up, but turret will go down first.
And he's got that fully stacked passive auto attacks, but the reason that he backs off here is not because he's scared of Balls, it's because he has no vision. Sneaky gets caught here.
Get a little bit of damage from Dominate. Sneaky though, going to heal up on the Bloodthirster. It's going to be not too much picked up, but there's the TF ulti. Can they find a pick? They go right in onto a special. Good damage comes through, gets hooked up. Stun comes out, and High gets hit by a whole bunch, but there comes the TP in from the Jax as well. Can they get away? Dominate goes to the back lines here. 5-on-4, the engagement on Elimination. He's going to go down. Support for support so far. The giant Quas on the front lines. He's been wild. Growth the kickback, though they find Void Boy. Nice kill picked up for Balls there. High lands another side, and now Quas has been separated. He takes a whole bunch of pain. Can he jump away? Oh my gosh, he cannot. Down he goes. And now Baron's the target for C9.
Great job, Cloud9. They're riding that wave. High with another great TF ulti. And even though Quas teleports in, they're able to zone them out. Lemonation, once again, is the martyr for Cloud9. He does go down. Sneaky, can he zone?
Oh, he's going to force the flash. No, not a flash. That's blocking away from Cop. No, that was a flash from Dominate.
Dominate. Look at his health.
Yeah, I didn't see him on the map. I didn't realize that was him. But yeah, flash from Dominate. I knew I saw that. So no smite still coming in. Cloud9 will secure this very nicely. Meteos grabs it. Hops to a teammate, and Cloud9 now up 5,000 gold.
Great job by Cloud9, able to stay patient there. Let's take another look at this. So High comes in and they started out. Lemonation with the hook. They also drag Special, so Sneaky's able to move around the side. If you can get to the side of that shield, you can bypass the damage reduction. But again, the Martyr goes down. Great zoning here. Cloud9, look at Cop, he's not able to auto attack because Cloud9 split the team. They were able to separate Cop from his front line, and even though Jax there, Quas got his ward over the side and he was trying to jump over. Meteos had his Q on him already, so he was going to be able to follow. But really the key to that fight is the way that Cloud9 separated Cop from his front line so that even though they've got this Jinx, this great late game AD carry, not able to auto attack, doesn't translate into any damage for Curse, and a big win for Cloud9 there. Great positioning.
Yeah, absolutely well done by Sneaky specifically as well. He was the guy, the one dude who's zoned him out, and he gets the rocks when that happens. He has to help the fight anyway, so definitely excellent stuff right here. 5,000 gold once again. 4.6 close enough. The lead. Cloud9 have the first 2 turrets in mid and bot lane, but top lane's still ripe for the taking.
We talked about power spikes a lot at the beginning for Cloud9. They have hit those right now. This is where they need to make their strong push. Look, the double Randuins we wanted, they've got it. They've got the Zanyas. They've got the Bloodthirster Trinity Force. They've got the AoE Magic Aura here, even coming in from Lemon Nation, on top of Mikhail's. This is everything that Cloud9 wants. They even have Baron buff. So this is their time to shine. The push from Cloud9 here is going to be crucial.
Well, if Curse can hold it, keep in mind they still have the better scaling. If they can make this one take 15 more minutes, they can keep these turrets alive. Balls right now will take top outer, so progress being made high there as well to help this happen. Looks like second tier is going to be under fire very soon. And Curse just playing in the defense. They're going to lose some more gold as they wait for the structures to fall, but they're going to hold inside for the inhibitors.
2 turrets go down in quick succession for Cloud9, upping the gold lead, also upping the map control. Now even up on turrets. Let's see if they can actually crack the real barrier here, the hardest line of turrets to crack. If they can get inside the base is the real story. They do back off to go spend a lot of that global gold that they just got from all of these wins.
Yeah. And acquire 1 more set and then get their purchases in. Dragon spawns right now.
Cherry on top for Cloud9 here. See if we can take a look at the gold now for Cloud9. How much is everybody holding on to? Yeah, everybody with the global gold right there.
And you're seeing down the line every single roll now out farming the opposition. The specific one being Meteos, who's up almost 2,500 over Dominate. Largely from globals, but also, I mean, 2-1 and 6 is a good score line there. So a lot of really big guys there for Cloud9. It's going to take some time for Chris to catch up with.
Looks like only 2 members went to go by, though, for Cloud9. Just the solo laners here. So they might wait around even longer. Yeah, okay. So they're waiting for the other 3 guys to buy, but look what they did. They stole another blue buff away. That's very strong when you're trying to push and trying to crack into the inhibitor turret line, because Voyboy on Lulu has great wave clear. He's got plenty of AP with the Athenes plus Death Cap. If you can deny that blue buff for him, then maybe that will give you an extra edge that you need to get inside.
Yeah, it could be pretty good for these guys. I like their style too. They're kind of taking the entire map before they recall go for push number 3.
Yeah. Also denying the blue buff from Voyboy. Yeah. Inside the base, he can swing from a side lane up to any other lane very quickly just by spamming his speed buff on himself.
Yeah.
So even though you have TF as Cloud9, Voyboy is fine with defending that lane as Lulu. If he has blue buff, he can move around very quickly and clear the lanes. Denying that, he's going to eventually run out.
So did you know, with Sneaky's build, you actually shouldn't buy Last Whisper third on Corki. Because you have no physical damage spells that matter. So you're better off buying crit.
Yeah, a lot of his AD, or attack damage, portion of his ratios is going to come from his auto attacks. We always talk about how Corki's really split, and the difference between the boots. But I like the third item split as well.
So we'll see, but he's going to mill out with his team. Level 15, they look for the mid inhibitor turret.
Also, just looking at the items here, not a lot of armor even purchased for Curse.
Yeah.
So the penetration is going to be even less effective for him here, because Jack's not going for the Randuins as his second, or as his first defensive item.
Yeah, he's really afraid of just getting bursted out by High into like a couple of rockets. We'll see if Balls tries him as well, though, because he's decently big, and we're seeing the split back and forth. Cop actually using half his health bar. Might be done, I assume, by High to get him that low, but these turrets really aren't taking very much damage here. You're seeing how gun-shy Cloud9 is. Baron buff is off of them. They get a couple of attacks down. It's 1/4 of the health bar off.
All right, so the crunch time is now, because Cloud9, they've only got 1 more wave before Jax is on their inhibitor turret. Cursor trying to hold out with the 4-man squad. Expect to see Cloud9 make their move.
They go for Dominate. Good damage comes in. He's going to repel up into the air, but there comes the dive. Anyway, Balls goes up. Nice knockups come around, and Dominate 1 hit from dead. He goes down. 1 kill picked up now. Balls forced to run away. Oh, he does not take the rocket, though, from Jinx. The turret goes down now. 1 for 0 so far. The fight meters in the front line, but he is tanky. As I mentioned before, someone heal comes out. Special getting healed up. Kill picked up by Sneaky. Now dueling Cop, and Cop is huge. He's forcing him away. The zap does not quite land, but the re-engage from Quas could just be the fight. Can he get enough there? Lemonation is low. 1 hit from dead. They can't quite find it. There we go. Jinx is excited. Balls goes down. Quas falls as well. But can they get High? They've got to be careful. Zap gonna get flashed away. Dodging. Gold card. Damage. Kill picked up. Only Voyboy's alive.
I I love watching fights that are played so well like this. Cloud9, they maneuver the people with very little health left to the back line, and they keep switching them in as their crowd control opens. You get this little window where you can go aggressive once again as the gold cards come out, as the stuns from Renekton come out. Everybody playing that fight so well, swinging to the back line when they're low, and then coming back in for burst damage once they're safe with crowd control. Let's take a look at it here. Cloud9, they rushed this because, as we said, Jax is on the inhibitor turret with the next wave. So they force his teleport back, going for this very deep dive. Now, good focus here on the turret. They finish it off so that Balls does not go down, and Balls is able to survive way longer than he should in this fight. They aren't able to take him down, and the regeneration really helping him out. This is what we're talking about. All three members low life swing to the back line. A couple red cards are very unfortunate for Cloud9, or they would have been able to burst early here, but Lemonation kind of bait there. 2 more stuns come out, and some more damage from Cloud9. Then they run away until another gold card comes up, immediately reinitiate with the gold card, burst comes back in, and Meteos, luckily for Cloud9, does not go down to that glitter lance. So close there for Curse.
That was extremely close.
They still have a window, though. Curse, if they can hold on, you know, they only had that one turret go down. See if they actually fall prey to the Baron Dance, though.
Well, right now, 10,000 gold difference. Looks like Curse are ready to contest this. They sit around the mid lane. Balls has his teleport, though, and a split push in the bottom lane. Of course, that is an opened inhibitor. So a real concern for Curse, who don't have TP for another minute right now on Quas.
You saw how close that fight was, though, for Curse. Curse still have a very real chance of stalling this out and overtaking Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, think about the last fight where Dominate went down. Imagine if he wasn't 3,000 gold down on Meteos. If he had a Randuin's, he survives the initial fight, gets a stun on Corki, wreaks havoc in the back line. That fight goes a very different way. Cloud9 only able to win the fights because of their gold lead when they're diving turrets like this. And again, the clock is still something that is very much against them, so they've got to keep this pressure going. Yeah. The 2 top laners meet up on that southern side of the map. Quas, though, 30 seconds away from TP. Small win for C9. Looks like they're going to clear wards again.
Yeah. I mean, we have been sort of looking at this game a lot from Cloud9's perspective, but that's because there's more pressure on Cloud9 to make the play and to perform, because there is that timer where Curse can... Ooh, it looks like they are going to go for the Baron Dance.
Pretty risky. Health bar's getting low. Meteos running out in a little bit. TF ulti comes in. Will he find something? Yes, he goes for Dominate. Chompers come down, hits up high. But you're going to see Dominate now in the front lines to jump in. The hook, the stun, the damage. And they pick up 1 for 0 so far. Jinx Rocket comes out, but Balls tanks it. No damage from the ulti. And in the back line, Quas does what he can, but he can only find so much damage. Meanwhile, Balls cannot be stopped, so Jax goes down. 2 for 0. Meteos and Balls, the tank line just will not go down. 3 kills picked up. And now Curse running away, dodging away from the slows and getting out to their base.
And you see the difference in endgame here with Renekton and Jax. Jax does have the advantage in smaller fights where he's not getting spammed with crowd control, but where Balls is deep in Curse's 4-man squad and where Quas is tanking up the Cloud9 squad, those 2 guys don't get to do much except soak up damage. Quas was... Oh, this is going to be the end of the game. We'll wrap that up later.
Turret number 1 goes down. Turret number 2, the focus. Now 3 versus 5 inside the base. Do Curse have enough right here? They're going in for the Nexus. There comes the special on the side. Gets hooked up with the damage still going in Nexus. A couple hits from Dead. They're going to be able to get it. Stuns come out, and there's the game. Cloud9 make it happen.
Well, congratulations to Cloud9 there. They were able to ride that mid-game wave that we were waiting for. Yeah, very successfully. It was a really close game, well fought by Curse. They made some very, very impressive early game moves to even up that gold and keep it even in the early game. Yeah, not letting Cloud9 snowball very early on, but a couple crucial team fights late for Cloud9. Some very good TF initiations. Yeah, pulled it around for them.
The one I got a question on Curse's side, though, is that first big dragon fight. We've talked about Quas not having TP available, knowing that Balls did, and they're like, cool, guys, let's fight 4v5.
Yeah.
And they went 1 for 3 just for a turret kill.
That was really what swung it in favor of Cloud9. And they will regret that one and look it over, but it's a small mistake. A couple of seconds really making the difference there. What I was going to say about the Jax versus Renekton, it doesn't matter how well Jax scales in the late game because he's not able to auto-attack. If he's in the middle of 4 members, he was constantly crowd control. in that last fight. And Renekton, Balls, was happy doing the same thing because all he is a giant meaty tank sitting in the middle of 4 members. And he's actually burning people down with his ultimate while he's sitting in crowd control.
Yeah.
So that's how you equalize the end game of Renekton and Jax.
Yeah.
Fill both of them up with crowd control.
I thought that was actually really interesting, the difference in builds. And I know the standard Jax build is Ruin King Triforce into tanky. So Balls went full tank that time, right? Sunfire into Randuin's into, I believe, Banshees, or that was like, he was at like Cowl at least. So completely full tank. And you saw him just like jump on top of Jinx and being like, I'll tank your rockets, I'll tank everything, you won't touch me. I wonder how long it'll take for Jax players to stop going to offensive items. Because I've seen many times now all the Jax is getting punished because they can't get into 30-minute team fights because they die right away. They can't actually threaten the back lines.
So it's changing your build with the change in playstyle. If the game necessitates you tanking more, then I would definitely suggest that we see more Jaxes skip the second offensive item.
Yeah.
However, if you actually do get ahead like that, if Curse were the ones who actually had made that Dragonfight mistake and they were in a better position, then Jax with 2 offensive items, split push, we've seen so many times, can't deal with it.
Yeah, he creates so much pressure on his own if you don't have a play to make. But again, you saw C9 look for the initiations. The hooks were great from Elimination. They would catch the jungler out, and it was enough, actually. Just like, yeah, hook dominate. And it's like, he's a tank. Well, kind of, but you still got to try. And it was impressive me. I liked how it went for C9. So, guys, a quick reminder, you can show your team's spirit by logging into League of Legends and picking up their LCS summoner icons.
Cloud9, Curse, and the rest of the North American and European LCS teams' icons are available for a limited time.
And if you're the indecisive type, bundles are also available. So, you know, if you want to just like change every day, if you want to be a fair weather fan, be like, you know, Cloud9 won today, but TSM's up next. So.
Or if your pick changes based on your fantasy matchups of that
That's
week,
true.
then you could change who you're rooting for.
I like the comic that came out today with the guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to vote for LMQ, except, you know what, Shao don't get any kills. Unless you kill Crumbs, because then it's okay, because then Dignitas will go on tilt, because they're against one of my other teams. You just have a really complicated rooting structure.
Yeah. Shout out to Skyken.
Yeah.
Can you say it?
Yeah. Something like that. I forget. I feel bad that I don't remember
European, kind of.
But he's cool. I like him a lot. Anyway, guys, we're going to send it now over to Riv and Jat, who are joined by Cloud9's bot lane, Sneaky Elimination.
Epic conversation, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And we are joined by Sneaky Elimination after the victory over Curse. Quick question to you guys. Lemon, for you, I guess we'll start. Coming out of Champion Select, you kind of gave him a lease and a few other things that Curse likes to play quite strong. They took on LMQ with a few of those picks last week. Was it kind of in your head at all during picks and bans?
No, we basically got a very good comp ourselves, and we kind of just want to play our own kind of strengths. We had TF with kind of really strong lanes, and we could just make plays all over.
I do want to ask about giving up Braum again, because he's been so highly picked, especially in the LCS NA, and you did play one game on him last week. Why did you decide to let it go through so late into picks and bans?
I feel like if I'm on more of a playmaking champion like Thresh, I can just apply a lot more pressure than Braum can. Braum gets really strong if he's ahead, like in teamfights, where he can block so much damage, but it's really hard to get ahead if you're not making plays.
Sneaky, going into the AD carries mine, we see the 2v1s, we see the 2v nuns, I should say standard lanes, not 2v1s. But what do you prefer as an AD carry? Kind of, we haven't really seen what you're branding yourself with a play style coming into the summer split. Do you actually like to play aggressive? Do you want that laid-back farm lane? How do you like to play it?
I like the 2v1 a lot because I usually come out of it with a BF longsword. So I'm really strong at that point in the game. And before that, I'm just like free farming, and I'm usually against their top laner, which is usually a free kill sometimes if they overextend and like try and fight for CS and stuff. So it's like really easy advantages, I'd say, compared to 2v2, where you actually have to worry about the jungler coming in and fighting the 2v2 in general. It's a lot more riskier.
Yeah, and getting back to the game a little bit, the overall matchup, Curse was sticking very close in gold and what looked to be a stronger late game composition. Was that worrying you guys a little bit, or was that kind of how as planned for the game?
They were doing quite well mid-game until the Dragon fight where we turned out way ahead.
We actually had that Dragon fight, if we could pull it up on the screen. Right. Maybe you could walk us through why it was such a bad idea for them to go in there. If we can just pull that up right now, so let me take us through it.
We basically had the much stronger top laner with Renekton, and he was actually able to come in and basically guarantee the fight win. So them fighting it.
Because at this point, were you just baiting to hope that Jax, or because you knew he didn't have the teleport and just daring him into not coming?
Yeah, and Balls at this time was just extremely strong. And basically they just fall to our team fighting.
Yeah, I was just in the back just staying away from all the dangers of their team comp.
What kind of has pushed Cloud9 into this wanting to have global pressure on the map? Last few splits, we've seen Cloud9 kind of control a game from finish to end without going back to TF, without going to other picks. Why now back to the kind of the global pressure and control game?
I think it's always been kind of viable. I think right now it just came into this game being a very strong pick. I think it's just this game specifically.
And do you feel like after the Dragon fight happened right there, was that control of the game, or did you still have to make more plays afterwards? Because it did seem fairly contested for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a very strong late game comp if they can ever get there, but we have such strong picking and such high pressure on the map that they had to like fight everything and kind of play extremely safe, and we just took advantage of it slowly.
What makes it most difficult when you're playing against Curse in that type of situation? A team that can almost come from behind in kills and gold and kind of take those fights. How do you pick and choose which ones to get?
I mean, you just got to look for the good ones.
It's a lot easier with TF just because we can ult and see where everybody is. And we're like, yeah, these guys alone, go for them.
Yeah, and Sneaky, actually, we have another replay if we could pull this up on the screen as well. This was a little bit later into the game as you guys are trying to find the fight near the bottom inhibitor. Once again, while Jax is gone. Actually, walk me through this as your 80 carry perspective.
That fight got crazy, didn't it? Got
a little bit messy.
Yeah. So we made the call to try and go on this because there's a big wave coming, and then we just go on dominate. And I'm sitting there hitting the turret. There was no one for me to really hit, and then I basically stay on the turret because no one ever comes in my range until later. And I think Hai was calling kill the turret there, and now we're fighting, basically.
And it ended up being a very close fight here. Were there cohesive calls to fall back, or was it just more of an organic thing because everyone knew they were low?
It was kind of a fight call from Hai because he didn't know we were also low. So then we were like, oh, we're low as Jesus because now we're all running. And if that got a kill, then Jinx may have killed everybody, but Hai ends up getting a gold card, and he's like, we can turn on this, and then we turn and kill him.
Really, really close fight because clearly if a few things would have went the other direction, that fight maybe would have swung it.
Yeah, I think if Jinx got an earlier reset on somebody like Lemon, if he didn't get out before the Jax killed him, then he may have killed everybody, but ended up going in our favor.
All right, guys, seems to definitely be coming together. A few more questions for you before we let you go. Coming up in this split now as the winds start to fall in your favor a little bit more, what is Cloud9 doing to kind of bring back that champion title that you guys have had the last two splits?
What do you think?
I think we've been trying to just get a lot better practice. Actually, this week, since we had to play so early, we were doing 3 scrim blocks a day, which we normally do 2. So we were getting a lot more practice in, and I think it really helped us a lot. And I don't know, we don't really have much time for solo queue, so we're all just spam team-oriented stuff.
LMQ is also your next matchup this week, and last week they went 1-1 against Curse and EG. Do you guys sense any type of vulnerability there, or are they still fearful as a first-place team?
LMQ is an extremely strong team, and I think the only reason they actually gave up a game last week was because of their cast didn't give up, which didn't pan out for them. So I don't think they'll make the same mistake again.
All right, well, best of luck in the matchup. You guys going for the top of the scoreboards. We still got more games than you can shake a stick at. After the break, Team Solo Mid will test their mettle against the first-place Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you.
Stop trolling.
Okay. Focus, Ian.
He jumps away, but boy, oh, the wild card's missed, but Midas picks up the kill. Now Special goes down as well. Lemonation is low. One hit from Dead. They can't quite find it. There we go. Jinx is excited. Balls goes down. Balls as well. But can they get high? They've got to be careful. Zap gonna get flashed away. Oh! Dodging. Gold card. Damage. Kill picked up. Only Boy's alive.
Just kill this guy when he spawns. Kill them. Kill them. Fight. Kill Jax. I'm on Lulu. Lulu's low. Ball's gone, Lulu.
You need to kill Jax?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Kill Jax. Push. Let's go. Just don't have flash. Keep on. He's dead. Chase.
for the North American LCS. It's on to our next course, Team Solo Mid versus Dignitas. Now, Kobe TSM is riding a wave of momentum. They finished 2-0 last week, looking like a way better team than before.
Yeah, they really do. And their new coach, LocoDoo, has already had a positive impact on the team. They came into week 4 with a plan for Champion Select, and it really worked out for them. Bjergsen returned to an assassin champion with Yasuo. Then Amazing put pressure on the mid lane to start that snowball early. And, you know, as we saw in the preview show, Bjergsen's mechanical magic was on full display when he came up with that flashy 1 vs 2 double kill to get out of a close situation where they ended the game soon after.
Yeah, but he looked awesome while doing it. So that was a momentous week when you consider it was only TSM's second win against Cloud9 out of 16 possible attempts. But Dignitas didn't have the same luck when they faced off against C9 the next day.
Yeah, the team had a rough start in Champion Select, and later they admitted that they weren't happy with how they handled it. For example, Crumbs went back to Nocturne after a successful game the previous day, but he was a little bit too squishy this time around, and he was quickly taken out in teamfights. When Dignitas is playing well, everyone feels very confident, but when you see them lose so decisively, you gotta wonder, you know, are they still susceptible to the streaks that Dignitas have been known for? You know, going on big winning streaks, followed up by lost streaks.
We'll see if they can keep this one afloat in this one. The last time these two teams met, TSM lacked a plan, but even with their renewed focus, they say they've still got a tough road ahead.
I think the match that we had against TSM in week 2 really showed the areas that they're struggling with. I think TSM plays way too passively. They're just trying to wait for the opponent to just trip on their own mistakes. They're playing not to lose, not to win.
I learned that we can't go into the game playing volley bear.
The volley bear getting locked in.
Our problem against Dignitas last time is we had no win condition. Our win condition was if they play bad, we win.
We focused too hard on getting a certain type of composition and didn't pay enough attention to what they were picking. They have 5 players that consistently do well, and that's what makes them such a good team.
To say that they've grown a lot, have improved to a much higher level would be false. So I still think that we're going to be able to come out ahead and beat them.
Now that Dignitas is a stronger team with strong solo laners and a really, really strong jungler who can get vision for and support his lanes, they are a really, really big threat.
I like hearing the different opinions of players. I talked to Muniz yesterday, and he said TSM's the best team in North America now. So some people think
people
things.
change based on who they're scrimming against, too. And as we've seen, scrims don't necessarily translate into LCS success. So
yeah, I had a couple of teams who've had very different results there out of the scrim box. But we're going to send it actually down to the stage where Riv is standing by with Dignitas' coach.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Rivington here with Scara. Now, a few questions before you guys go for bull cuts and base races as you start out this one. A few choice words you just told me. You said this was going to be a bleepin' bloodbath. Why is that?
I don't know. I really think that this game is going to devolve into a slaughter, and then some team is just going to get painted in red. I don't know what team it's going to be, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of fighting in this game.
All right, so it seems like you guys did your homework coming into the last game. We heard just a bit ago in the video, they don't want to pick Volibear again. It seemed like something you kind of pinched them into. What are you going to do to make that happen again?
Well, we'll just have to hope they lose their minds today to pick that again. But we have a good strategy coming in, so we don't need to depend on that one. And honestly, the team has been doing really well this week. I'm hoping this is going to be the best game of the week.
All right, final question, Scara. There's been a lot of changes for Dig from last season to this season. Just in the house, what's one big mentality change you just kind of see throughout everybody, throughout the team that kind of has put you guys in your first place?
I just think everyone wants it more this season, which is weird because I feel like everyone wanted it last season, but they just upped the ante this season. Like everyone's playing without being told. They're solo queuing into the night, and that kind of dedication is what's actually allowing us to be first place, or tied to first, I would say.
All right, well, best of luck to both teams. I hope you don't come out of this with a bowl cut, man. All right, everyone, we're going to send it back to the desk for the cast.
Well, you heard him. Bowl cuts not part of the plan for these guys.
I love it when the players and the coaches raise the stakes of the games like this. Now everybody's super excited because this is a very real bet.
Yeah.
They shook hands right here.
Haircuts are on the line. I would bet too, but I don't have enough hair to do it, so it wouldn't even affect me. Let's dive right now into the starting lineups on the blue side. Team Solo Mid, Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Glebe on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid shifter, AD carry Cutie Pie. And supporting, of course, Kiwi Kid, already sporting that bowl cut. He's a trendsetter here.
Which bet did he lose?
Well, actually, I forget what it was. Rib said what it was. It was some little bet.
Oh, so that's actually
It
not
actually
his,
was a bet. Yeah,
okay,
he didn't
it wasn't
do
his
that on
choice.
purpose.
All right, well, then he didn't think far enough into the future.
It was something
hopefully.
on his stream.
Okay, well, it happened for him, so congrats to the stream viewers. Maybe it was like a sub goal or something, I don't know.
Now, here's my question
we all
to
got to
you.
enjoy it.
Who do you think would look better in a bowl cut, Scara or LocoDoo?
I think LocoDoo would look better.
I want to see the selfies Loco starts taking after he has a bowl cut.
Yeah, will he like bring back like crushed hearts and broken dreams afterwards as well? Like every.
We don't
time.
want to bring that back up. That's a dark time in Loco's life, Freak.
Well, don't worry, he's made it back in the NALCS one way or another. And so, congrats to him, of course. So, all right, so Dignitas, every time it feels like they start the weeks out strong. Like, generally speaking, I feel like they start out really, really well, and then Crumbs says the next game's going to be easy, and then they lose at the last game of the day. That's like the recurring trend for these guys, but I think they always seem to come in very strong when they start the week out.
Yeah, I hope for Dignitas' sake that they are not just laughing these games off, because whenever they lose a game, they kind of shake it off very quickly, and they're like, it's okay, we know what we did wrong, no problem, we're still the best. I hope that they are taking it very seriously when they do go home and they're working with their coaches and they're practicing and they're going over these games, because if you do kind of have that attitude towards all your losses, then they will accumulate and kind of sneak up on you. And if you don't fix these problems, the root cause of the problem, then it will only persist throughout the rest of the series. And we are closing in.
Absolutely,
we're on halfway here, and then after this split, this is everything. This is people fighting to go to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean we've done 10 to 11 games per team out of 28. So you can do the math there. We're more than a third of the way through, absolutely. You said closing in on half within a week and a half. And so when Rib talked to Scara said, no, everyone like really wants it, like more than last year, more than every time before. Like they're all practicing really hard, putting in a lot of extra hours because they really want this. And so I trust that they're putting the dedication in. Right? Like I don't think I've seen them lose 2 in a row this split.
They just have that vibe, Dignitas, that they're so
they're really jovial.
They definitely have that vibe.
Yeah.
They're serious, though.
But I think it's good that they're always lighthearted about it. Like, I know so many teams throughout, like, competitive history where it's like when they get behind, they just lose all coordination because they're all, like, tunnelling on individual mistakes, thinking back in the past. They're just, like, they shut down as a unit, and the game's done. And, like, maybe even the week is done for them. The fact that Dignitas get to shake off a loss and say, look, we'll look at our mistakes another time. Like, we'll deal with, what happened in the CLG game another day. Right now we've got to focus on what are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do the next day? What are we going to do with the match coming up? And I think that's the right way to do it.
What are they going to do right now, Freak? Because
pick champions.
Yeah, the pick ban phase, both of these teams have put so much emphasis on how poorly or how well they've done in pick bans. The game last week for Dignitas definitely did not go according to plan for them. And TSM have had their fair share of games where they definitely botched the draft phase here. Again, though, everybody's still happy for Dig. He's just got that disarming smile. He'll put you at ease.
Absolutely. Well, right now, though, speaking of getting put at ease, they removed some of the assassins from Bjergsen, because I would not want to fight one of those if I were any member of Dignitas. Elise dropped away from Crumbs, Ziggs, Jax, also the bans. Lee Sin ban means, will they first pick Eve, or does that put Amazing on something that's not his top tier? Will it be Volibear?
Well, we can get that AD carry pick out of the way just because everybody loves Lucian. Twitch is still up. However, so are things like TF. So many mid lanes actually still up with a lot of mid lane bans here. 3 mid lane bans. They still have, TF, Nidalee, Yasuo, all 3 of those circling. Early Lulu lock-in doesn't really give away anything, doesn't have to go mid. Zion has played a fairly beastly Lulu top as well. So good early flex pick there from Dignitas, not giving away too much, except for the Braum. That's a melee duo lane already going to show here for Dig. Let's see what TSM can use to go into that lane, because if you want to actually take a strong solo laner and then use like a Lucian plus Zyra or something, and just fully heavy harass early from range, like Lemon was saying, sometimes it is hard to get ahead on Braum if you don't get to the point where you have enough defensive stats to actually take hits. Then it doesn't matter if you jump in front of somebody, because you'll just go down quickly first.
Well, see if that's the case right now. 2v0s, people don't tend to even be in the crosshairs anyway. Hit maybe some turrets with plants, but you pretty much hide.
Hey, let's talk about Amazing's jungle pick here, because that's been heated source of debate for not only TSM fans, but all of the League of Legends fans. See how Amazing does perform on somebody who's outside of those 4 top junglers.
Yeah.
Jarvan, he does actually have a fairly squishy early game. He is susceptible to counter jungling.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Amazing goes the route that I'm really passionate about, which is maxing your shield second for Jarvan, especially with all the recent buffs to it, or if he just goes full offensive and does the standard flag and drag max first, which, yeah, you get more burst damage for jumping in on somebody, but you lose out on so much survivability.
Yeah, I think in a game like this, you do max shield second. Like, you're not running like a Twitch plus like a Jax top lane or something, so you've got really not a lot you need to amplify here.
Even Lucian, like, yeah, you get some more culling shots, but he's not really attack speed based. He's definitely one of those spell slinger style AD carries, so we'll see. Hopefully he does, well, we're just, hopefully for my prediction's sake, he'll go for the shield second.
Syndra comes through, of course, we saw the Shyvana. Nocturne still picked up, though, as well for Crumbs to keep in mind. So he's gone back for that pick, I think 3 times in a row now. Evelyn doesn't go through, so apparently, screw the tier list, let's pick what you want to play.
So the thing is, I do like the heavy damage Nocturne in this situation because they have so many shields to supplement his defensive prowess. He can block a spell, and then he's going to be doing so much damage, he actually sustains a lot in the team fights just by auto-attacking. With shields from Ori and Lulu, he's got a lot of offensive power that he can even zone with here. So it's a great front line, actually, for QtPie on Jinx. I really like this offensive Nocturne, but this time around, not only do they have a Lulu, but they also have Orianna. So 2 AP sort of semi-support solo laners to go along with this offensive jungle. If Crumbs can get going, he is now set up to carry this game. It's really going to be a lot on his shoulders. Whereas QtPie, it looks like a lot of pressure will be taken off of him because there's so much pressure up front with the Nocturne jumping in with Shockwave that in Dig's case, they're hoping that QtPie will be able to fire with impunity from the back line.
Yeah, and you heard what Lemonation said as well a couple minutes ago, saying with someone like Braum compared to Thresh, you want to be able to get a lead on him before you get to really do anything. And the 2-on-2 lane actually doesn't look that good for Dig, so maybe they look to swap on this one, but we'll see what happens. Before we actually start the battle, let's see who you guys think is going to be victorious. According to LOLesports.com, it's actually going to be TSM leading Dignitas 55-45.
A close vote. Very, very hotly contested matchup here. Keep sending your picks in, though, throughout the entire game. You just tweet us at LO Esports, and you use the hashtag either TSMWin or DIGWin, depending on which coach you want to see in a bowl cut.
That's true. You got to go the other way, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just got to make
sure. It still depends on which one you want to see in a bowl cut.
Well, that's true.
I didn't say vote for the one you want to see in a bowl cut.
It's just if Scara wins, he won't have the bowl cut, so make sure you keep that in mind with this one. So loading into the Rift there, looks like everyone's going to be happy with this one. The Syndra mid lane is going to be fun. He basically blind picked that one, assuming the Lulu could be swapped around. The Shyvana, I noticed she had like a really good win rate in LCS so far. 20-7 is very impressive.
The thing about Shyvana, with the popularity of this teleport, with the giant reduction in cooldown when you go to turrets, so many people have been taking it. Shyvana is a very easy champion to play with teleport, because once you teleport into a fight, not only do you have this giant gap closer with your ulti, but she also has a speed boost right after that with burnout. So even if your teleport is a little bit off, you can get around a flank very, very quickly with her.
We'll see how Dyrus performs in the champion of this game. We are on to the Rift, 26 seconds in. Lots of pings and lots of places for both these guys.
Yeah. Really early top-heavy movements from Dig. So maybe they will opt for this switch. Looks like they may be setting up for a blue buff invade. Let's see if they go for the later invade here from Dignitas, going towards the blue side. Now, swapping a Jinx is always nice because you can get a lot of turret damage down very quickly. You don't even have to take the turret, though. I love it when the teams just get them very low, soften up the turret, and then you keep it low for when you actually want to get that influx of global gold for your team, and you're ready to make a move. Because you want that turret for denying minions for the early game. However, when you're ready to make the move, if it's easy to knock down, then you can pretty much chain that with your follow-up moves here. TSM, though, with a counter invade. Let's see how this one
All right,
rolls out.
Make their way forward. And this is a nice little ward. Crumbs puts it over the wall, so he will be able to spot the camp as it's cleared. Be able to spot any wards TSM puts down, and they've been surrounded. Do put one in. They do have to be a little bit careful on this one. They have a way out.
Let's see if Mason can draw anything on the ground with the Dust Trail.
They sent Bjergsen away. This could have been a 5v4 collapse.
Are Dignitas actually going to pull the trigger here, though? TSM waiting a long time in here. Numbers definitely against them as well if Dig decide to go for this.
Oh, wow.
They've got a pincer move. They can... Bjergsen's going to lane. This is 4 for spot. Oh, he misses!
The slow on Glebe. Glebe has busy flashes towards his team. That means he's still surrounded. Stun's going to land. Glebe's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up for Dignitas. Yes, it is. Kiwi came to the front line. Crumb's still low. The damage amazing goes down as well. Now Dyrus has to flash 2 shots till he gets stunned. Nothing else quite picked up, but 2-0 Dig is a great way to start.
Great collapse from Dig. The small area there without vision for TSM. They were a little overconfident with that move. Crumbs also, by the way, tried to flash over and smite away the red from Amazing, but Amazing gets off the smite really quickly here. So they see Crumbs on the backside. Good smite, a little bit late on the flash from Crumbs, and he just walks out of this one. Even though they didn't steal that red back, though, it goes disastrous for TSM because they lose the red anyway. Amazing does go down, and it's a pretty good early start here for Dig. Crumbs needs a little bit extra help on this buff, and Kiwi Kid happy to give it to him.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Blue, there we go. There's a smite as well. So red buff went to Zion Spartan, and he's actually in a 1-on-2 right now. So it's gonna actually go mostly to waste here.
Okay, it could buff up his Lulu jungling though. Lulu is not the best at double jungling with someone, so any little edge that Lulu can get for this early game might help out. But you're right. Generally, he's not going to be making a lot of use of that. Unless he goes for some sneaky gank on Bjergsen here.
It's like an 8% slow, like 5 or 8% slow from ranged champions at low level.
Extra deeps.
Yeah, extra deep's definitely nice. Let's see if he gets anything out of this. Bjergsen level 3, same as Shifter. From my recollections of watching Dignitas games so far, Shifter's been having a rougher time in lane of late. They tend to see him down in CS. Typically it's because he roams a lot.
Juke.
Yeah, it was a nice dodge on this one. You actually got some friends coming in. He's got to be a bit careful. And this is not the side you expect them to come from. Amazing gets the ward down. They see Zion Spartan. No gank going to come through. It looks like, oh, he steals a small Wraith. 4 gold.
Not exactly a successful invade. Successful roam from Glebe, though. Anytime you get to take out that first pink ward, it's a really big boost. That is most of that first blood money as well.
Yeah.
The early deaths. Even though Dig have the extra gold count up top, that gold's already been taken out. Well, 100 of it.
Yeah, definitely a portion of it for sure. An early deep ward comes out as well. Glebe actually opened boots, by the way, if we didn't notice that one.
Crumb's really dangerous. He's playing super greedy like a top laner here.
He's in range of the play. The damage comes in. Can he drop this hook? From the brush, it's going to be a bit harder. Can he spell shield? Does not spell shield anything useful. Crumbs goes down.
That was such a greedy play since he doesn't have flash from the early game shenanigans. You know, a lot of times we've seen top laners get into this situation. Pretty much all the North American top laners have learned over time, don't do that. Don't stand under that tower because it's not worth it, especially without a ward here. Crumbs does pay for it though, and swings right back in Dig favor here. Ooh, they're still in there.
A bit of a danger there. Dyrus and Amazing right around. Let's see, Zion has flash. Kiwi Kid does as well, so maybe they get out from this one. Walter still pushing up level 4 and 3, and there's a push onto the turret. Dyrus comes around. They've got to get away from this one. He's going to jump to him. Kiwi Kid's going to sacrifice himself. Unless he gets to a minion, there's the jump in, the shields, and everything he can do, but no.
Back on Glebe.
Ignite is on turret. Shot's not going to land anymore, and he's going to stay safe. So TSM have answered all the kills back, and they're equal in gold.
It's a pretty good job there by TSM, swinging this one right back around, but I think it has a lot to do with actually just mistakes by Dig. So, you know, congrats to TSM on capitalizing on the movements here from Dig, and a little bit of greed, I have to say.
Yeah. Now, right now, Bjergsen still holding the line. Shifter actually equal CS between these two. And these are two of the guys in contention for best mid lane in North America last split, and they're holding very equal to each other right now, so gotta say as expected.
Yeah, and I didn't talk about it in Champion Select because, you know, I got tricked last week when Syndra was picked against Bjergsen, but this is one of his old go-to champions. He loves Syndra. You know, when he was over in Europe, he spammed this champion a lot, both in solo queue and he also used it in the European LCS, so extremely comfortable on it, and glad to see him back on something like this. He's the type of guy that will get these kills you don't expect off screen that the camera won't even catch.
Yeah.
By bursting someone down 100% to 0. Yeah, camera gets a little nervous after we say that.
Hey, no damage, all right? He's 6, but now you got to keep it there the entire rest of the game. Purexon 6, can't go away.
Yeah, and let's see what...
a lot of wards. Ward Slayer, 3 so far this game.
Now, I like this move. TSM roaming a lot with Glebe with the early sweeper. Getting behind PewDiePie.
Traps come down. What? Can he dodge the flag and look for the hook? He doesn't even go for the EQ.
Great minions. Great minion line right there. Aiding PewDiePie. And what looked like a good move from TSM, you know, they kind of foiled that one. And Dignitas take advantage. This time it's actually Dig taking advantage of a TSM move. And they're able to strike back here. This should be a good chunk of gold as well as the timer. There's been, I don't think there's any ward there for TSM, so they will not know the second timer for Dragon either.
They can guess maybe at the movements on the map, but that is it for these guys. I actually was also impressed if you guys saw that. Kiwi Kid's aggro dancing was very, very good.
Yeah, a lot of the supports have been getting much better at that because these early Dragons have become so common. If you want to take these 2.5, as we just saw, or 3.5 minute Dragons, you really need to juggle that. You can't be lazy and just face tank the early Dragon, or else you lose it up on so much map pressure just by how low your champion gets from doing it.
Okay. Well, speaking of map pressure, there we're going to send PewDiePie now to the top side of the map one more time because, well, nothing to teleport to, so he's going to sit here against Dyrus, and that TP might not be useful for him.
And even though the TSM first move up to that top lane was unsuccessful, they left behind so much vision that they can repeat this move. They've got Pink Ward in the river, guaranteeing that their path won't be seen, and then they have some deep vision on that red side as well. So they might look to try and keep down this Jinx for the early game.
I'll see if they can make the repeat visit. So far, Jinx has not gone down that top lane gank. They didn't commit for it too hard, so he's been staying safe, farming up, actually beating Wild Turtle in minion score right here. They've both backed once for BF swords. So pressure is still kind of off for PewDiePie. His flash still up on top of that. Kiwi Kid is joining him. Only level 3, now 4 on Braum. He's got some catching up to do.
That's really common nowadays with the switches because there's so much roam time with the supports that we get this giant level discrepancy. You can see Glebe still level 3 right now as well because he has not been with Wild Turtle for pretty much this entire game. He's been clearing out a lot of wards though. Speaking of which, 7 sweepers have been picked up in this game. Dignitas now actually just coming up and getting a bunch more sweepers. Up on the 10-minute mark, we should have pretty much everybody.
LV pop, there's going to be the flash away from PewDiePie. Traps are actually pretty well aimed in that one, forcing the lantern away. Amazing stays safe, but Cataclysm for Flash, a pretty good trade.
Yeah, especially on the AD carry. It's always a trade that you will take with Jarvan. Crumb's trying to take advantage of that. You see jungler top, immediately make a move bottom. The Nocturne ulti is even more impressive of a cooldown than the Jarvan ulti, so we'll see if Crumbs can make anything happen with it. Nocturne ulti pretty long at this stage of the game. A lot of pressure here on Purexon. See if they go for it. They do have the Lulu ulti as well, so when Crumbs goes in, Zan can knock his target up for the duration for the fear to get off. So it's a really good combo that you do. Nocturne jumps in, starts his fear tether, knock up, keeps him there long enough for the fear to go off. And hopefully for your sake, your target will be dead.
Ooh, a whole bunch of damage in the turret. PewDiePie will not go for it just yet, but you're seeing Dyrus held back.
Whoa!
Gotta be careful. Low health bar pops the ulti. Perfect culling from Wild Turtle. Cannot get any more damage down though.
And he doesn't overcommit to it because he doesn't have very much vision down there. This is something we haven't seen a lot from Wild Turtle, is safe play. Calculated aggression. He goes for the favorable trade and he gets the damage down, but does not overcommit. It would have cost him his life there as well because Crumbs, with his ulti and his flash, could have easily capitalized. And even with the summoners of Turtle, taking him down.
Right there is going to stay safe in this one though, and the game stays pretty close to equal, but Dignitas right now up a turret and a dragon early in this game. 1,300 gold lead right there. Wild Turtle still able to pressure the bot lane at least a little bit. This ward's going to die. Down it goes. TSM doing a good job of clearing wards away.
Glee puts the same board down as before, spotted as well by Shifters.
And this is the Buddy Vision squad that we talked about. They saw it. Gleb's he's the brains of this operation.
Made it happen. They're good to go. He's going to be okay. Wild Turtle. Yep, going to stay safe in this one as well. So the first backs have come through. Bloodthirster down for Cutie Pie should be the exact same. Yep, it is. Wild Turtle. 12-minute Bloodthirster, both these 80 carries. That's what Sneaky was talking about. It's very uncontested. You're sure to be powerful by the time these fights start. But the 80 carries are similarly powerful, so you can't really say like one team's just going to do better right now. Mid laner's also 3 minions apart. Even the top laner's been 4. So aside from the global gold that's been picked up, and very successfully, I might add, by Dignitas, equal game.
I do want to also note that Cutie Pie here has purchased a pink ward, so he's going to help out with that vision ward, with that vision game a lot here. We don't often see that from AD carries, but it's a good early pickup from him, especially since they are trying to control this roaming Jarvan who's looking to pick up kills with the Thresh. This 2-man roam squad here from TSM that has a lot of crowd control if they do catch somebody off guard from that Fog of War. Man, Bjergsen just cannot take down that blue one.
Nope. He's killed little guys.
It's a long-standing battle. Yeah, he's inflating his CS numbers. There you go.
And then he's like, amazing, kill this thing. I want another 3 CS in a minute. It's raising his stats. He's lying to you guys, though, on levelesports.com. It is worth fantasy points, though. So he's doing the
very
TSM fan service.
Increase in fantasy points for CS, though.
One of you guys going to win this week by 0.09 points, and you'll thank Bjergsen for that.
All right, Dragon up in 10. Teleports up for both top laners. Both top laners can also interrupt each other. We'll watch the distance that they have. Looks like Dignitas actually would like to face tank this Dragon, and TSM are happy to trade mid. Nope, they're roaming down. Should be a collapse here. Ulti goes off early to deny vision.
Ooh, denies all division. Looks like it's going to be going down rather rapidly for Dignitas. They get that one. Hook comes out for Glebe, lands it. Kiwikid ulti comes out as well. They're going to spam CC, but Kiwikid is going to go down for his troubles. But hey, Dragon for a kill, not too bad.
Hey, that's a support kill. And not only did they get the Dragon, they also got the teleport out of Dyrus.
Ooh, what a spell shield. Kept himself safe. Summoner heal used as well by Cutie Pie. And did get away with some summoners lost, to be fair.
Yeah, so they had to burn a couple flashes in the end there. It was a good chase by TSM. They didn't want to let him get away with that because a Dragon for a teleport and just 1 kill, pretty good trade there for Dignitas. They're able to get that global gold down as well as the advantage here for Zion. Zion on Lulu, happy to just walk his way down because of the speed buff. But really, can he make anything with this next teleport? Shifter shows you how to control that Wraith camp, by the way.
Yep. Maxing W first on Orianna. It's a different build. We don't see it all the time. Nice juke by Wild Turtle. Looks like he's pretty swift despite his name. Gets out of the way of the skill shots. Kiwikid gonna just chill in the dual lane.
Turtles can actually move small distances pretty quickly.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Snapper turtles. All right. He got it. There was a rumbling in the crowd. Is he going to be able to finish it this time? Yes, and he gets back to lane without losing any lane minions.
Nice.
That's the key. You don't want to lose any lane minions for that. Meanwhile, up top, Zion has been able to get a lot of extra lane minions himself.
It's good for him, actually. 87 minutes to 73. So yeah, the slightest of leads over Dyrus, but really both these teams happy to play a very measured game right here. Dignitas said that TSM played too cautiously in the interviews before the game. Though really both these teams look to be kind of in the same spot. Wave clear from Wild Turtle. Kiwi Pie gonna tank that, kind of between the two of them. Turret's at half HP. The Jinx turret sieging not really coming into effect yet for Dignitas.
No, Cutie Pie still powering up. Now, Lucian doesn't have bad late game scaling. We always do hype up Jinx late game scaling, but Lucian is no slacker, so Turtle will be just fine.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind actually with AD carries like this is uptime.
Yeah, exactly. More mobility does translate into more damage.
Right.
Especially when you are versus teams that have heavy crowd control and dive like this with Nocturne. Same thing goes with Cutie Pie. You know, how well are these shield solo laners going to be able to let him auto attack when he's faced with this not only Jarvan and Shyvana, but also Syndra stun, extremely long range. It's really, really good at sniping out AD carries.
Yeah, Syndra stun I think is the longest range non-ultimate stun in the game. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think about the other sort of mechanics there, and aside from like Ash Arrow.
Yeah, it is. It is. So that's why they also are fighting so heavily for vision control, because you can utilize that Syndra stun from Fog of War extremely effectively to easily turn around games. So we'll keep our eyes on PewDiePie and his positioning.
The thing about PewDiePie, actually, I'm looking at the builds right now for TSM. Amazing's going early Spectre's Cowl or Aegis. Not Ninja Tabby coming in for Glebe. Dyrus Merc treads, and then he's going towards, I don't know, it's like health but not armor. So if PewDiePie does get ahead of the curve, he's going to shred through the people at TSM.
Yeah, and again, what Dignitas, their plan is here is to have TSM so much focus on Crumbs, you know, with Crumbs turning off the lights and jumping in, especially with that shockwave. They're hoping that, you know, TSM, they're going to have their hands full dealing with this Nocturne and all these shields on him, that they don't have to worry about PewDiePie's safety as much as you usually do with Jinx. So we'll see how effectively that plan does work out, because it seems like they have a good two-threat operation going here for Dig, and some great supplemental damage coming in from the dual APs.
Yeah, definitely. Those guys do scale pretty nicely. I think Orianna gets to be a bit more magey by endgame compared to a Lulu, but certainly...
I mean, look at the way he's building. He definitely is going heavy damage, so this is definitely not a utility Orianna. They've got a pretty legitimate 4 damage threats for Dig.
See how they do right now. Just the constant wave clear back and forth. You're seeing a significant minion lead to the mid laners compared to the top laners, but to be expected in this kind of a gameplay. Both mid laners holding pretty faithfully to the 10 CS per minute mark, 180 plus at 18 minutes. 80 carries just behind them.
Bjergsen cheating a little though, as we saw.
Yep. Like the 3 little race not even worth 1 caster minion. So unfair.
Let's see here how the side lanes do shake out, because you do have to put a lot of your resources to protect this PewDiePie deep farming in a lane that has no turret if you're Dignitas. So not only do you need vision down there, but they've also sent Crumbs to back up the duo lane here. 4 members from TSM though swing down for a little bit.
They're just kind of going back and forth saying, you know, what kind of minion waves are available? What can we look for? But the dives really aren't happening. They're just playing the resource game, and then if they can get the ward coverage to make these happen, then they'll go for it.
And this game can change very quickly. We talked about how many damage threats there are in Dig, but TSM have 2 people going full tank. This is a Shyvana going full tank and a Jarvan jungle as well. He didn't even go with the Spirit of the Elder Lizard, which is very popular solo queue for Jarvan because it feels good to burst somebody down in that combo. He's just gone full defensive tank Jarvan here.
Yeah. I mean, we used to see Lizard in competitive too. Like, this is the first Golem Jarvan I've just seen flat out.
However, he is not axing his shield second. So, yeah. We keep up for it with those buffs. But, yeah, he is going with the extra attack speed for his team, maxing his flag second on that Jarvan. Looks like we may have our first team fight, though. Dyrus heading down the river, going to try and flank. There's a good line of wards for Dignitas. They should not be caught off guard, though.
KiwiKid blocks for the team, and he backs right on out, so mid lane turret goes down for TSM's Dragon pickup. Dignitas continue to hold their 500 gold lead there, and you can see how it spreads out across the team. Pretty much equal down the line.
Yeah, I think it was a great move there by Dig. Very quick. Objective in, and you get it down. Just pull back off. However, since everybody went to farm side lanes, it's very easy for TSM to answer. Dignitas did that on purpose, though.
This is a test, though. TSM 4-man mid.
They valued the solo farm on Jinx so much that they just sent her down to trade turrets. They would not like to give up 2 turrets for one.
Pop the ulti, big damage comes through. Shockwave hits on 3. KiwiKid goes down, though. They're going to answer back on the Glebe. 1 for 1 so far. Crunch flashes. He keeps it, but doesn't find the fear. Wild Throw kites back successfully. 2 for 1 so far. Slow onto Amazing. There comes Zion Spartan, and then shut him down. 2 for 2 this fight. Bjergsen getting hit up. They will land the slow. They will get the kill. A double kill for Shifter. 3-0-2.
Great shockwave right off the bat from Shifter, and then Crumbs goes in to answer. They keep him there long enough for PewDiePie to get back up. Oh! He still gets it.
That was close. It was taking the regen to you right then. Wild Turtle, he will get away. He was getting on top of a ward, and Dig did not greed for the kill.
Did you know you can soft leash those jungle camps 10 times before they hard reset nowadays? All right, so there's a good shockwave. Ulti from Jinx coming in pretty quick there as well. All right, so it may have looked a little bit like Crumbs went in too early, but buying time for PewDiePie to get up there. Whenever you're trying to get away from Lulu or Orianna, it's a hard situation because they have so many speed buffs as well as slows.
Oh, yeah. But the main half is with Dignitas now holding a actually very slender lead because Dyrus did kill the top outer turret during that replay, so they brought it back to a 3-3 turret game. So both teams have killed all 3 outer turrets. We're sitting at a pretty similar Dragon score, and of course 5-5 in kills for the scoreboard up there, so rather close game.
Yeah, with all these turrets going down though, let's take a look at the two teams. Dignitas have a much higher potential for killing somebody very quickly if they're out of position, because everybody's building damage for this Dignitas team. TSM definitely have their fair share of picks, with the Syndra, Jarvan, and Thresh all having pretty good pick potential, but they really need to have people focused if they do catch somebody out of line, because there's not a lot of damage. If it's just Jarvan and Thresh, the ward squad roaming around, and they catch somebody, they don't have damage, even if they catch someone. So you actually have to have something to back up your CC.
We'll see how much backup is going to arrive for these teams, because Dignitas right now forced to defend this 4v4 that TSM are continuing to play aggressively. They are the ones looking to siege every single time. The hook's going to land on the Braum. Pick half health bar though. They got to be careful. Big damage comes out. Will they get him? They're going to look for it. No rocket just yet, but the knock up to Amazing is going to be really big. And they will kill him with the Ignite. Kiwi can take the ulti. He stays alive. 1 for 0. Tyrus gets stunned. He's going to drop into Dragon Form to try to get away, but Crumb's still in the chase. Zap is going to land. There's the haste on up, but wow, the burst comes out. And down goes Crumbs. 1 for 1 in the fight. Both teams have lost their junglers.
Drawback of full damage builds there. Oh, now it's TSM on the chase.
Got to be a bit careful. Dyrus still looking to run up the front line. Science Spartan also going to haste up. Shockwave! Oh my god, will they get Dirksen? Yes, they will. 2 kills picked up on the turnaround. Wild Turtle does not get slow, but TSM forced to run.
Interesting little exchange as both teams underestimate the damage that their opponents still have. But yeah, you can see how exciting it is when one of the teams just builds full damage, because people can die in an instant. Now, that was a good long-range stun from Dirksen to start this up, but Glebe hooks Kiwi Kid. PewDiePie was also stunned right there, and was an available target. Glebe takes a lot of harassment, actually. Amazing is the one to bite the bullet here. Kiwi Kid was able to block Syndra ulti, reducing a lot of the damage, so that was great for TSM. And this is the spot where Crumbs gets a little ahead of himself. The shields were not up. When you do build full damage, you got to work with your solo laners to communicate when your defenses will come back. But the turnaround right here, burst damage coming in, 3, 2, 1, shockwave, rocket, toast.
Toast. Nice and crispy here, thanks to the Flame Choppers of I'm a Cutie Pie. TSM's got to be a bit more careful next time around. 1,400 gold lead for Team Dignitas. They do not get any turrets or any global objectives off that last team fight, just the gold for the kills. The vote actually identical on Twitter to LocoDoo.com. And Dig still continue to look pretty scary though. I had heard a fair bit of hype around TSM for this week, but Dig's still showing that they are an incredibly strong team. Dyrus will push in the bottom lane though here. He's got teleport. Zion kind of defending, but look at this. Dignitas looking for the Baron attempt, and TSM completely do not know about this.
Wow, you know, that's just straight up amazing vision control right there for Dig. They do not throw it around Baron. They secure an easy one, and then they go aggressive. Great Lantern, but Dyrus is actually answering for a turret. No, he's not. He's full tank. He's not answering for anything.
Now that turret's on call waiting.
Now, Crumbs, it isn't going full damage. However, it's not selfish defense that he's building. The magic resist aura here, yes, it helps out your whole team, but doesn't give Nocturne himself tanky stats. So he still relies on the AP solo laners for their shields, for his real tank stats.
Well, they're going to try for Dragon here. Is there going to be a steal? Nope. Good smite there. Ulti by Braum does not catch anything, but Dignitas now hold a 3,500 gold lead. They've still got 3 minutes of the Baron buff. TSM, it'll be hard for them to find ways into the map. They look for the mid lane right here. If Dig don't get there in time, that will be mid tier 2.
They have a wave coming up, though. Decide to face tank it.
Not much time. Kiwi going to take up enough stuff there, and he's going to stay okay. Wave cleared out. Bjergsen gets out as well.
Let's see how well TSM have been able to time ultis as well. Amazing. These blue race.
Yeah.
Very important objectives for both teams.
TSM have found the ways to kill them.
Teleport is up for both of these solo laners. Now, if they get into the split pushing battle, Zion pushes the wave a lot quicker, but he's not going to be able to take down Dyrus, ever. Dyrus, very, very tanky man. And Lulu actually does a lot of auto attacks, so he's going to get slowed by the Randuins, even though it is armor and it's not going to help mitigate. He does have a decent amount of magic resist as well. So there's not kill potential there for Zion. However, he pushes so much faster that he can push Dyrus out.
And so far, it's been working pretty well for Zion. Dyrus is getting most of his farm in these completely solo 1v0 split pushes. And that's kind of going to be a bit of a concern there for Dyrus if he can't win the 1v1s. TSM often relies on him as this extremely consistent sort of rock to situate the team behind. Not necessarily happening right here if he can't make any headway in the 1v1.
Interesting choice here as well by Glebe. He's gone for the mobility for the team, rushing for the speed boost instead of Mikhail's. I mean, there is some targeted CC with the Nocturne Fear or Braum stunts from Dignitas, but they also have a lot of AoE CC. So he's decided that it's just better to try and have the whole team avoid some of it rather than get one person out with a heal. Interesting choice by him. Looking more for that team fight oriented playstyle.
TSM really just trying to buy time. Dyrus, again, on the far side. Banshee's helping him stay alive. Dig stay as 5, though. They will not stop this turret take.
Yeah,
they're going to look for round 3.
Slow but sure, Dyrus is able to get it and answer back. A little bit of gold back in their favor. But as we saw, it's been Dig just slowly creeping up in gold the entire game. Let's see if they can get much else done with the Baron buff, though. Everybody kind of falls back. They have a lot of work to do with vision control to try and clean out TSM's jungle. TSM set up a pretty good defensive set of pinks so they don't get picked off in their own side jungle here. Always got to worry about that with Nocturne late game.
Yeah, and you're seeing that's kind of why these players are playing so safe. You've got so much reach by Dignitas, and for them it's really hard to siege because they're facing the incredible wave clear of Jarvan, Syndra, and Lucian. You know, Dyrus is not going to leave his team until he's ready to, or not going to leave split pushing rather until he's ready to sort of TP into a fight. So Zion's got to be able to push this 1v1 without getting caught up by a Syndra stun. Dignitas need the wave clear, or the ward control, I should say, to make sure Zion can do that without getting caught out.
Yeah, I think one of the big telling things for the next team fight is going to be how well TSM pay attention to Shifter, because last time we saw the exchange middle, they forgot about the ulti, or maybe they just thought that he had already used it. But the Orianna Shockwave is going to be massive. He's 5-0-3 with those 3 completed items already, and he's already got Azanya's as well, so he's not a very easy target to take down. Shifter, while there's so many other damage sources on Dig, you really need to pay attention to that Shockwave and spread out as a team if you're TSM. They cannot, under any circumstances, have Bjergsen next to Wild Turtle. If those two ever get caught in a Shockwave, the team fight will be lost for TSM.
They're the only threats they're jumping in. Kiwi Kid also saves minions as well as Poros and teammates. He's going to put some really good damage down. Actually, Kiwi Kid holding on a Turret Dagger for a short time. PewDiePie gets the damage down. He's excited. Walks on out. Sprints on out, I guess, in this case. Both AD carries at 3 items, and Dignitas slowly make headway. The Baron buff did not earn them much. It got them 1 turret.
And this is really the furthest that TSM have been outside of their own territory in a long time here. After Dig take an objective, shove right up mid. They don't have no vision on either side. They have to worry about these flanks, but they're trying to take advantage of the fact that Dignitas just went back to base. They do get the quick shove, They finally get the gold from that turret, but now Dig actually do start collapsing.
So time and again, TSM find ways to completely counteract whatever Dignitas actually grabs and hold the gold equal. But now Gleb's by himself. Crumbs goes in, forces a flash. Pops ulti for that one. Kiwi Kid now on the wings as well. No zap's going to hit.
Ooh, Nocturne ulti down. However, TSM are funneled inside this jungle pathway. Kiwi Kid now going to have to run for his life.
He's at half health, though. It's going to require some healing by the team to be ready for this one. Wave's going to get cleared out. They have to wait for their own wave, though. 15 seconds away till TSM can push anything else. Top and bot lane nowhere near Dignitas' turrets, so TSM can only go into the jungle. But Dragon's up in 12 seconds right now, and Dig are not in location.
Thing for TSM here, though, yes, they have 2 strong tanks for their front line and some great peeling from Thresh. However, penetration items are starting to come in for Dignitas. They've got 1 Void Staff as well as the Last Whisper for Cutie Pie. Once they get their 2nd Void Staff, once that Shifter acquires his, then even though they've put so much money into all these tank stats for 3 of their members, or 2 of their members, I guess Thresh is still pretty squishy, it will be cut through fairly quickly.
Darius loses the Banshee's Veil here. Cutie Pie has just picked up a red buff for himself on Jinx. Amazing gets the slow. Zap hits him as well. They might look for the way in. Stun goes down to Braum. Bjergsen's a little bit far in his zone. No ulti just yet for Crumbs, but he's almost there. Completed Locket most of Randuin, so he's soon to be pretty tanky. He's actually, I think, slightly ahead of Amazing in tank stats.
Yep. Switched it up. He had enough of the full attack damage Nocturne. Baron numero dos.
Nocturne ulti used, so no vision at all. They can't face check anything, even with Jarvan flags. That's going to be damage going down, and the Baron does get picked up, and here comes the fight. Kiwi get the front line, damage coming through Shifter. Zoned away, who's going down first? Kiwi gets staying alive. Culling comes across, Cutie Pie stays alive, though Amazing getting ripped apart, and now it's on towards Wild Turtle vs Cutie Pie. Who's going to win the fight? Looks like Turtle doing well, but there comes Crumbs back in. Flashes the wall, 1 for 0 so far for TSM.
I feel like that was a bit early on the ulti from Nocturne there. Crumbs. Back. Wards, freak. Wards in good aim.
With our powers combined, Cutie Pie is
Donger Planet.
Donger Planet for Cutie Pie.
Let's take another look at it. Okay, so yeah, the Nocturne ult actually comes off before they even finish Baron, and Darius gets into there. Luckily for Dignitas, Darius is not the TSM jungler, does not have Smite, not able to steal it. Everybody bails on that Baron pit here as well for Dig. And so it is going to be Crumbs sacrificing his life to get the flash out of Cutie Pie. But let's take a look at that ward placement. Amazing walks right by 1. Shot in the back.
Yep.
That's just rude.
Well, hey, man. Jarvan tried to kill him.
Fair enough.
Dirty Demacian do better.
There's the 2nd Void Staff, though, picked up by Shifter. So next fight's going to be even bigger impact from the Shockwave.
I really thought you were going to Bjergsen there.
Huh?
You know how Bjergsen got 2 Void Staffs yesterday? I really thought you were going to be like, wait, 2 Void Staffs for Bjergsen? Aw.
It looks like he's varying his builds this time around. Only 1 so far.
Bjergsen likes his Void Staffs like he likes his Shens. 2 of them every game.
He's like an upward kick, though.
Kiwi Kid not going to be happy with this one. Low health on him, trying to run away, but Cataclysm says no. Kill picked up by TSM. He's supposed to use the buddy system while warding. That was by himself.
All right, so power of Syndra Stun from Fog of War as well. You know, they landed Thresh pretty much everything. This is what they're talking about in the video package. Kiwi Kid himself said, you got to move it slowly, your vision. You can't go face checking late game or you'll get killed. Now, he lasts longer than expected because he's Braum and he put up the shield.
Yeah.
And he actually gets a lot more cooldowns from TSM than expected. I mean, 2 cooldowns. 2 ultis, I mean. There from TSM spent and no follow-up from Dig. But it looks like it will be 2 ultis well spent because there's no more fighting before they come back up here.
Buys him plenty of time to get ward control back, and you see that there are no wards at all from Dig in TSM's territory. Unless I'm missing something. There's like 1 across the river, that's it. Big slow, Darius, gotta be careful.
That's gonna be a long fight if he tries to finish him.
Yeah.
think he's going to be okay. Blue Elixir's picked up, though, by both Shifter and Zion, so Dig looking to press something pretty big with this Baron buff. 1 minute left on that. The Blue Elixirs just now got picked up, so they've got another 2 minutes to go-ish. Blue buff now as well on Shifter for 3 minutes, so they've got a small window here.
Yeah, and Shifter, I mean, we kind of said there was maybe one hole in Shifter's game, which was the CS. Has not been a problem this game, and he's still putting up the crazy numbers, not dying, 5 of the kills from his team. Such a strong, strong fantasy pick player, as well as just overall strong LCS player. Let's see if they can actually make something happen with this Baron buff. They do have it on 2 crucial members, Cutie Pie and Shifter. I believe Zion still has it as well.
Yeah, only Braum and Nocturne died.
Yeah, Zion still has his.
They're staying happy. Looks like Zion will split push the mid lane, but the rest of the Siege. Siege is up top. They swept the blue buff brush. They didn't actually check for the pink wards, though.
Now, this is a really good exchange for Dig. Split pushing, trading your Lulu for the AD carry of TSM is a pretty good trade because TSM have so many tanks on their team, and Lucian is a really key part of their damage. So they do get a little bit done on that turret.
Zion's part going for a trade.
Down.
That's a bloodthirsty, though. He's going to be full health again.
Yeah. The difference here, after that trade, Turtle can easily lifesteal up. Zion does not have any spell vamp. Lulu has to go all the way back to base.
There's actually a really big power spec now for Dig, though, in that they have the Infinity Edge done on their AD carry. You mentioned the 2 Void Staff before as well, and those are really important, but any 5-on-5 that's properly positioned would be one that's won by Dignitas. But of course, TSM won't allow them to have such a 5v5, looking for picks. The other thing to talk about with the items coming in is there's double locket, actually, and that Kiwi Kid bought one himself.
Yeah, that's not very strong for team fights because they don't overlap well. Do have diminishing returns. Ooh, Cutie Pie, a little bit close there to amazing. That's the target they do want to get to the back line on, take him out early. Let's talk about effectiveness of tanks, though. Dig, they only have 1 real tank, which is Crumbs jumping in. Uh-oh, here we go.
Look on a Kiwi Kid, he's got shields, though, stays alive the entire time. Amazing goes down. He overextends, and Kiwi Kid barely takes damage in the back end. So 1 for 0, Dragon backup. That's been going to Dig.
Very unfortunate there for TSM getting picked off. Dignitas collapsing very quickly. Perfect timing as well. Easily able to take the Dragon right after. Should be a good siege here from Dig. They have very good offensive wave clear. And Jinx, no slouch at taking down those turrets in a siege operation. With TSM out of position, this turret is going to instantly go down. Cutie Pie can annihilate that thing.
That's going to be doing... Yep, there it goes. Kill picked up. Shifter claims the credit now, and Dignitas up 6,000 gold. Go for the first inhibitor of the game. 40 minutes in, that goes down as well. And the quick and easy escape. Dignitas are looking very sharp.
Yep, all it takes is a little bit of wandering. Dignitas come up with 2 kills, 2 very quick and easy objectives. And those are very crucial objectives for the team too. Middle inhibitor down. They should easily be able to clean up these side outer turrets now for Dignitas after they go purchase. But anyways, effective tanks here. Crumbs can jump right into Turtle no matter where he is. And he's got the Randuins already. So he's going to be getting those attack speed slows on Turtle as Turtle tries to fend for himself. And then Kiwi Kid, when Crumbs jumps in, Kiwi Kid can jump right next to him and try and get the stun lockdown on Turtle. So even though it didn't look like Dignitas had great dive, they really have a strong buddy system here. And Nocturne plus Braum combo is very, very hard to deal with in the late game here, unless Kiwi Kid keeps getting picked off.
Yeah, he's got a propensity for that one. Only actually he and Crumbs have deaths. Everyone else actually going deathless right now for Team Dignitas.
That's a sign of a good tank line.
Yep. It's even better if they don't die, but you know, at least they're protecting everyone else.
Well. Ooh, good stun on 3.
Shields are there. Kiwi Kid actually just doesn't take damage. Colin comes through. He's all right now. You got to be careful if you're amazing. And the pull comes in. TSM, the whole team stays safe. Shields come out. Kiwi Kid.
Shockwave is still up though, so TSM a little wary about going too hard for this one. Nocturne and Lulu ultis both blown. See if they can actually rotate up top to work with the wave. Pings are actually to Baron though. That's a bold call. 2 ultis are down, but man, Shockwave, a well-played Shockwave.
Nice play by
Wow,
Crumbs.
Crumbs with the prediction there.
That's legit. Well, Dyrus spotted by the ball.
Yeah, TSM, it was definitely a bait. They don't want a chance, a shockwave from Shifter at this point. Inside Baron buff. If Baron decides to rain on you and get that magic damage increase, then it would be very, very terrible news.
Lulu would destroy people.
Solo mid. And Lulu's ultimate is just back up now. Short cooldown, already ready for the next fight. Crumb's itching to go in. His pretty close too.
He's really near the TSM team. He's waiting
Back
really,
up.
really far away.
They've got him
Back
out of
up.
position, but this bottom lane is slowly pushing.
Ooh.
This might spur Dignitas to actually make a move, because they've got a giant wave crashing on bottom turret.
They have not sent anyone over just yet. Actually, it's just Crumbs clearing away wards, and they're going to rely on the turret to defend itself, and I'm not sure how well that's going to go, to be honest. Oh, yeah, that's a good amount of damage to the cannon minion there. We'll see how that progresses over time. Dignitas are going to send Zion Spartan over that way. He does have teleport, though, so he should be able to clear that and keep that safe. And thankfully, those inhib turrets do regen with that wave that will stay alive.
TSM with another attempt at a Baron bait. I don't feel like Baron baiting is that strong against this team from Dignitas, because they have so much damage. It's extremely dangerous to be caught inside that pit. But again, TSM going right back to the pit. See if Dig can play this one effectively. They have effectively cleared out the vision, so good ward sweeping here from TSM.
And they're going to go in for this one. Crumbs into the front line. Dyrus on the side, but he's now completely alone on this fight. Using a lot of health. No damage comes out from the Cullen. Kiwi going to have to be a bit careful. Some rockets come out, stun onto Amazing. Crumbs still goes in. Says, no, guys, we can go mid lane instead. Dignitas go for that one. Now they run towards Baron.
So a large chunk of Dyrus health traded for Kiwi Kids. Crumbs, not only does he not have an ulti, but he doesn't have any mana either.
Gotta be careful. Dyrus is gonna heal back up with the home guards. He's got teleport, so TSM gonna be at full power. He will teleport onto the lantern. This could be an important fight, and there we go. Kiwi Pie into the back line. Zion Spartan stuck in the Baron pit. They pick up Crumb. A big shotgun catches a few, but there's no kills coming through. Shifter staying alive so far. Amazing gets the slow, goes back in. The knockup. Cutie Pie gets a kill. Can he get out though? He's trying to run away, and he does. Dyrus goes down. The Wild Turtle goes in, but he can't get the kill. Only Glebe and Björk can survive the fight.
It was a good collapse from TSM. However, Turtle focused on the end there, trying to finish off Cutie Pie. Two solo laners still up. The two APs. Bjergsen's on the run.
Zion Spartan with the slow, kicks the kill up, and now only Glebe is alive against three. Dignitas take down the inhibitor one more time. They've got a cannon minion as well. They could win the game.
And this time it's Zion teleporting back in with full health. Dignitas to take the match.
Wow.
And LocoDoo to take the bowl cut.
Bowl cut, TSM's coach, a 44-minute win and a retention of first place here for Team Dignitas. Excellently played game. Slow and patient for sure. That Baron call. Zion Spartan said Baron had a 4-week cooldown. And that was the climactic fight. I'm a Cutie Pie. The fact that he kited that fight out was so important there.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at a replay from that last Baron, because that's exactly what decided the game. That was so close to going in TSM's favor. They had really strong positioning with Dyrus teleporting back in full life. But Dignitas play it well, spread out. They got on the backside of the Baron pit, and then were able to get back around to defend Cutie Pie. Strong game there from Dig. They were ahead in gold almost the whole game.
Yep, they did hold the lead, and I was still impressed by TSM's ability to trade objectives back. The turret lead was never really in Dig's favor until the very end of that game. TSM had a lot of focus there. They did play the map quite smart. But Dig just always found a way to win team fights. Either Amazing overextends and gets caught out, has to run back away, flash out, something like that. The fight starts 4v5. That might happen to Dyrus the next time afterwards. And the Dignitas found ways to make fights look right.
Yeah, TSM have a few timing issues to work on, I think. A little bit of coordination to work on between the team. But pretty strong showing from both teams here.
I gotta say, the dual mage combo did work out. We know Zion typically as a carry type, right? He's gonna play Aurelia and Jax every game, maybe a Lee Sin, something like that, try to take the game on his back. And he played a utility mage, 3-0-7, never died. Okay, yeah, he had Death Cap and a Void Staff. Sure, he's got some damage there, but his goal wasn't to carry.
Yeah, I'm saying the thing is, with these sort of utility kits that Orion and Lulu have, both these guys still build pretty much full damage.
Yeah.
So they are very threatening in the late game, as we just saw in that last fight, trying to focus on taking out Cutie Pie. The two mages just will destroy you in an instant because they do have a lot of damage towards the late game with the builds that they're going. So they have so many threats on Dignitas. Plus, they have these very powered-up shields for the late game that scale really well, which is a well-rounded team.
Yeah, and you saw, the Syndra pick really couldn't break through in a lot of targets. You would see, like, Cutie Pie full tank that with, like, Anna Oriana shield plus Unbreakable. It's like, cool, nice ultimate. That was a basic ability or two.
Yeah.
The front line was tanky enough.
A lot of them were used on Braum's shield as well, too. They had a lot of answers. I mean, they didn't have to build tanky because they had all these different shields for the team. So, well thought out.
Yeah, and I guess the also 3 to 4 threat composition compared to the 2 threat, right? Full tank Jarvan, right? Ancient Golem first, Shyvana the same way. I don't think she even got a Sunfire cape that game. Cutlass at the very end of the game. But Randuin's Banshees and a Warmog's there for Dyrus. And yeah, the total lack of threats. And I was like, oh my gosh, how did Cutie Pie live that fight? It was, oh right, no one does any damage. Right? Bjergsen blew his full combo on someone else, or at least they got shielded at the very beginning, so the only person putting out persistent damage at all on the TSM lineup is Wild Turtle, and yeah, he had a pretty good game. But if you're like playing one carry, Lucian's not the one carry. It's like, get a Kog'Maw, get a Jinx, something like that. And I guess that's kind of how it panned out eventually, is there wasn't any damage left.
Yeah. I mean, Dyrus tried to get some damage at the end of the game there. He was going Cutlass, really late Blade of the Ruined King. Not going to be enough. Sorry for his Warmogs in a long time, though.
True. Hey,
didn't help him survive very long.
No, a lot of health. I mean, I don't think he actually died all game. No, he did die. Sorry, he died at the very end of that fight, but 1 death. So he only died 44 minutes into that one. So hey, at least he was tanky. Made that one happen. But so okay, Dignitas now staying top of the table. TSM I thought came in really hyped. They had a 2-0 week last time, beating strong opponents. Dig hasn't changed anything all season. They've had the same group of guys playing every single game, same support staff the entire time, and they are just continuing to go upwards against teams that are steadily improving, teams that are making, oh, we'll add a new player, we'll add a new coach, and they're still like, just not quite Dignitas level.
Yeah, the future,
the measure stick of Dignitas.
The future does look bright for this Dig team. They have a lot of things that they've been able to fix.
Yeah, Kiwi Kids, they're going to Worlds. We'll see if that happens in a couple more weeks. Now, for the players' perspective on that match, we're going to send it over to Riv and Jet at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. We are joined by Diggs, Crumbs, and Kiwi Kid after a victory and giving LocoDoo his first bowl cut. I'm sure
you think that's going to happen?
I think it's going to be an improvement from his current haircut.
Nah.
Good statements.
I don't want him copying my vibe. So.
Yeah,
sorry, I think I'll convince Scar to let him off the hook.
Could we actually get the complete story on your more recent bowl cut? Because it's been upgraded.
Oh, yeah. So actually, the first bowl cut, it just kind of grew up. My hair grows pretty fast. And I was like, it was getting in my way. So I was just like, well, we've been doing pretty well. And I just decided to embrace the bowl cut. I gave the bowl cut the bowl cut. I polished it. So, yeah.
Yeah. First things first, honestly, that game ended rather dramatically and quickly with a giant fight at the Baron Pit. Personally, I kind of just want to see it again. I want you guys to walk through it as well. The big moments of this fight, because it was incredibly close to I'm a Cutie Pie falling on multiple occasions. Just walk me through this 43-minute Baron fight.
Well, yeah, right now I have no mana, and then bro, we're tanking this, and that was a really smart TP with the Lantern. We did not expect that at all.
That was really good.
They're funneling our carries into the pit, and Cutie barely makes it out. I'm trapped inside the Cataclysm on the outside.
That was a really good ult by Shift
and then like it's just Ori, Lulu, and Jinx right there, like the massive.
We're just throwing our bodies in front of Jinx. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, like we're like hit us.
Yeah, it's
please,
like a miraculous he brought Cutie Pie from the brink of death.
Well, we saw Cutie Pie putting his shoes on after. It looks like he lost him during that fight. Well, no, he plays with his shoes off. But in those engagements, does the history kind of ever like sink in, and you guys are like, not again? We could have actually done this to ourselves.
Yeah, I saw Crumbs. Crumbs is basically a non-factor that fight. I thought
we fought lock it.
Like me and Crumbs together, I don't even think we could amount as champions. And we based
the fact that they hit us,
pretty
like
much.
the fact that they hit us, made it better for us. We had no mana and no health. Like we can literally do nothing. They're just using abilities on us. That's okay. We did our part at this moment.
Well, you guys definitely did your part to start coming out very strong, kind of pinching in TSM in the beginning. Was this homework done or something that just kind of formulated itself as you saw where TSM was moving about?
That's just this guy.
Ah.
Yeah, how'd the 2 kills at level 1 happen?
I don't know. I've been I don't know. We just saw them go into our red. Like we just warded drag, like as we saw. So we kind of gave up that side per se. I mean, we saw vision, but we just wanted to know what was going on that side. And we saw them funnel in with Crumbs, and I called the level 1 because we were probably gonna invade their blue. And I don't know. They just walked past Crumbs. I guess it was fair for them to assume that we wouldn't have anybody in the tri-bush, which we did. For some ungodly reason, and we just collapsed them because Braum can basically almost 1v5 level 1. So, yeah.
Within those first few minutes, you guys got some kills. TSM started to come back. What were your thoughts? Because Crumbs, at one point, you were down at the bottom turret trying to soak up some experience, and 3 people came at you. They were trying to make some moves.
We were getting really desperate for a lane swap because if we're 2-0 and
Thresh started
boots, like there's no way a Thresh can lane. And we were trying to get the lane swap off, but unfortunately there was we were not only freezing top, but there's a huge wave building bottom. That was just a really bad
we
call.
just got greedy. We were like, it's like, oh, please let me get this. It was honestly just like, okay, well, maybe they're doing Dragon. Please be doing Dragon. And then they weren't, and then I died.
Yeah, and this was honestly a really back and forth game.
Yeah.
Crumbs, maybe from your perspective, you guys beat TSM kind of yet again. Were they looking improved from the first time you faced them this year?
I think they played pretty standard. I didn't see anything in particular. They played how you would expect a good team to play. And there was no like, oh, damn, they look for this crazy engage from a flank with a TP play. And there was nothing that really stood out as in just above everybody else. But they just played a very solid game. You know, they played to the team comp strength. But they just had the way they ended up losing was simply by individual errors diving into our team comp. So in the end, we won by playing team fights better.
Interesting. There's actually another team fight in the mid game, another Baron fight, surprisingly, in this one, if we can pull this up on the screen. Talk me through this fight, because again, you guys are forcing around Baron.
Go for it, Kiwi.
I think it's the second Baron fight. We're already funneled. We already pretty much lost this fight because our team comp revolves around kiting together. Not only are we split up, but QtPie is stuck in the Baron pit. So we have nowhere to kite. I already had to bail out. All I wanted to do was get Baron and run. I already knew once Shyvana ulted in and we had our AP carry split on the left side, we already lost because our comp is for them to funnel in. That was really good, like salvage by QtPie by trading the junglers, but we just did we probably should have just turned. I didn't make a like strict enough call because we really wanted to get Baron. It was really low. Oh, actually, I think that whole team fight could have been salvage if Crumbs didn't ult early.
I used
we didn't have Nocturne.
I just tried to scare him. Like, come on.
He thought it lasted like 30 seconds, but no. Once I saw that, that was basically almost a Dignitas for sure. Like, it could have been.
Kind of going back to the start where you guys got the first 2 kills in the beginning and then looking on forward the game. Do you think that should have been a faster game overall for you guys?
Oh, yeah.
After level 1, especially with their team comp with Jarvan, you're not supposed to die before 6. Like, you want to snowball or at least get 2 kills or 2 assists. And after you get 2-0'd from that, you almost probably should lose the game, especially since we had the top freeze going on. But we try to shift the lanes, and that definitely got them back in the game.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. You guys, in this game, did seem to make a lot of mechanical outplays, but strategically, it seems a little shaky. You guys are now in sole possession of first place. How are you going to look to improve from here?
I'm going to be watching more of our replays, because I think this week, we tried me stepping up as like pretty much main shot caller. And that game, I always lean towards getting the greedy calls, but if I just focus better and not taking our other teammates' words in too much account, because I really want to swap. Because naturally, our team is very bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
And I think that swap like almost lost the game at the level 2 when we lost like not only did we lose like about 3-4 waves, but we died twice, and that was huge. So I'm just gonna look to be more strict and pretty much.
All right, on. You guys got Complexity as your next game. All the way back in week 1 was the last time you played him. New jungler for them now. Probably's been back on the team to get the coordination rested and going. How you feeling about the game?
Feeling pretty good. Honestly, going into this week, the toughest opponent was going to be TSM. So once we got through this hurdle, I think Complexity is going to be a repetition of the first week game.
All right, don't get caught in trap games now. Best of luck in that matchup. Congratulations on the win today. We got we got to pull a broadcaster lane swap. Actually, after the break, we will check the conversation happening on Twitter as well.
And then it's a battle to hold on to first place as LMQ faces off against CLG.
The North American LCS continues after this.
still. I have no mana. I need somebody to tank.
Oh, they're TPing.
Peel back, back off.
I'm stuck in the pit.
No, we're all in the pit. We're trapped. I have no mana. I'm trapped. I'm flashing out.
Okay, I have to flash over.
Just flash out.
Do you have flash, Danny?
I can protect cutie.
I can protect the cutie. I can protect you. I can protect the cutie. Cutie.
Nice. End it after. No solution. Go end it.
Yeah. Bull cut. Boy, God bless you for that. Oh, man. Welcome back to the 2014 Summer Split, everybody. I'm David Freak. Joining me now at the analyst desk is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. How's it going?
Like this one. It's bigger. I feel more safe here. The other one's pretty high up.
Yeah, I'm afraid of heights. I'm glad I can't actually see the sides because I would just freak out all the time.
Now it's time to see what you've been saying over on Twitter. Earlier in the show, we asked you which position has the deepest talent pool in the North American LCS and why. Here's what you guys have been saying and sending our way. At Gerby876 says the jungle has the deepest talent pool with Meteos, Crumbs, Dexter, and Helios. The jungle is unstoppable.
Yeah, the jungle's got a lot of imported talent as well. I definitely agree with that one, especially the guys he just listed, performing really well just right off the bat.
Yeah, they've been pretty awesome overall. Next up at Skull Smashers. The role with the best talent pool is the mid lane. Shifter, Bjergsen, Link, Xiaowei Xiao, Hai, and even Voyboy can go off at any moment.
It's hard to argue with that one. I mean, especially, it might even be the role with the cutest guys because everybody loves Xiaowei Xiao. He's just adorable right now.
Sure. I would say the role with the cutest guys would be the casters. We got guys like Toby and Riv. I'm just saying. Just saying, guys. You all know what we're talking about. At Dirty Dots LOL says support. Crepo, Afro, Special, Lemonation, and Gleep are all on the rise. All of them make plays for their teams.
Have to say, one of the most successful things that the Balance team has done is empower supports.
Yeah.
They are now one of the most spectacular roles. I love watching supports making plays throughout the entire game, not just in laning phase, but for the entire team.
The double bubbles, want to see some more of those. Those are a whole bunch of fun to watch. Next up, at Cyrus Nos. Nos, I don't know why I said the K out loud. It's okay. AD carry for sure. Even the bottom teams have incredible ADs like Robert X. Lee and Altec, and even more amazing ADs are hiding in the North American Challenger scene.
A lot of amazings in there.
Yeah.
But the amazing is a jungler.
Yes. But as we know.
The ADs, though, they also have big trash talkers, which is always exciting.
Double lift. Yes. It wasn't even mentioned, but we all know. Money in the bank, man. But for you, Johnny Come Latelys, you can still send your tweets our way. Just send it to @LevelEsports. Use that hashtag LCS. But now let's send it over to Riv and Jat to take us into our next game.
Thanks, Freak. We're shifting into gear for LMQ versus Counterlogic Gaming. And with Dig's win over Team Solo Mid, both teams will need the win in order to keep pace and hold on to share first place.
Yeah, and let's be honest, LMQ had a rough week 4. They did not show the type of shock and awe dominance that we've come to expect from them that week. Instead, they tried a lot of new things. They did experimenting. Xiaowei Xiao had that Pantheon game against Curse, which definitely snowballed against them. And those things didn't work. So we may see them return more to their comfort zone this week if they want to start winning.
Sounds
or
like
continue winning.
Right. And we have to remember the first time these teams faced off, it was LMQ that took the win in their perfect 4-0 Super Week.
Yeah, and if we think back to that game, COG made some incredibly aggressive moves, kind of daring LMQ to respond to them, like at that Baron fight that happened when Xiaowei Xiao kind of cleaned up. LMQ called their bluff, and it cost COG in the end. But last week, COG made the most of their relatively easy schedule, which isn't something COG used to be able to do. They went 2-0 against the easy schedule, and for the first time, COG hold onto first place going into a week. So they'll be fighting hard to solidify their stake.
Absolutely. CLG blamed their loss to LMQ on uncharacteristic mistakes, and they say LMQ are going to have a harder time as teams get more familiar with them.
打 CI 制的话，我们赢了一次，但是上次的前期处理上还是有一点小小失误，只是中期我们就是说尽量把我的发育给拖起来，然后进行团战，才赢得这场比赛。
They pick up Dexter. LMQ keeps going. Ackman to the back line. Double kill Xiaowei Xiao. They're still going. That's going to be 3 for him.
We learned how to throw a Baron versus LMQ, and hopefully we get that out of our system and go back to CLG being the objective control-based team.
我觉得打 CI 制的话，着重他们的核心点是 W5D1 和 Alphamo 这两个人，我觉得他们配合是非常好的，然后前期线上不论是团战都是处理得非常好。
The only person who I think is really, really good on LMQ is Wei Zhao, because he's just really good at farming and he's always fed no matter what. Even if you beat him in lane, he's still fed.
Everyone plays with a lot of respect against them. And as soon as the top teams kind of get a feel for LMQ's actual skill level, the respect will go away.
So who do you think CLG is going to focus?
Yeah, I wonder if we'll be seeing some ganks into the mid lane.
Maybe, possibly. Let's check out the starting lineups and see if we get that right away. On the blue side, it's LMQ. In the top lane, it is Ackerman, no name in the jungle, calling the shots as team captain. Xiaowei Xiao in mid lane, getting all set up. Vasily on 80 carry, and more on support.
Take a look at CLG on the red side as well. We have Seraph in the top lane, Dexter fixing his headset a little bit on the jungle, Link in mid lane, and then, of course, the guys who have really emerged this season, Double Lift and Aframu. Big-time carries for CLG this year.
Absolutely. A lot of rewards to them. Most wallpapers for computers now as well. People are loving just creating
a lot
those.
of different types of wallpapers for Double Lift and Aframu.
In today's featured matchup, we'll be heading to the south side of the Rift for Vasily versus Doublelift.
Yeah, these guys are actually first and second in the entire LCS for kills. And Doublelift, this split, has he kind of evolved into a player who could not just win lane, but that can carry the team afterwards. He's not just the guy who has a rally pole in the bottom lane and goes back to it again and again. He's been making fantastic starts. Then you look at Vasily. He's a guy that actually started off fantastically and now kind of has to make that same transition. He doesn't need to have games where he's got 460 CS, 1 kill, 1 assist. He needs to have more fight involvement if he wants to keep pace with Doublelift, who's now leaving the lane to make plays.
And it's easy to say that every AD carry kind of shows the same pool. They can pretty much bring the same thing to the table, but recently Doublelift's love for Twitch has kind of gotten everybody's heightened senses about we need to either ban that or take it away, because Vasily's been playing that from the start.
Yeah, and Doublelift had a fantastical kill-death score when he played it in both of their games last week. I also wonder a little bit how much the OGN starting up affects CLG's strategies, because I know their coach, Monte Cristo, takes a lot of keys from that. Kale has been huge over there in their first little bit of play, so maybe if it's not banned, CLG might take it on their second rotation of picks.
Well, we know Ackerman to already take that into the top lane too and just wreak havoc. Nobody was really expecting it. We'll have to see what happens. If we remember back to week 1, this was kind of the first time in their second game we saw Xiao kind of pull out not the utility in mid. He had that Yasuo that just got banned out. So he is definitely changing up his play style. Maybe too much with the Pantheon, but that's why we're saying LMQ back to their old ways here, probably.
Yeah. And this may be a little off topic, but I feel like COG took a team trip to the hairdresser. It looks like Dexter and Doublelift both have new haircuts.
There's got a swab comb over on Doublelift, yeah. I like it.
Ready to go. Keep the hair out of his eyes. There was actually a time back in Season 3 where Doublelift couldn't see the screen, so he got glasses. And it improved his play drastically. It was not something you would expect from a world-class AD carry.
Go think. Or go figure.
Yeah.
He didn't like Lucian before, now he plays it all the time. I guess not this game, it gets banned out. Lulu.
Would not be too unsurprising if that ends up being first pick. There's a lot of power on the board still, though. Braum is definitely up. Doublelift isn't the type to actually play Corki, which is interesting because they banned the Twitch and Lucian, which have been his 2 mains throughout most of this split. You may even go back to something like a Caitlyn, or maybe break out the Vayne. That would probably be later
nice.
if they end up going with.
They have all the supports they want for it. It's kind of the first time we've really seen supports just fly right through.
Right now, they get their choice of a lot of things. They could be picking up the Thresh. They could get their pick of the litter for jungle, since Elise and Lee Sin are out. That would probably be a Jarvan or an Evelynn, depending on what they want. They do have a lot of options here.
We haven't seen the Nunu in a while. It was played the last time these 2 teams met. I don't know if we're going to see that today. The Kassadin has been left open. It's quite rare that we see that, but it's not rare that he'll be picked up after the fact.
Yeah. Interesting how they went with Morg over all else. They're maybe trying to block the Braum a little bit with that Morgana pick. It is good against Braum early in lane and can also stop Braum from catching out single targets because the Black Shield does prevent the passive stun from Braum. It's also great knowing the Kassadin was on the board and that LMQ might pick it, only because we've seen Aphromu's Black Shields being completely on point when they gave up Kassadin against Dignitas a few weeks back.
And junglers kind of going to the wayside here without being picked yet. Really rounding out what the lanes are going to be having.
It's a very unique pick and ban phase, actually. Especially now with the Kassadin being picked, COG knows they're going against a top lane Lulu, but it's kind of too late because they've already selected Seraph's top laner. Link's choice becomes very, very important here. I don't even know if they need to wait for the last pick in order to do this, since LMQ's solo laners are mostly shown. There's also a chance Moore plays that Lulu support.
Absolutely. Last time, Aphromu played that Lulu against LMQ. This time it's in the side of LMQ's hands, and Link pulls out the Orianna. Always awesome to see his ball control, and Jinx is just getting a lot of love coming in.
3 for 3 today, and it's a slight return to a little bit of the hyper carries that we've been seeing, especially when Lucian and Twitch are banned out. Obviously, if Lucian and Twitch are available, they would be the ones getting picked right now, so we're seeing more versatility because that's actually where bans are trending this week. I do like it, though. Doublelift played a lot of Jinx in the past, and they're building shields around him right now. It's classic CLG in that sense, the Orianna shield and the Morgana Black shield.
Right, we used to think that having Thresh was a must with the Jinx, with the no escape. But if you can shield it, you can play it right.
Stand and fire.
You're gonna see another Jarvan coming in here. See if No Name would try his hand at this. Like we said, only Elise and Lee Sin have been banned out here. And Nunu
See, why not?
was played the last time these two teams met. So, I mean, No Name pretty much, I don't think he's shown us everything he plays either. He's still got to do quite a bit there.
Yeah, Jarvan definitely making a strong case for a comeback. Obviously, it's because the Lee Sin and Elise are banned. But it's these teams really trying to push the limits of each other's champion pools. When everyone is playing Twitch and Lucian, Elise and Lee Sin, since there weren't any other like giant OPs on their minds right now, just forcing those positions instead of just trading powerful champions to each other, forcing people onto different things that they don't have as much practice on is valuable. Dexter had a great game on Vi. Even if he built incredibly squishy, it was still a good game, and he's going once again.
A lot of damage built on him last time. If you just remember, under the turret every time he could to probably on that Vi. We'll see if he does it again. They have a great team for diving into composition with the shields. Both look like they actually got quite a bit of the picks they wanted here coming in.
I mean, COG looks for the most part exactly planned. Ackerman had a very good game on Lulu 2 weeks ago when they just destroyed Complexity in that one. The one thing LMQ has to worry about actually is having a low amount of damage on their team. Cast and Lulu aren't exactly the highest damage solo lanes. Jarvan not a high damage jungler. Caitlyn also needs until incredibly late. So if COG makes a lot of aggressive moves early on in the game and forces some early team fights, that could be their path to victory.
And that's something that we have to keep an eye on right now. We're going to check in over at LOLesports.com to see how you're calling this game. As always, it's this time 60% of the vote going to CLG to take the win.
But as things often change, if you feel the tides are changing in this game, update your vote by tweeting us at LOL Esports, then use the hashtag LMQWin or CLG win.
See if CLG can come out strong in the early part of this game. They said in some of their videos and the bumpers and the pre-reels that they want to go back to being the CLG that takes all the objectives, that can control the game from the get-go and not have to scatter to do that mid-game.
And that's something they've definitely made huge strides towards during this summer split. Team that plays faster than all the other teams in North America and still has the person with the most kills. So they're playing very efficiently, both enforcing the right fights at the right time and ending the game in due fashion.
And see if they can hold off the aggression of LMQ, a team that wants to go into each game with a pedal to the metal, and they won't even stop if the first time it does not work. We're on to the Rift. The fans are ready to back up their favorite teams here. You see, the Cassidy and mid will remember that pick. Our featured matchup, Doublelift and Vasily. It'd be great to get a standard lane between those two. It'd be very dangerous for a Jinx, though.
Yeah, also critical to note that the winner of this game goes into a tie with Dignitas for first place. So a constant battle for that. There's really this 5-team race for first emerging in this North American LCS. Such a competitive split.
Dang.
COG also has more fans.
How about 21% more of the vote?
Yeah.
Oh, it's changing. Updated on the fly. Keep it coming in.
Some very interesting level ones we've actually been seeing lately. Because most North American teams in prior weeks had been grouping as 5 and running in for deep wards almost immediately, and then using the knowledge of that quarter of the jungle to try and plan their level 1. And they'd often kind of steal one enemy buff, take one of their own buffs, and trade 2 for 2. Yet lately, I've been seeing more of these defensive formations, especially when I was watching the OGN games, where the teams will place as many wards as possible during the defensive line strategy, and then group around 1 minute and 40 seconds for a late invade. It actually creates substantially more guesswork because you don't actually know where the lane swap is going to be going. It could be a 2v0 or a 2v2, you don't know. And the invading, it allows you to take some risks. I've seen teams go in 3 invade without a smite, steal a blue buff, get a 3 buff for 1 buff start. A lot of risk involved in that. I wonder if these teams are going to do something similar.
High risk, high reward. It'll usually pay off if you can get everything to work the way you want it. But you got to remember, nothing in League of Legends is free. You're usually away from experience, blowing a summoner spell or this just to get something. We'll see if the teams can make it out. And it looks like these will be relatively free on each side.
LMQ did the delayed invade, but they took their jungler with them. So most likely, we're just going to see the standard North American 2v0 lane. Trade the buffs. Yeah. They could have tweaked it a little bit, and invaded with 3 since they would have had the advantage anyway. Not brought their smite, had No Name solo his own blue buff, and gotten a 3-for-0 buff start. That actually would have worked 100% in this scenario.
Keep an eye as well. Our featured matchup, like we said, is the ADs, but on Dexter and No Name. How much this affects them as a jungler. Right now, again, we see the early back and forth of the jungling and dragon aggression. But does this hurt No Name or Dexter is more? Like having to share farm in the jungle, not being in the lanes as much.
Look at that. Moore's really in sync right now. Oh, rhythm. Look at the rhythm. Not getting hit by this dragon whatsoever.
No Name took damage. Start over. Let it heal.
Yeah, they get a good instead
That's
of a
great. The end there.
Look
Look at that.
sloppy.
Dragon at 2s and 1s, and he still has enough HP to get back into the jungle and continue soaking up experience.
The exact timer for CLG, though. So they will know when to contest that. It doesn't actually have too big of an impact as of yet because no one's able to shop to take advantage of that gold. Dragon doesn't give global experience anymore. So it's very much just what LMQ does because they have their AD carry support bottom lane. That move will become more valuable next patch, actually, when the early game Dragon Gold increases. But not today.
That's true. You see a lot of teams are able to kind of fluff that off right now. Once it matters more, there'll be way more movement. Maybe not as many 2vs nuns either. Up top, it looks like CLG is going to start claiming the other side of what they're making their jungle right now. And you can see playing very safely as they come away from that back into their own side. 5.4 to 4.9, so just that early Dragon Gold is really what's given everybody something to win a lane with. No CS though.
Yeah, there's a few things we need to be able to track when we see these 2v0s happening. It's obviously mid laners, because it used to be when you'd have lane swaps, mid laners would get these isolated matchups.
Right.
You're actually much more likely to get ganked now because of the increased roaming capabilities, and mid laners have to play much more passive. So Xiao is playing incredibly aggressive pre-6 on Caston right now and getting away with it. The other thing I want to track is the gold of the junglers at this point, because especially listening to Cloud9 talk last week, when Meteos was taking all of the jungle farm while they were two-manning the jungle, because the first jungler to their big jungle item, whether it be Spirit of the Ancient Golem or the Elder Lizard, is really big as far as power spikes go. Ackerman's still level 1.
Oh, Dexter could Q over the wall. He's going to have to flash it as he sees the hook just come out of the brush. Moore took an early step there. Very good aggression. They've blown the flash onto Dexter, which will leave a little bit of pressure in some lanes, but this allows LMQ to really wreak havoc on the jungle now.
Yeah, so that should delay Dexter's gold a little bit. He's pretty much dead even with No Name in gold right now, but he was sent back to base.
Nice farming, keeping it up. Oh, there you go. All right, so 36-39 in that mid lane. All the consumables for Xiao. You knew he was going to be having some gank pressure, but like you said, they're almost not getting the gank pressure anymore. It's really for everybody to soak up the experience, and I don't think we've actually seen, Dexter or No Name or just other teams give that CS experience to Meteos as other teams do.
It also feels like LMQ is using a little bit more in the jungle as a support, instead of just sitting in lane with Vasily or helping out elsewhere. So that is just redistributing their jungle gold a little bit. No Name's getting a little bit less, and they're trying to let Ackerman get a little bit more.
Seems to work out. Kobe and Freak were talking about a little bit earlier that since all this roaming happens, the supports, now Aphromoo is at 4. Very low as the game gets to level 6s and whatnot. Changing everything about the fights. Right now, CLG actually going hard on the top turret.
Yeah.
This is usually what we used to see with Jinx. They're going to be doing that just before that mark, 7.
The damage reduction isn't completely off the turrets, but Jinx gets to break a lot of rules. She just attacks turrets so damn fast in that minigun form, so they can take that turret down early if they want. And Seraph has done enough in that lane, and it has not been pushing against him, that this could very well be the gold equalizer when COD takes down this turret.
Let it destroy as much experience as CLG kind of starts to set things in stone. As we said, they had that dragon ward before, so they know the next time dragon's coming up, this will allow double lift relief or pressure relieved in the top lane that he has to make. We'll start to get a roam from those guys and maybe see the matchup in the bottom lane. Actually, see Vasily and Moore start going top now. So
around 9 minutes will be when that dragon comes up. And it is interesting that LMQ has decided to do the lane swap now. sending Caitlyn up, because that may end up making them forfeit the dragon. It depends how quickly they shove that in. Basically, CLG, instead of sending Seraph up there or keeping Doublelift up there, is probably just going to concede that turret and maybe try their own push down the bottom. CLG always wanted to keep a turret edge, so maybe they're trying to get a head start on this bottom turret by sending down Afro and Doublelift.
Glitter lances that one more. This is going to be a perfect line for Doublelift to just start soaking up. He's more than happy to get back and farm this. Dexter is also making presence in the bottom lane, seeing if they can't get rid of some summoners or ults. He's just going to hang back for now and go ahead and farm out white. So No Name knows Dragon's coming up. Everybody seems to be setting up for this. 1 minute left onto that as Seraph returns to the top lane for himself. Got to remember, last time Seraph was on Jax, and he had 2 kills that game, but they still weren't able to pull it about. His play has definitely seemed to be a little more solid, as we see Vasily just kind of clocking him out of lane there, trying to soak up 7-4. He's playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, poor top laners in this game. With such an extended 2v0, they have not been able to get farm up until this point, and Caitlyn is one of the best at harassing while you're under the turret without taking turret harass.
Misplay by Moore. Kind of a tell here on the aggression. You see No Name waltzing in as well. Very slow gank. No boots on No Name. Just trying to get in for this first bit of pressure and relieve what CLG has now rotated to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and honestly, the exacting timers don't seem too great on Dragon.
Oh, Dexter from the backside. Doesn't have his ulti. Level 5's only Doublelift level 6, but you can see they completely out-level any 3 they were just looking at.
Yeah, it's Xiao and Vasily who would want to be involved in any type of meaningful fight at this point. Doublelift being 6 could be a great closer if they got something, but they actually sent Dexter back for wards, and with Vasily making it down bottom, and Seraph still not being level 6, he needs to be very close to level 6 here. Judging by the minimap, he actually did just hit level 6. This Dragon could be a massive engagement. Teams are really actually geared up for taking this right now. CLG doesn't have the vision control, so they might not actually be able to contest just due to safety.
Oh, LMQ.
Get it.
Walking forward to the bottom lane and really not grabbing any definitive aggression, but just map control in this. Very good play by them. Even with, we saw Vasily in the top lane just a few seconds ago. They timed that perfectly, have him bound down bottom.
Yeah.
12.6 to 3.8. A little aggro. Vasily looking dangerous here. Great grab onto Doublelift to thwart the DPS continuing onto Vasily.
Good harass by COG, but still no kill. I'm very surprised that COG didn't prepare better for that Dragon.
Yeah.
They are normally a team that thinks so far into the future as far as game plans are concerned. And they put down the level 2 ward, or sorry, the 2-minute ward at the Dragon to get the exact timer on it. Yet they did not prepare vision beforehand. They had Dexter go back to base, and he was actually at rates when he needed to be prepping for that vision control. Just not good planning there by COG and letting LMQ have that early Dragon.
They definitely had everything in position. Doublelift came down well before. Dexter not really in the right spot. See if he can do it this time.
So badly. They know Moore is really weak. They just want to kill him.
Continue to snowball this lane for Doublelift. Assault Battery into Fall Breaker, and it goes over to Afro move. That's still not the best, but they get that kill.
Yeah, very smart target selection there. Quite honestly, knowing Moore was level 4 and that Dexter, with his level 6 gank, burning everything would be a guaranteed kill, but more importantly, getting their objective back. They'd given up the Dragon, so therefore, Dexter needed to make up for it with a nice gank bottom.
Now where does CLG apply the pressure? And where are they going to lay it on this time? Doublelift will get back here. We see him picking up a few things under his belt. And finally finishing the Bloodthirster, actually, so he is quite an item up on Vasily as he farms up this frozen lane in the bot side. Xiao 100 to 105. Link, no one to mess with in that CS in the mid lane. Those two will stay quite close all game.
Yeah, Link, quite the farmer. He actually has been putting up very low score lines recently, and Groot flash.
Oh, he blows the flash and then Cataclysm. Link actually places the ball perfectly to distort No Name away from himself. That's very hard to do.
And Xiao went rather far in that one. It was a 1 for 0, and he really wanted to make sure he got one kill back. But he ends up giving 2 to Dexter, and a Vi who was ahead is almost 3 times better than the Vi who was behind. It is just so important for her to have that lead. The 2 kills on a Dexter is scary.
And there's the pressure right from Chronologic Gaming to the mid lane now as LMQ tried to make a move. CLG bites back immediately.
Yeah, and as you said, Riv, check out the shockwave from Link, because obviously he flashes the EQ. And like you would expect from Jarvan, he ults immediately after the flash. The damage didn't necessarily land, but then this is the biggest thing. He ults him as the Vault Breaker
he got
hit
punched.
Dexter.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was just a huge burst of damage while the turret was hitting. And then Xiao decides to go out instead of in to try and guarantee the kill on Caston because they were already committed. That's the way LMQ plays. It just gives a lot of power back to CLG.
Just super save from Dexter. That would have put No Name right in range for that last auto attack, actually. Still playing a little bit of vision game here. The ward battle to win the all-out war. And it looks like it's going to be 1-for-1 in this ward battle.
Yeah, CLG, especially with Double Lift farming up for the late game, are probably feeling very comfortable right now. They know how little damage LMQ's generally doing with their team comp. Caston needs a lot of levels actually now before she starts really blowing people up. Ackerman's going to need a lot of ability power before he can become effective, and Vasily as well needs to hit about 4 big 80 carry items before he can take down Seraph in the front line, or even Dexter, as Dexter's doing the damage build on Vi.
You can see CLG is ready to continue making moves as well, getting ready to place pink wards, even Double Lift, grabbing those up. We've seen more 80 carries start to participate and winning the map as well as winning their lane recently.
Yeah, and even looking at the map, you can see how LMQ, they're not shy on pink wards, but they're not aggressive with them.
That's true.
All of their pink wards are placed defensively across the line right there, and CLG is just walking and getting rid of LMQ's control.
400 easy gold just for looking past your nose. CLG is going to kind of hover in that area too. They feel like this is an area where they can easily protect without pushing themselves out of a comfort zone. 1:30 on to Dragon. It looks like they're going to get here early this time, kind of set up shop.
Yeah, so this is the Dragon where CLG fights. Or they just catch LMQ beforehand, because Dragon fights actually start well before the actual Dragon spawn.
Nice little trade there. Good call by Dexter. He was still waiting for that Q to come back up. Didn't want anything crazy. We do see No Name, though, to make mention of the Jarvan build. We saw the Golem last game. He throws himself onto that Lizard first for the early damage.
Yeah, still putting more points into his E than his W, though. Obviously, every Jarvan maxes Q first, but I've seen a lot of them max W second. No Name going with a more aggressive tone in this game, as LMQ likes to do.
Yeah,
probably relying on the Lulu shields, hopefully in a fight.
Like we said, still waiting for Xiao, that man on your screen, to pick himself up in levels. Still has a chance to be chasing down Double Lift, creating plays for the team. You can already see more in the rest of the team. Now they're starting to feel a bit more comfortable about their pressure, and they're starting ward up.
Well, level 11 is rather important for the Caston. Big cooldown reductions onto his Riftwalk every time he gets a new rank in that ultimate. And LMQ is maintaining pretty strong control. Getting those early wards down towards the Dragon area are quite important. CLG is a little hesitant to actually go in there for vision right now.
We'll see if they can use Dexter. He's been having a bit of a shaky game back and forth for Chronologic Gaming, but these Vi games have really seemed to put him on an upward momentum shift in his gameplay. Waiting out, perfectly hits the Q, max damage. Not like it's the most difficult thing to do, but it looked good. 16-minute Dragon going down over for Chronologic Gaming, and they do start to cycle back some priorities in the game.
Yeah, CLG is in control right now. Seraph has kept his farm up in the split lane, completed the Sunfire Cape. They got the Dragon timer down right and showed up, and now they could get a team fight.
Very close. Flash will do. Thank you very much, says CLG, as they now have pressure on the mid lane turret with Double Lift here. We haven't seen the Jinx play very much, but you got to remember, these turrets fall very fast. Even though you don't have a champion on that Triforce. CLG makes the way safely. Remember, they just got that Dragon, and they've split the gold by 2,000 now. Almost 3,000, actually.
And I mean, we did hear them talking in the pregame about how a lot of teams are giving LMQ a lot of respect because they're a new team. But once they start seeing them lose, they can play some more aggressive moves. And CLG is daring them into a lot of stuff here.
Very back and forth. Aphromoo trying to do what he can before he goes down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The Retribution kill. Just about 30 seconds on the clock, so not much can be had after these fights. Great damage. Double Lift getting excited here. Could get another one. The zap hits Ackerman. He's left with a pie in the face, and it could be the catch-up. Blink on the dissonance. The rest of the team gets it on the backside. Double Lift just out of range. The Wolves kind of hooking him up now. Another dissonance. Now they speed up off the slow. Link so close. The ball movement. Vasily on the backside gets Double Lift to go down. That's a shutdown for him on 2 kills.
and somehow Ackerman gets out alive.
That was a fight that was so right for CLG and then ended up actually going wrong. So as it started, obviously Aframu does get cut out without a black shield, which creates everything. With him in there, it created a fantastic wombo of damage for CLG, which is why LMQ got so low in the first place. But then the target prioritization, and honestly, Ackerman's glitter lances as well as Vasili's positioning carry this back. If CLG stops here, it's a great fight.
Man.
As they dive, Ackerman gets one glitter lance down, and then somehow in the back, we saw the Ackerman trade. Watch Vasili finish off Doublelift because the glitter lance tagged him, and then Doublelift was too low and Vasili chased him down. So the split fight and the over chase by CLG ends up equalizing that fight and making it not a loss for LMQ.
Amazing coordination and ability to reassess a fight and really come out with almost, when you're given nothing, coming out with something. 6-4 at 18 minutes. It's still 3,000 gold in the favor of CLG, but we can see how back and forth these fights can go despite that gold lead.
I mean, that's the danger of CLG. Even with the Doublelift resets, not being able to close down on some targets was a little frightening.
Shao getting real big now. Yeah. Oh, everything that they have with Wild Growth. Shields. Xiao's shield that comes off as well, deterring a bit of DPS in the early part of a fight. He's 2-2-0, not 161. Falling behind, actually, 20 CS. Not very normal for him, but still, that Rod of Ages is getting charged up, so it's not like he's really losing out on anything.
Looks like he's going Zhonya's next as well. So, Xiao's going to want to be pulling off a lot of very aggressive moves here. Still the Trinity Force build on Dexter. You know, it's a lot of upfront damage, but it is very weak tank-wise. He's going to be able to have to duel Vasili, and if he reaches a point in the game where Vasili starts beating up on Dexter, all the damage he's sunk into his Vi build could be very dangerous.
This is really what CLG has started to become with this Vi in the jungle, is a shock and awe team. If he can't get in and out quick enough for somebody to die, then they're not far enough ahead to use it. We'll see if it happens right here. In and out, quick enough to get someone to die. Whoa! The Lantern on the other side. Vasili. Oh, Aframu's going down here. Oh, very good save by Dexter as he squeezes himself in. Link was there to be a bro as well. And it looks like CLG is still thinking about putting pressure on the turret with one lowly caster minion.
Yeah, CLG threw the kitchen sink at LMQ right there and still didn't come away with a kill. So Vasili somehow makes it out, thanks to some sneaky moves by Moore.
Whether he's on the Blanc, Nidalee, or on Cassidy, Xiao always has one person up. One more time on this.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to combo him down before he clicked the Lantern, but... Oh, man. Moore actually threw the Lantern a little bit ahead of where Vasili was, but the Shockwave moved him back to make the click easier, and he just got womboed back and forth into safety.
I don't think he's going to leave. Nope, tricked ya. Xiao still
worrisome.
Staying. Well, at least they pulled this over, but now you have to consider how many resources are being used. Not many, just Dexter. CLG's setting up to guard everything, so just getting him out of the way.
And CLG's pick is on cooldown after they tried that on a Vasili, which means Xiao can do whatever he wants. Sure, Dexter came for him, but he knew he didn't have an ultimate, no closing potential. He just happily rift walks away.
Makes it easy for himself, a Houdini of escaping. Easy to do on Casted. 4-2 in turrets is CLG, as they've been saying they want to focus on, getting more of the map control in their favor, getting those objectives down. It seems like they're going around the horn pretty good on that so far. LMQ clearing out their jungle. We see No Name backing here and a bit of the gold. Oh, that's been going back and forth.
I mean, the early game did seem to go in LMQ's style because they were having the proper dragon control, but honestly, Dexter got pretty strong off that mid lane gank, and he's been doing a lot of control since then. As well, the teamfight presence of the Shyvana right now from Seraph is rather impressive. Knowing Dexter's level 11 coming into this next dragon fight is very critical. If CLG can get another nice combo of Shockwave plus Shyvana, I do not think LMQ is going to be as lucky as they were last time in escaping.
Let's see if CLG can get control first. LMQ play style to go head strong into these fights and not really worry about too much. Good dissonance damage to start it off.
Huge poke.
Give
the
LMQ
more of those
Link
can land, the easier this dragon becomes, especially because LMQ is going to have to funnel towards CLG. That catch, though!
Oh, no, double lift getting caught. The Cataclysm almost zeroes him out, but they don't have enough focus now. He's almost being hidden by Dragon and the rest of his team. Now he's healing up off a Dragon. Almost actually heals the full Xiao damage. Dexter takes a ride over the wall, goes for the long haul, taking down Xiao. A great shot coming over. Ackerman hits the glitter lance. Aframu, this looks like a sore situation. He goes down. Dragon's getting pissed right now, and he almost gets a kill. Oh, Link, he's able to come up big with a shield and an auto attack from Clockwork Windup. Ackerman now coming off on the other side. Almost getting a Glitter Lance down that could zero out both Dexter and Link, but they spread it out, and they're going to be back in.
And Riv, we thought the Dig TSM game was going to be the bloodbath. This is the bloodbath
Give me that again.
today. Right at the start when Doublelift gets hooked in, because of the black shield, they couldn't get the CC on him. And then it's all about LMQ trying to dive, but they do not have that much damage. So Doublelift can hold them off for a while. Eventually the damage arrives. Xiao Xiao gets tracked by Vi. That's one of the big reasons Dexter picked Vi. He's used that ult on him multiple times. But then again, we've seen the story before. The cleanup crew, Vasily and Ackerman, they're the ones that are unaffected by the rest of the fight, and they are cleaning up. Then at the very end, Vasily tries to make a monster play.
Wow.
As he often does in solo queue to get him in trouble.
That's seeing a little bit of the Vasily we know right there. Bringing that out of the woodwork. 10-7, the bloodbath ensues, and we're back to the dragon already. Everybody's up, everybody's in position.
Shockwave up, Morgold and Vialt are down though. So CLG a little bit weak, at least for the next 20 or so seconds.
Perfect on hitting Seraph with that. Still get a little back. Dexter gets grabbed this time. That's the big initiation they had for the last fight. A perfect wild growth on the team of CLG. And it looks like CLG's backing off slowly, trying to reassess the fight. All the shots are coming from LMQ though. Doublelift now knows he can answer back. There's two members in front. Vasily is still going in a 3v1 situation, but Doublelift comes out on top with a double kill.
Doublelift is getting real fed right now. That was a great fight for CLG, but these teams are not backing down from either one of us.
Whoa, whoa. Alframu going deep.
Yep.
Oh, he hits it with the caster minion. Oh my gosh, that just happened.
Despite the chaos as well, that is 100% kill participation for Alframu 24 minutes into this game. He has been involved in everything, but we have to see this fight again. So Shockwave had just came up. It was so critical that Link landed one right here. And where's the Shockwave ball? It comes in a little bit late, but where was it? Did he already throw it? I've already lost this fight. Anyway, Doublelift cleaned up very well with his AoE rockets as the low damage of LMQ funneled in to him later, and that time Ackerman and Vasily could not play cleanup crew because they did not have enough upfront damage onto them.
What an end to a coast-to-coast fight. Everybody trying to regroup now, take a breath, figure out what's going on. LMQ is definitely knowing that they're on the ropes here, even after trying to come out very strong in a fight like that. 15-9 as the kills continue to surmount, and 44,000, 44, almost 45 to 38,000. So the gold lead is only growing for CLG. This is something we haven't seen LMQ fall into. Usually they'll bring it back.
Yeah.
CLG's grown this gold lead the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the first time these teams fought, it was actually fairly similar, with CLG daring LMQ to come fight them. The first game, CLG was doing that at the Baron Pit around 18 minutes. That is a far more dangerous game to be playing. At the Dragon is not doing enough damage to give LMQ an edge in the fight, and CLG is punishing them adequately for that.
Xiao Zanya used up there, we heard on the screen. Won't have that for next fight, most likely. We'll have to see Ackerman trying to create pressure in the top lane, but CLG walks into a trap.
Doublelift is poised in this game to have a huge amount of success, especially looking at Alframu's build. Locket of the Iron Solari and the Mikhail's Crucible already. So not only do they have a Black Shield to prevent CC, if any CC does land on a Doublelift, it gets Mikhail straight away. And then we know Link's priority after he lands a good Shockwave is probably going to be in shielding Doublelift as well, since clearly LMQ is committed to diving upon him.
Right.
I feel like since the last few fights it went their way so handily, CLG might have this one in the bag.
You can see Doublelift is building the Guardian Angel. He knows that it's going to get dangerous and they're going to want to dive him quite soon. And just very good positioning overall. CLG not moving unless it's a power play, unless they can all do it together. Very nice Shockwave. That's just so much HP they cannot deal with having off of their bars. It's going to be more, and he actually hits the Dark Binding. The alley-oop to lock up more. He's forced to flash, but he takes the Death Rocket to the back of the head. Dexter coming in with the rest of the team.
And now LMQ is still pushed off of this turret. CLG doesn't have the Baron buff for the regen, but boy, they are looking for fights.
Alframu bringing Dark Bindings with hands that reach out and grab you in this game. He's hitting everything. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the inhibitor turret with the pressure of having those Dark Bindings available. Very, very close to taking it down, but they will be back soon, if not to pressure down a Baron fight and beat out LMQ.
Yeah, the gold lead grows. They're backing with their pink ward for as much safety as they can. And it's going from bad to worse for LMQ right here. You could see just fearless initiation there by CLG, freely throwing out cooldowns because they're very sure of themselves and that LMQ can't call them on their aggression right now. So yeah, CLG just went back to base and bought up, got a lot of pink wards, made sure they got those sweepers, and yeah, Baron's the next move.
Dexter really bringing back the vibe for the 0-out initiation. Always guaranteeing you kind of get one person. When you're that far ahead, you guarantee the rest of that push down the mid lane. And LMQ has been kind of searching for answers here, almost in a stranglehold on Counter Logic Gaming's aggression from the get-go. 28 minutes on the game. And you can see CLG bringing out the sweepers now. 3 on the side. And they're going to get Baron ready to go.
Yep, pink ward control, Seraph with his teleport up, being the body in the bottom lane that they need. And Dexter would be very free to go in for an initiation as long as they have double lift available. On the LMQ side, they're hoping that the death cap being built on Ackerman. Whoops.
No,
he did get hit by the binding as the Riftwalk was casting, so he was a little afraid of something.
So he has that down once more. CLG not putting on too much pressure. He can wait for that to come up once more. Ackerman doing what he can across the map, so they have to watch out for that window of teleport to come in as well. CLG's eyes are not just in front of them right now. Doublelift playing a little do-si-do back and forth. The dodge, out, the death sentence, and they are so close to getting the turret. Remember that bottom inhibitor turret's healing back up right now, so they're going to have to work on that
This
again.
is a next wave endeavor. I wonder how long Ackerman is going to push up the other lane right now.
Get the pings.
Not the fastest pusher. CLG wants to force the TP. Look at that jump!
Onto Vasily. Oh, the shockwave as well. The ball delivery doesn't just have to be on a cow. And they're going to continue to go. Seraph a little too close. Flashes out of that one. Dexter wants back into Cataclysm, and he thinks twice on that one. No Name in the front. One last shot from Doublelift on the rocket range, and he's able to get it. It's now onto the inhibitor turret, Jat. It's forced El Ackerman back to the fight, and it looks like it's not going to help out too much either.
Yeah, Ackerman keeps coming around the side. He did land enough cross-team Glitterlands that CLG has to fall away, so a somewhat successful defense, all things considered, because CLG had a very clean-looking initiation. It was just pretty well dodged out by LMQ.
Ackerman almost losing his life to come back and play defense, but it works out. 196 to 177 for those top laners, so you can actually see him a little behind as you see the engagement in this fight.
I mean, first off, a great ball breaker just to get in range, and then the catch on Vasily seemed like enough, but once again, Vasily's a slippery dude, and it is very hard to actually kill him. Seraph got flayed away by Moore as well, otherwise Vasily would have been dead in that regard. The fact that No Name was the one to die, and that was only because about a split-second auto attack that CLG put down on him, was a great escape for LMQ.
Slowly but surely, CLG wants a bit more gold to put in their pocket. I don't even know if they're really going to be able to go back to base and spend this. Doublelift quickly going for the Banshee's Veil.
Yeah.
Instead of the Guardian Angel, he just wants to continuously be able to stop Xiao. The peel seems good for him. He can stay alive.
It's always an interesting game with Doublelift. I think earlier in his career he would have went full offense, but now he knows he's doing enough damage and is just making it a safer world for him.
Safe world for Doublelift, what he would love. Right now the focus is on him. Oh, LMQ is playing a bit different right now. Doesn't look like they want the straight on fight. They want to see if they can get it positioned from the side. Well, right now they're kind of just moving CLG around. CLG's dictating this movement right now, but LMQ really has no way to get into it.
Yeah, CLG actually wanted to cut him off while they were moving towards this bottom turret, but they have a big wave. And that's a deep initiation by No Name.
Uh-oh, No Name all by himself. That's a wild growth. Nobody can get to the backline of CLG. No Name's just getting deleted for an Afro move. A 3-person vault breaker. Wow, coming in huge, shocking off from Counter Logic Gaming, as it's been told from the get-go. Xiao's going to be forced onto the fountain. Doublelift, another double kill in the game. 10, 2, and 8.
Yeah, looks like that'll do it. That was a big move by LMQ, but CLG, they womboed right there. They waited it out. They killed the Jarvan frontline knowing no damage was reaching past them, and they just went for it in LMQ. These Nexus turrets falling fast.
CLG coming out very strong once again. It looks like Xiao doing what he can. Doublelift has his eyes on the prize right now. In the jacked up Jinx, the speedy attack machine gun is going to have enough shots. Sara's in for the double bite before he goes down. And Counter Logic Gaming in 32 minutes takes down LMQ.
Yeah, hey, this is how CLG has been playing all year. It's only getting better at this point. They play fast, faster than other teams. This one was 32 minutes. Also, Doublelift leads the league in kills. 10 kills in that 32-minute game. Backed up by his support Afternoon, and this time, probably a better performance by the supporting cast as well. 4-1-16 on Link, some exquisite shockwaves.
Yep.
Dexter breaking out the Vi, and Seraph with the 13 assists as well. Always following up those fights.
Keep an eye on those Doublelift kills. That guy right there, I believe it's 25 more, and he'll be the first to hit 500.
Yeah,
a lot of
in
kills.
his LCS career. Very
With plays
experienced
like that on Jinx, sure, it won't be too soon before he gets it. This guy, Dexter, coming out big. Things were shaky for him. Kind of started the season. Coming into Battle Atlantic and the battle of the, or start of the spring, he was the guy in the other jungler's face. Seems like he's getting back into that motion with a just power build Vi. Always.
Big haircut comes out big. LMQ, their struggles are beginning. It really feels like they came into the week tied for first place, but that was after a difficult-looking week when they almost lost to EG and lost to Curse. So a lot of questions coming in. They have another tough game against C9 tomorrow.
They do, and Counter Logic Gaming with this grabs that, not sole possession, but they share it of first place now, so that's going to be nice for them with the Dignitas. But like you said, LMQ with their struggles, it definitely seems like it kind of just, it doesn't stem from them just trying to play Pantheon, right? It's more of, even if they go back to wheelhouse strategies, there's still some miscommunication there.
Yeah.
And it's not something we saw in the beginning. So I think the other teams are right when they're saying, we're kind of figuring out LMQ, and they're going to have to bring out even more new stuff.
We've seen these stories fairly frequently now in the LCS. MYM started in Europe very strongly. We've seen Alternate, the team that is now Millennium, do great at the very start of the year and then kind of fall down to earth. Surprisingly, the only few teams that have joined the LCS and been immediately good was Cloud9 and the Lemon Dogs, which is a team Dexter actually ended up coming from. It's a rare thing to be able to get immediate success and then not have some type of fall off as teams figure you out.
Also, you know, the Challenger Series, it's definitely games week to week to week. But I'd say the LCS and the players would agree that it's more strenuous. There's a lot more to do. It's a rigorous schedule. You have the set times to stream. You can hear Loco even saying, computers go off at 1. That's not how it happens anymore. So if these players are outdoing themselves, even if it is fun, kind of like Chris Cluey said, the football kicker, you can't play 15 hours of football, but you can play 15 hours of league. Sometimes that kind of gets back at you.
And practice as well is another thing that is tough to do over and over again. And also, we had a short turnaround this week. So LMQ didn't necessarily have their regular preparation time because of the London game that we're going to be having for the European LCS Thursday instead of Saturday.
Well, there is a long time for these teams to really iron things out, see what's going on. We see, you know, teams with subs coming in with the wins, with the losses. So it's kind of like they have the least to worry about, I'd say.
Yeah.
So we could see them bounce back the fastest.
Yeah.
They haven't really gone down to the bottom of the list.
LMQ has done it. Remember, they started 4-0, went 0-2.
Right.
Came back with another big week, then had a struggle week. This was the week that you kind of expect them to jump back up again. But they looked very outclassed by CLG in that game.
All right, everyone. Don't forget to share those exciting moments with us by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. For more on CLG's win, let's throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, everyone? Want to welcome Doublelift and Aframo to the desk. Guys, congrats on retaining first place. You're now only tied with one other team for first place. Is this where CLG now stands the rest of the season? You guys ride it in the Worlds?
We have a lot to work on. So, I mean, I personally feel like we kind of lucked out into first place. We haven't been playing like the best team in North America, you know, by like an outstanding margin like Cloud9 did last season. So, yeah, we have a lot to work on to retain first place.
What are those issues that you're trying to fix?
Just like normal stuff, like in-game decision making. And I think generally we'll always get ahead early against like Cloud9, TSM, Dig. And then we'll find a way to throw the game, which is like kind of unlike us because generally when we get ahead, we stay ahead last season. And when we get behind, we just like get crushed slowly. So we kind of got throwing tendencies this split. Gotta get rid of them.
Afro, what do you think that is? Aren't you one of the big two shot callers? Is Doublelift throwing you under the bus?
Yeah,
Where's Matt replacement?
The only problem right now is Doublelift.
Whoa. Wow. All right. Well,
look at his face when he said that, too.
Full of anger.
Yeah, we have. It's just really the 2v1 meta right now, and it's all about decision making and knowing like what to do. You have to make the right call, and if you mess up just a little bit, then you will probably lose the game because it's just that intense. Because in 2v1, you have your jungler and top laner following each other around, and if they go to the wrong side of the jungle, they might die to their 2-man or something like that. You contest dragon, you have a chance to die because they're camping in the bush, stuff like that. So you really need to have the best decision making to be able to win.
So you guys actually had something that was interesting, an early ward on dragon to see the first dragon taken so you could see the timer for the second. But then you ended up not contesting the second one. What happened with the game plan there?
We saw them do dragon, and they had a really good 3-man or 4-man with Caitlyn coming in, and so it's just really not in our favor for us to go down there with Vi and Shyvana and like Morgana, which is like kind of early game. It sucks to fight against those 3. So, and they also have 5 people on the bottom side of the map.
I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit more about picks because you used Jinx and Vi in this one. Jinx today has seen a lot of play, but not overall in this current meta. What do you think has been holding back, Jinx as well as Vi? A lot of the junglers right now are kind of fed up with the Lee Sin and Elise.
Yeah. Well, I think in the 2v1 meta, different teams have different ways to approach it. So, some teams like Dig, they just want Crumbs to go like full glass cannon and kind of farm up. And we kind of just, Dex has always been just like a really great Vi. And I didn't know that other teams played Jinx either. Like, it was really confusing to me because PewDiePie picked Twitch was up and he picked Jinx over Twitch. And like right now, Twitch is such a high priority pick that it was like, well, that's just classic PewDiePie to just like do something so random like that. I guess it ended up working out with them. Jinx Ori is just a really powerful combo. And it's not like we scrimmed Dig or anything. And like I knew that they played Jinx. We just like kind of figured that out on our own, I guess.
People have seen the shockwave into Rockets a couple of times, I think.
Yeah. So then I guess kind of seeking forward a little bit, you guys are playing Curse tomorrow. You guys say that you still have a couple of issues to fix. Curse are like wildly inconsistent. They'll like crush really good teams and they'll lose games they're not supposed to. What's your kind of thoughts on Curse and also your matchup against them?
Well, I think that whenever we play Curse, we get really behind and then they just randomly make a bad decision and then we win. So yeah, generally against Curse, I think it's so scary. I just get flashbacks to last split when we had Chouster subbing for us and they took like every tower. They had like 7 towers up on us, like 10k gold lead, and then me and Chouster just like made some random plays. We had some really good shot calling, and then all of a sudden we just like won the game. But to me, that kind of win, it doesn't feel like a win, and that's how a lot of Curse wins feel like. It's like we're getting pressured early game by them super hard because they just make great decisions, and then they just like suddenly lose a team fight, and then they lose all pressure. It's kind of random. So we're gonna have to work on early game against Curse a lot.
It feels like a win to me, man.
Whatever, man. I hate
when you see the victory screen. Afro's like, yes, that feels good. All right, well, let's talk. Speaking of team fights, we have a play here to bring up on your screen. This one is a team fight in the jungle where you guys win the team fight, basically. And then W5D1 just walking a little slow here, and the straggler gets picked off at the end.
Yo, I thought my team saw what's going on.
Can you walk us through
That's
this team fight here?
Yeah, we got Link right here says they're on me, they're on me. And then they follow up on this hook, which is the wrong thing to do against Jinx Ori. When you get a hook like that, your team, you can't get wombo combo. Like you see that Ori, like Shockwave hits 2, then Shyvana hits 2 with her ulti, and then we just clean up right here. So right here, everyone's calling Vasily, so I get the reset on more, but Vasily, really quick reaction time right there on the heal and flash, gets out. And then right here, pushing mid.
The call to go mid, but everyone gets bloodthirsty. And yeah.
And
so did you actually make that call to go mid?
Yes, I did. Yes, we did.
And I thought for sure that somebody was paying attention here, but my team just kept chasing forward. My team sucks.
Link and Seraph just running ahead. Can't hear you.
My team sucks.
There's a lot of call respecting that game, I gotta say. It's unfortunate for you guys. So then, what is that? Is that a lesson you kind of bring back home? And you're like, guys, I yelled mid. Like, how often does that even happen with you guys?
With Afro, it happens a lot, actually, sadly. Afro will make the right call a lot, and then people will listen.
So,
sorry, buddy.
Is it something to do with the tone of his voice? Does he need to be harsher, or is he too
when we
nice?
get back home.
Are you friendly with too many? Are you too friendly to your team?
No. I'm not.
Well, they don't respect your opinion.
Whoa, I don't want to say that.
Whoa. Let's get another play up on the screen here. This is getting a little deep. This one is a dragon fight. This one's really fun to watch. W5D1, you start this one off by getting hooked.
Yeah, I actually, and whenever I get hooked, we guarantee win the
you
fight.
got hooked?
I'm not even joking. Yeah, I get hooked right here on Dragon. Watch. I'm just standing in like a pretty safe spot. Like in my opinion, it's a pretty safe spot.
This is a
Wait,
different
I don't
dragon
get hooked.
fight.
You suck, Kobe.
This is a different dragon fight.
Come
Oh, I
on.
thought they
You
tricked
step
me.
it up. Okay, so we just killed a front line. Right here, I'm just yelling front line, front line, front line, and I have a rocket lined up for the Zonias right here. And like everyone just dies to our ridiculous damage. And because Vasily's dead here, I don't even choose to chase the Lulu. I just start pushing away because
you know I have it, man.
Yeah, I know. Afro's got this.
This is a pretty slick walk away
my
after you hit
baby.
the binding too.
Oh,
exactly. You press the S key after you throw the bind.
Whoa, the disrespect.
Well, he dodged the glitter lance is why he was walking back, right?
No.
He
I
doesn't
knew
know.
it was gonna land.
Okay.
So why in this case was it okay to chase the kill, whereas before you had to push?
Because we didn't want him to recall into bush and get
Yeah.
away.
That's fair.
That would suck.
I'm mostly just trolling you. I know it's the right call. I just wanted
you,
to.
freak.
Mostly. I just got
Suck.
trolled. They picked the second dragon fight instead.
I'm replacing you guys.
What? You're replacing us.
Actually, no, I don't want to.
Yeah,
Give
I mean,
Raleigh, I have to give
you
pro
want to do Season 3 Worlds again where you don't make it and you can sit and mess
No,
with us?
we not do that. Let's not bring that up. Salting the
Whoa,
move.
whoa.
That was a Team Salty mid moment right now.
All right. So you guys say you're attempting to fix all your calling issues, right? You're saying there's still things to do. You don't quite feel like a number one team. You are still tied for first. A lot of teams are actually fixing their issues by bringing in new staff, right? You've got Coach Odoku, you've got Helios coming and things like that. You guys are just looking like smooth sailing. You can just keep doing the same stuff over and over, or are you thinking about any?
Well, I think that the other teams have tried to not mimic, but like they've taken the same steps that we've taken last season. So like we've brought in Monte Cristo and we have an analyst, and we've always had like kind of outside help and just like people coming in and giving us opinions. You know, like sometimes I'll just like call up Chaucer and be like, hey, how's it going in the retirement home? And like, maybe like you can help me out and tell me like how to play the game. So yeah, we have a new analyst, Zixlal, and I mean, Monty's always been a great help, so we're just going to keep doing what we do. And if we feel like we need more help, then we're not so arrogant to think that, like, oh, no, we don't need more. So, yeah.
I want to follow that up. When was the last time Chaucer actually gave you useful information when you called him up and said, how's it going in the retirement home?
That's been a while, I guess. But I like Chaucer.
Afro, do you have any old mentors that you call up for extra advice, or is that just a Peter thing?
Usually I have Peter come sit down with me at the TV and we watch our TV2s. So it's usually just me.
Okay. Well, guys, of course, congratulations on the win. We're going to see you guys tomorrow for maybe a second win in the continuation of first place. Guys, thank you for your time. But we've got more games coming on, so we're going to take a quick break while we get our minions in a row, 6 in a line. Then when we come back, we'll head into our final LCS match of the day, Evil Geniuses versus Complexity. Stay tuned.
Let's go!
Oh, he blows the flash and then Cataclysm. Link actually places the ball perfectly to distort No Name away from himself.
They can play some more aggressive moves, and COD is daring them into a lot of stuff here.
Very back and forth. Afromu trying to do what he can before he goes down. It's a 1-for-1 so far.
Okay. Passing it? All right,
no.
Take bot.
I'm on Jarvan. Front line.
Nice. Back up for cooldowns. We have Oriole still. Passing it. Wait. I have bind right here. I have ult.
Nice.
Hit the low flash.
Nice! No Name's just getting deleted for an Afromu, a 3-person vault breaker. Wow, coming in huge, shocking off from Counter Logic Gaming.
Those cravers, Well, in Challenger Series, C9T and Complexity were always close friends. And then eventually, when Broken Shard went to Israel for the visa, they approached me. I've always wanted to be in the LCS. It was my dream, and it feels good to be playing it. And I think the team is improving slowly but surely.
An amazing but also difficult position to be in because there's shoes to fill.
Really interesting story there. But Kez, as was announced, is going to be the jungler for them for the foreseeable future.
That's right, and we're going to be started. Welcome back to the North American LCS right now. It is our next match of the day, Evil Geniuses versus Complexity. So far this split, these teams have seen the most roster instability, if you will. And for Complexity, it continues with the news that Broken Shard would be out again this week, and Kez would be continuing to play as the team's jungler now.
Yeah, and honestly, Kez has helped improve the team's focus on objectives and communication, it feels like. But really, Bubba has been a bright spot for the team as well. Complexity's bottom lane, in general, has performed respectably against the other LCS teams in the early game. Bubba and Argyle Lee, they've really been able to keep up with the best in the league and are one of the bright spots of Complexity.
Yep, and currently these two teams are tied for last place. And it's a sign of how tough the LCS has become that the team they're tied with has been beating some of the top teams.
Yeah, and Evil Geniuses want to prove that they're distinctly different from the bottom teams. While they did show some tremendous improvements early game with the addition of Helios, they didn't actually win any games last week. So this is a real test to see if their new lineup can take out a team that they would be considering a team they should beat, an easy win.
All right, well, let's get right into those lineups. On the blue side, it will be Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, it's going to be NACS, Helios in the jungle, Pole Belter in mid, Alltech at AD carry, and Crepo at support.
And on the red side, it is Complexity with Westrise in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prawley in the mid lane, Robert Exley on AD, and Bubba Dub with Mustache on support.
So, yes, Evil Genius is coming in with a new jungler, but this is also the first time that EG has faced them as Broken Shard is out, and there was ManCloud last time. So there's two new people for the mid and the jungle on Complexity. It's almost like a whole new matchup here.
Yeah, we really just got to consider these guys have underwent a lot of change. I mean, EG had their first game of the split with Yellow Pete, and then that swapped for Alltech, then Snoopy swapped out right here for Helios, which is just a difficult thing to adapt to. They are in good spirits. They have been playing well. They just have to worry about, as we said, closing the games.
I think a very promising thing for Helios as well, before we switch over to Complexity, is that he's brought some aggression we've never seen as a first-time player. Nobody's really thrown themselves into the fire like that constantly to utilize plays for their team. Now, it didn't fully work out for them, but it has changed EG's early style of play.
Yeah, and it's a big step for Helios because you have to consider, he basically has to operate on keywords. His English is good, but he's not 100% fluent at the level that the guys that play League of Legends all the time and just scream reams of words at each other.
Absolutely.
Keyword shot calling, back and forth between himself and Crepo and the rest of Evil Geniuses, and it's working quite well early game.
We'll see how it works in Champion Select as they chat about what they're going to be picking and banning. So Cassidy will not be seen from game to game as we go into our fourth of the day. The Kale actually getting banned out. She's passed through and been able to pass through quite a bit today, but not this one.
Some teams valuing Kale really highly, other teams not at all. It's a little bit like Braum. We've been seeing some great starts, some terrible games.
Indeed.
But pretty high valuation percentage-wise, even combine the picks and the bans.
One more ban to go. Evil Geniuses sneaking in a Jace.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Yes, it is.
It's some scouting that EG has been doing against old Prawley. It's the Annie pick used to be the old thing for Prawley, but maybe they've been doing some scouting onto this Jace. You would think it's a random ban, but EG doesn't do random bans.
No random bans. That's some homework being done there. The Evil Geniuses do mastermind a few things, and they put them to use when they need. Westrice looking at a Lulu to start this one off. The Inox already grabbed up for Pole Belter, something he's seen almost trying to be taken away from him sometimes. He gets it this time, which guarantees a bit of wave clear to start off for EG's push.
And most importantly, they're taking it away from Prawley. So they really tried to do a number on him with this pick and ban phase. Getting rid of his Jace, knowing that his next favorite would be the Ziggs, and immediately taking it away from him. Pole Belter as well has some great success on Ziggs in prior games, so great pick.
See what they can finish this one out. Westrice could be going for that Jax. Gives them safety towards the late game, something Complexity usually sees. They can always hold out into that portion of the game where they get the team fights. up and up. Robert Exley, if he gets going in the early game, we've seen it flourish to a defeat of Cloud9 if they can get him a few early kills in the bottom lane to make it right and make it so. Thresh and Lulu locked in as they pick up a little support play on the right side and a quick, very quick Twitch Morgana coming in.
Yeah, EG was ready for that. Complexity seemed a little hesitant because they swapped to both that Lulu and Thresh kind of in the last second of their champion selecting. The Lulu obviously is a flex pick. Could go top or mid. The support's ruled out because we already have Thresh locked down for Complexity.
That would be Westrice's first Lulu. We've known him to Malphites, the Mundos in the early part, Renekton, so that'd definitely be a different swap for him. Probably put some solo queue time on it, so it could work. We see a Hacker Room being hovered as Complexity ponders what they can do. Not thinking about the Hacker Room pick. Be quite an easy counter for Morgana to just bind you every day. We'll see what they got. Would love to see some Lux. A lot of the poke play came in. Italy's still available. No, she's not actually, I should say.
Waiting until very late into the pick ban clock for Complexity to do things.
Whoa!
All right then, EG.
Yeah, all right then, indeed.
They have just done a lot of different stuff. So, Helios has played a lot of supportive jungle in Korea, especially when it was more in vogue. Jungle Nunu, especially right now, I think is coming back with all the people building Sightstone on Elise. Nunu can build a Sightstone pretty much before any other jungler. He can go right from his Hunter's Machete into his Sightstone and get vision control. Top lane Rengar was also a thing before jungle Rengar was. So there's a good chance we see that Rengar top with the Nunu jungle, and they really try to wreak some havoc that way.
Well, they still have his Jax up. It was hovered in the beginning. We still need that mid laner, so we can take a Lulu from Westrice. Very awesome pickups coming here for Evil Geniuses. Really? I love the fact that they go outside the box. We remember them for the Urgot Soraka as well, with Yellow Pete and Crepo from that bottom lane kind of being the catalyst on what happens, but it may be a LeBlanc. That pressure play and the assassination possibility.
I mean, LeBlanc works against Ziggs, but definitely has some trouble with some early game trades. It's not the easiest matchup. It's very much Brawly's skills against Pobelter's skills and how frequently Helios can arrive into that lane. The Elise versus Nunu matchup in the jungle going to be a lot about control. Obviously, Elise does more damage, but can Nunu get it done?
It looks like Evil Geniuses have done a great job in bans here as well. The last time they played against Complexity, it was Jax, Lee Sin, and Kassadin. So they switched the Jace out for that. Like you said, the homework's paying off. The other two bans they've already had going still fall into play. And Complexity and Evil Geniuses looking to get momentum here. Two teams at the bottom that need to start growing as well. They've got the positions in place for their players now. The rosters are set. And before the game gets underway, let's click over to lolesports.com and see who you've been voting for. 76% of the vote, and you're calling it for Evil Geniuses coming into this game. Remember, you can continue to vote by tweeting EG win or call win. Like I said, these teams definitely need to start to get the momentum going from the bottom up.
Yeah, Complexity, they're the new guys, you know?
Yeah.
Even though EG has a lot of new elements to their team, they're actually the more experienced group of players.
Yeah.
Helios, he didn't come all the way over from Korea to finish 7th place on a North American LCS team, right? He needs and wants to do substantially better than they are doing right now. And EG was looking very good last week. The fact that they've had another week under their belt playing together, they've been doing a lot of work, obviously made some pretty decent-sized tweaks into their picks and bans. Let's see if it works out for them.
All right, we got to remember last time EG came out with a win in this match, so Complexity's kind of looking to get revenge in this as well. We've been saying both teams really kind of new within the players they bought on the team. Like you said, EG does not want to finish 7th, and Helios kind of showed that out the gate when he started. He went for Inox. We'll see if he keeps going for Inox. It's changed from game to game. He's gone to Pobelter. EG is trying to use and facilitate that new jungler in different positions. We'll see what Complexity can do in this game as well. We saw the ban of Jace from Evil Geniuses to Complexity, so we'll see them going back to wheelhouse strategies. LeBlanc for that mid lane, but Westrice, his first play in the LCS on Lulu.
Yeah, well, he was the victim of Dyrus's Lulu in one game.
That's true, yep.
And didn't want to be the victim of that again. Westrice loves to play lane bullies. Like, he really likes to scrap in solo lanes. So Complexity would really want to get him a 1v1 matchup against Rengar. It's just a matter of will they be able to get that. Well, I guess they know where they're at least initially positioned, but that doesn't mean much. These guys doing the 5 defensive line probably group up and go for a late invade. But then it's all, so much of this is just guesswork. Picking up patterns of what teams have done previously, trying to figure out where they're going to go.
Not too many deep wards placed in there. Helios pushed off by Robert X. Lee, and you can see even the Nunu able to just heal himself up in the jungle. Also start with a ward. Sometimes we'll see that on other junglers, but it just goes to show the vision isn't going to come from that Nunu right from the start. We'll see how Helios plays it. We've seen No Name on it a few times to great effect.
It's interesting because Nunu actually doesn't stay super healthy if he does a full clear of sorts. He is going to be doing something a little bit creative right off the bat. He places his own ward at his red. I wonder if they're going to be trying to stop Kez when they go for the red steal, because what would be expected after this opening, especially if we do a lane swap, would be Helios going up. So they're going to maybe think about starting there. This is an interesting start.
I mean, without the lane swaps before, if you remember, Odd One did one time go red to red and kind of defy the whole jungle pattern.
Yeah.
It would be almost easier with more people on hand.
That's kind of what I would have expected. I'd expect Helios to try to go red to red right now. But he didn't even start there. So what will they do?
Very interesting. NACS looks like they're going to buddy system it up. He says, wait up. Oh,
which would mean...
Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, the reason Helios would put a ward at his own red is that he's hoping to catch Kez there. But they're going to be completely outnumbered if they do. So he'd have to do like a sneak attack with his smite and his consume and then flash out, because there's going to be more people there than they can deal with, unless he can take it super fast, which is what he's trying to do right now.
This could be a scary situation. Probably already pushed up Pole Belter. He may not be able to leave lane as soon, but no, it's the Dragon. I thought Complexity was going to start heading into the jungle, but they stop. All right.
They did the 1-buff Dragon. So at the end of the day, they all choose their level 1 paths. Nunu doesn't get any actual counter jungling down. And this swapping isn't as clean as other teams have been, and the Nunu has arrived.
This is going to be big, depending on what Helios took. It doesn't look like they actually want enough, but stopping the Dragon is good enough. Brawly, Crepo is going to take a lot of damage on this one, but actually cannot with Pole Belter just on his heels. Brawly keeps it safe and doesn't tunnel in on the kill.
I feel like stopping that Dragon was huge in so many ways. So EG outplaying that mind game. Obviously a little bit of ward control, but then to just go down there and check. We said when all these teams are taking the 3-minute, 30-second Dragon, they have to do so much dancing and everyone has to 100% be on damage. As soon as you put any type of disruption into that, it just crumbles away. And Helios just had to look at him. They had to get off.
Very great play. Pole Belter run towards the danger to sometimes dodge out of it. Very nicely played. Calm, cool, and collected. Didn't even have to flash.
Not at all. Right there. So Pole Belter, 18 CS to 18 CS to Brawly, but getting the clone out is actually pretty key considering he is the one who got ganked.
Yeah. His kill pressure is also down on Brawly's side. That Ignite is out. Oh, close. Westrice dodges the bindings as well. Everybody, good eyes today and getting out of those skill shots. The freeze lane, though. Altec's not making this easy. Westrice is just going to be hanging out.
Yeah, and Westrice already down a flash in that lane. So
yeah,
something bad happened right at the start. Most likely a landed binding somewhere from Crepo.
Oh, blowing the flash. Even Brawly gave Pole Belter credit on that throw. He knew it was going to be big danger. Not too much follow-up on that after the Tormented Soil, but EG is doing great in all lanes right now.
Yeah, these 1v2 lanes are not working this time for Complexity because honestly, Kez took so much damage early at that Dragon, and normally you'd expect the team with the AD carry support bottom to have an edge because of that Dragon. Not the case in this one.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw the jungler come up just to help the top laner by himself? That means it's going to be Helios soaking up all that solo experience in the jungle by himself, and NACS rather can be down there 1v1ing on Robert X. Lee. EG getting everything they want to play out here in this early game, and the Sightstone's already built on Helios.
Yeah, it'll be very important to see how Inox can track his power. He needs to get a lot of Doran's plays early. That's the typical Rengar thing. I wonder if he's going to be going a more defensive kind of tank Rengar, or if he's going to be going with the full damage Rengar who tries to jump in and instantly kill an AD carry. It's not as good as it was since they've done the change to make the critical strikes of his first Q not crit the bonus damage like it was. It's only critting off the base like most spells.
See how NACS plays it. If he gets a few kills early, he may just change his mind and go for that damage as well. We always know he loves to be the carry, and EG will let him be in that position. Helios, the aggression once again. Actually level 4 to level 5 Kez, but he will still be able to put up a fight in that jungle. The early aggression from Helios, we saw kind of the communication thwart that jungle. So EG's mind is in the right spot to the start of this game.
You're really just waiting for the first move. I can see already that Helios has a Sight Stone, right? That's what we're kind of tracking. Whereas Kez has built a lot of wards and he's got a Spirit Stone, but the question will be, how many deep wards can Helios get, and how is that going to inform EG's decisions? Because this is kind of the moment where you want to start getting that control for your team as a new jungle.
Well, it's only going to get easier if you have Pole Belter throwing probably into his turret all the time. And Pole Belter can roam. You can get the ults coming out. Helios has a lot of free roam as well with the range of that. He's not making too many moves just yet. He's in the bottom lane right now trying to help it out. Pole Belter having his way right now in the mid lane. Credit to Probably for keeping that CS, though, in a Ziggs LeBlanc lane.
Yeah. The LeBlanc not having any time to roam is another big thing. Surprisingly, with these 2v1s happening, the ones are having pretty good CS. 28 for Inox because there's been a lot of 1v1. It's not just the 2v1. That bodes well for the Rengar, hitting level 6 and potentially pulling off a mid lane gank at some point.
Probably you can see him just in and out, peppering the damage. He knows he can't stay in the fight for long. Gonna get this blue buff, so he can. Get some of those ethereal chains out so he can get some damage down. Hasn't really even tried to go onto Pole Belter. With that Ignite being back up, maybe he may be able to get a kill in. Look at the AD carry, 65 to 60 there. They're not gonna be meeting up anytime soon. We actually haven't had too much aggression on the turrets. So this game, even though it's not standard lanes, it's still going quite slow.
Yeah, and the timer's off there for EG. I don't know why they expected the red to be up at that time because they were contesting the dragon while Kez didn't have a red buff. But they get the ward nonetheless. So some pretty big miscommunication there, all things considered for EG. They needed that timing to work out because they went up there for a red steal, whereas Complexity just going for the dragon.
Wow, that almost went very good in the top lane. No Name was going to go, or Helios I should say, going for a kill. See Nunu, see No Name. It's going to be an easy dragon for Complexity. That's the first gold lead we're seeing, and this has to be a very careful Westrice in the top lane at level 4 here. He almost got taken out by Helios, but he decided to back off and help Pole Belter with blue.
Yeah, and obviously EG has the timer on the red buff now.
Yeah.
But it cost them the dragon. It's just, I can't emphasize enough how bad that was by EG, or just how much that puts them behind their initial plans, because the Nunu wants to out-control and get buff control, and because of a missed timer, they just lost it. Or not even a missed timer, just something they weren't paying close attention to.
Didn't get anything out of the top roam. Helios and the rest of the team looking to get a new priority in order after the dragon goes down.
Yeah. It's really about cycling their objectives right here, and EG doesn't have much to cycle back for. They know the dragon is down. They've lost vision control as well, which makes it more dangerous to go into that spot. Helios has fallen behind.
Yeah, quite a bit now, 32 to 23. Really
They're losing their interior pink ward control right now, which is really unfortunate.
This is the slow, tough loss of vision, loss of control over the game. Everybody has to react on something, and right now Complexity does seem to be a little bit in the driver's seat. Good damage from Westrice. Kez looks like he also wants to put pressure here. And there's no counter as well. Helios on the bottom side of the map for this one, so they're going to get what they want.
Yeah, and Pole Belter's doing quite a good job on blue. Their hook onto Altec. He is so low.
What a great Soul Shackle as well. Pulled in for the rest of the damage. Robert X. Lee throws down the Relentless Pursuit. He should have the finisher.
Wow.
They traded back and forth. This may have been a mistake. Crepo's now ready to go on this one. Altec turns for the last shot. Keeps himself alive.
EG bottom lane completely on their own accord, pulling off that kill. And then the gank mid.
It's going to be right on a Prowl. He gets the great bolo. He goes back to the distortion point. That actually forces a flash there. No distortion. Inox able to finish it out, but they use quite a bit in that fight. Coming out with 3 kills, though.
Yeah, and just like that, they make up for the missed timers. And it had nothing to do with the jungle. It was all about Altec and Crepo. This time, it's really the Fear Morgana and how strong her zone control can be.
That
Robert and Altec. And Obviously, the dodging from Altec right here was huge, but then Altec opening at the right moment, once no damage had really been put down onto Crepo when it should have been. As Twitch was going away is when they needed to kill Morgana.
Oh my god, it doesn't stop. Jap Pobelter now could be the focus here, trying to put himself in between. NACS gives himself enough space with Pobelter. Oh, great ball! Oh my gosh, what a save! EG's mid laner gets out by the skin of his teeth.
Complexity's got to be getting real frustrated right now because that's 2 kills that just barely slipped away from them.
It's one of the easiest situations to create tunneling, Jat. They can want more and more next time. It gets you into a dangerous position.
Especially from a Complexity team who early in the season just tried to make play after play. The flash just for the slow into Westerice. It's hard to get away from Nunu.
Look at, he's going to get all the auto attacks in too to just keep these free spells coming in. It's not even going to cost them anything. The red buff is there as well. It is just useless to try and run.
Yep, great timing there by Helios. Knowing with the red buff, even if Westerice had his flash up, there was no escape. He was pushed too deep in enemy territory.
The pink wards are starting to come out as well in all the inventories. There's a little plus to having a Ziggs on your team as well. You can clear out a lane without being there, but Pobelter's still going to have to make the long walk down as his team holds pressure in mid for him.
Yeah, the fact that they're up 4 kills to 0 now, they kind of just turned it on. And that was mainly about the performance by Altec and Crepo on the bottom lane, their ever-growing synergy together. They locked in that Twitch real early, and now Altec is just on the hunt for stuff.
Get himself a little bit. NACS, good guy NACS, diving right in front of the death sentence, and he tries to write off on that one. It's going to help Altec maximum, 4-0 for him. He's only not participated in 1 kill on the map. Pretty damn good.
And getting an assistless Twitch when he's getting all those kills is even better. The gold distribution is pretty much ideal for EG right now, especially because they have the Blood Boil to buff him up late game. But yeah, this is what Complexity saw at the start of it, just a Twitch out of nowhere, and they didn't really know where anyone else was going to be. Inox, Helios, they all collapsed at the end and made Complexity have to back up after Kez had already engaged. Based on the knowledge they had, they wanted to get that, and very quickly, Kez needs to pick up that side step.
Mouse bait everywhere. Inox going invisible. Altec just staying in the eye line the whole time. And Complexity thinking they have the upper hand. But they lose their blue there, showing them that they do not. EG starts to move in a little bit harder. A 2v1 situation, really playing himself inside the minions. The binding hits, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb. And Complexity can't even look at EG.
Altec is taking over this game right now. 5-0. He's 6,000 gold, which is 2,000 ahead of what Robert X Elite has right now. All off of those 2 kills. You cannot afford to die 2v2 at this level.
Altec really showing his prowess within these games and coming out of laning phase a lot stronger than usual as well. Usually these are the kills that come for him in the fighting phase, but he got a few of that cash money build up right out of lane. Now finalizing a few kills and even 2v1s. For himself. It's looking grim right now for Complexity, but the game is not over. Inhibitor's turrets are still up.
You can really feel like EG is in sync right now. Once they got the kills, they went up, found control in the top, got the kill. They realized the dragon would be respawned, got control in mid lane. After that, they could get control in the blue buff jungle as the dragon was coming up. Everything is working in synchrony for EG right now. The question will become, can they close?
Can they
close? Because they've been up in their last 2 games early game as well.
That is actually a pretty scary thought. Hadn't thought of it till now. Up in gold, not able to get the game finished out. Sometimes when they're down in gold, they're able to win fights that seem unwinnable. But it's just the flip side. Every time they get to that climax, they got to be able to end it. 134 to 123 as we look at the mid lane. Probably is falling behind a bit there on Pobelter, which would be expected. And we also haven't seen roam out of these guys yet. Something probably usually has a hand in the middle of the game. Getting his team going, getting kills. See the momentum of Probably carry everybody.
Yeah, and we can also see Inox going for the tank build. So if Probably does get going, he can kind of bypass that tank Rengar.
Right.
Go for the damage dealers and maybe cut out EG because they're very much going for that classic old school 2-threat team with Ziggs and Twitch being the only big damage dealers, at least for the next 20-so minutes of the game.
We'll see how good at Complexity is at putting up the brick wall versus Evil Geniuses. So far, they haven't really gotten too much sieging onto turrets. They're fine with clearing out these waves and then backing off. Pobelter with the blue, they're not utilizing it. A ton of pink wards just kind of hovering the bottom side, but everything's kind of waited to be moved forward right now.
It doesn't seem like EG has
Yeah.
priorities.
It's so hard for Complexity to move forward, though.
That's true.
Against a Twitch. EG, it's a little difficult. It's still very early. They probably just want to control the buffs as they respawn for Complexity and then the Dragon again, because they have a bit of a stranglehold, but they got it so early this time. They just need to kind of starve out the mini objectives before going for the big ones.
It's kind of like getting that second tier turret, and everybody's like, slow down.
Yeah.
We actually didn't have enough gold to go there.
They already got a second.
Working out quite well for them. Even when we saw him get that Dragon just recently, NACS had no trouble being in the top lane. EG has great control over the map right now, and you can see using it to full extent. Already see that Pole Belter, or rather Prolly, is just hanging out on the wing, but this could be a very assassinated Crepo. The shield comes out. That lockdown, actually does hit because of the Q coming out. Very nice sigil hit. Nothing to follow, though.
The power of his black shield right there, and Prolly didn't all in for that one little landed chain. And meanwhile, while Complexity was laying that trap, their other lanes were pushing up, so they now have to go back and clean up what EG had been able to pull off while they were gone. But they continued the three-man push down bottom. They could get jumped again.
They get Altec. Oh my gosh, what a grab! They thread the needle, but he's out and in the back of the fight. Altec is fighting with 2,000 gold in his pocket right now.
Wow.
I cannot believe EG is still coming out on top of these fights.
They just got a 2-0 in a 3v4 where they got engaged on. This game,
AD carry first.
Feels over. That was pretty much as good of a catch as Complexity's going to get, and they got wrecked.
It has to be ticking against them. Every time they try something, the call is negated by Evil Geniuses. The perfect grab onto the AD carry, and nothing can be had from it.
I mean,
8-0.
We know the way EG was feeling coming into this game. Like, they wanted to distinguish themselves as a much better team in the North American LCS, and they are doing so right now. This is a statement game at this point. 8-0, 17 minutes in. And let's just watch this fight one more time. Altec gets jumped up, and then the Black Shield stops the chain crowd control, and then he gets far enough back that he can open. That's the other great thing about the Nunu. The Absolute Zero, right as they're trying to dive through, not everyone could actually get onto him, and the threats were all distorted as far as where they were going. Altec didn't get touched, now he's got a Ghost Blade.
Becomes such a tough game when everything you think that's in your favor quickly just goes in the enemy's favor. So hard to start making calls. Complexity seems to still be keeping the communication up, though. They're still keeping the wards out, doing everything they can to get that one pick that could really slate them back into this game. But they're so far behind, just Tabbies and a Sightstone right now onto Kez.
Yeah.
It's hard to fight.
He never even made it to a Spirit of the Ancient Golem.
No.
Which is something most Elises make to before they do anything else. He knew he needed to compete with the Sightstone of Nunu, but now he's just so far behind in items. Complexity can't even get the mid lane. Their side lanes are in big trouble right now. EG's going to continue their push.
They're trying to open up the map, at least get some of that gold back, chat, but you can see how quickly they are dictated by Evil Genius's movements. Instantly back, and they got to go the long way, because this turret already is not safe to guard at 19 minutes.
Yeah, all things must go through Nunu at this point if they want to get anywhere. And Helios is a very strong-looking frontliner there. Pole Belter gets a little bit hooked in, but that's just to open up Twitch.
That was quite scary. He gets a nice rat-a-tat-tat from the center line of the fight. Shreds through Bubdub, can't really get an initiation for himself. And everybody's just slowing down. Inox hasn't even really been with the team this game, but he's 1-0-1, playing his own style.
Yeah, he's just the guy who takes lanes off on the side. He's going to be one of those late-game tank Rengars who would build enough damage to be able to threaten the AD carry, but not the squishy guy that can really fall behind. That's actually the type of Rengar we saw a lot in competitive play before he was disabled for so long. Was this Sunfire Cape tank utility Rengar. He's almost impossible to push out of lane, and he still makes a stealth impact in team fights.
Probably trying to make plays. Doesn't have too much vision on the rest of that. Just to clear out a pink ward. Still waiting to see what Evil Geniuses can do. We're only 20 minutes into the game. EG has made the way to the front base, but now can they end it? It's been the question in a lot of their games that they've played. It just seems to stall out at the end portion of the game. Right here when they get to the front side of the base. And to see West Rice, Prolly, and Robert Exley, they have a bit of clear. You can get that out with impact. But they shouldn't be able to stop a Pole Belter right now, especially with Helios being so far ahead. The dive should be there for EG.
Yeah. 8,000 gold at 20 minutes.
It's pretty big.
Pretty big.
The Youmu's coming out onto Altec. He just wants to keep throwing out the pain, a little bit of the penetration as well. Helios and team gonna grab up the Dragon. No real reason to even chance anything at Baron. They have so much control of the game that it would almost be a risk to try and get that last fight they want.
Yeah, they don't need to force Baron as of yet.
Right.
They definitely want to probably reach their next item break point before doing anything huge. Or maybe just get a pick somewhere, because Inox still has that pick potential on Rengar. He can jump in with an Empowered Bolt and get a catch on someone if they really need it. They don't quite need it right now. They're just powering up across the board.
Complexity's going to power up as well. Got to be careful on EG's side. It's going to take a while. Got about 10 minutes of powering up necessary for Complexity if there's no good fight in between. But being able to clear out these lanes, it's almost like EG has not approached any of these inhibitor turrets. They don't feel they're strong enough, or that they're just looking for too good of a catch that they may not get, and that could be what falls them into their stall out.
Yeah, I mean, Altec's sitting on 1,800 gold as well. So do they have to wait for him to go back and shop before they make a big move?
True.
Like, how willing are they to commit kind of right now whenever they see a window? They need to make sure they don't get too patient and give up their map pressure. So it's good to see them, even with gold in their pockets, actually making aggressive plays right now.
Oh, I like this. The ward clearing will get your...
Oh,
baby. That's going to...
Oh, no, he saves him. It's burning. It's so hot. Oh, he's on fire.
Pobelter huffing a bomb over his shoulder. 28 seconds on Robert X. Lee. It's around 30 per death right now. I don't know if it's enough to really pressure too much, but EG does need to move here.
Well, Altec with the Scrying Orb actually has them land some damage on Ikez, and they know where Restress is. They want to at least burn the teleport, and they know that Robert is down. Plus, the Nunu Secure is some of the best Baron securing tools they can get.
Oh, dear. At least still alive. We're going to have to be very careful for Kaz. The vision denial is there. Kind of guessing where it is. Can't kill a Lantern. Not going to help. Kaz, does it go up? 1,900 HP on the Baron. 1,500. It's going to be the Smite Consume coming in from Helios, and they are going to be on the run. Inox is actually called back from the team. Good control. Jumps over the wall with the vision. They find Westrice. Oh, no. He jumps into Inox, and he uses everything. Still going down.
11-0 right there. And that's a bold call by Helios. Yes, the Consume helps the Nunu, but you actually don't rank it that much. So it is an extra 400 true damage to go along with the 680 from his Smite. So still a little bit risky, but a very secure move there by EG.
What a controlled game so far, chat. Almost 24 minutes in, we're getting the first inhibitor down for Complexity. 7 turrets in total for EG that they've taken off the map, and they're only going to be looking for more here. Top lane's ready for a push.
Yeah. I mean, how much gold are they sitting on now? It's the real question. 3,300 for Altec. They're going to try and keep their pressure up because they have a big experience advantage here too. But if they go back to shop, that's probably the last trip home they make this game because they were so far ahead and they will be so much more powerful after they shop.
It's absolutely amazing to see the AD carry have one of the highest levels in the game. 3 levels over Prowley right now. That's why he's never going back. He just has the damage. Absolute zero, shredding back Complexity, I should say, disengaging them from the fight.
All things told, EG's actually sitting on about 10,000 unspent gold right here.
Oh
so
no! Altec gets grabbed! Could have been some defense that he needed there. A great rebuttal back with the bomb. It's going to be some damage, but only to the clone. Thought Prowley went down. It was a joke.
Yeah, the perfect game is denied. And honestly, EG overreached a little bit there. They're feeling so damn confident and so many things had worked in a row that they overstayed. But having 10,000 unspent gold when they have a 12,000 gold lead means they're pretty much just fighting with the experience bonus and the Baron buff, which is a lot, but not enough to just try and twitch Siege outside a turret. He's not a good Sieger, and he got hooked.
What a game still for Evil Geniuses. We talked that they had a little bit of error room to work with in minutes. That was one of them right there. But you see Pobelter 227 to 162 on Prowley. 0-2-1 there to 1-0-2. A lot of that just across the board. Still waiting for really Inox to have a huge impact in these fights. We've seen a few plays with him.
Surprise.
Uh-oh. This is EG having the vision all around the map, having control of the map as well. Probably considering whether he can help. Complexity isn't initiating anything right now. They're being scared and trying to assess what EG's doing. That's not how you get back into the game.
Yeah, they were hoping to catch a random dragon spawn to kind of slingshot their experience and gold back a little in this game, but it was not to be. And we saw that a couple times this game. It's really swung in a few ways. Once Nunu gets you with the one ice ball. If you're not ahead in the game or willing to fight him, you're going to die.
Over and over. And Helios coming out playing a really strong Nunu. 0-0 and 6. You couldn't ask for more just to have assists on the jungler. Snowballing your team, no pun intended, all the way through the game. I had to for Freak. 12-1 here, 26 minutes in, and we're still looking at that 12,000 gold lead.
Yep, and this time Twitch built an Infinity Edge. So he is an Infinity Edge stronger than he was. Look at that guy.
Wow, he can take a beating already too. Aegis built up for his team. NACS pushing the bottom lane. You saw it, a quick camera switch. Robert actually half health from the Mega Inferno Bomb. But still, a bit of the wave here coming out. They're able to get it with the piercing lights. Oh, very close. Probably not taking too much damage on that.
Both the blue buff is very important for him right now. There is an open entrance to the base if Inox wanted to make it in for the next push, but that would also create the 5v5. EG not a very good sieging team, we mentioned. They do not want to have Altec get hooked like he did last time. But at the same time,
there's Baron off.
I don't think EG's going to mess around. I think they're going on the next wave.
So Baron has been weighted out from Complexity. Helios really has to consider his engagements in this. He can be flayed out, he can be silenced instantly. Locked up by Kaz or somebody else. The Scrying Orb is down.
Orb.
There's the safety. You're going to see Altec on the top side of the turret so he can stay safe for a few shots. They're really putting the pressure on. They are worried about the damage that Complexity can do. Sometimes you just got to go headstrong and have it. Take the turret down finally. Doing a bit of extra damage to Helios there. And they're still scrambling. Now for the inhibitor, Jat. We'll see if Complexity can hold this off.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot harder because of the aforementioned gold lead.
Yep. There's a 1-2. You can see it almost doesn't even impact the health bar of Pobelter right now. Probably so far behind, just the ability tome on top of an Athene's, not something that a LeBlanc is going to assassinate you with.
A good amount of poke by Pobelter, getting Complexity pretty low. And Inox, he's coming in for this fight.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. From the bottom side, he dives into a minion! Almost gets the minion gold! He was actually going for Kaz after that one. The inhibitor goes down, and it looks like Twitch will finally take down Prolly. He won't be able to really change anybody's mind about this fight with a burst of damage. And it looks like the second inhibitor will fall too. Yeah, they're going around the horn on this one.
It's only a matter of time. Inox, good leap. They got 2 inhibs.
That was a great leap.
Yeah, so everything worked out better than expected. EG 13-1, 13,000 gold lead, and really just dominating. They do have that 2-threat team, and they are taking this a little bit slow when you consider their overall gold lead. When you consider it in the context of a normal game, we're 28 minutes in. This is still a fast game.
It absolutely is. Almost should be faster. We take a look at this one more time. What could have been the end.
Oh, wow. That was really clever. Altec threw his poison out after Prolly jumped away, knowing he was going to come back immediately. And then there was just no escape.
Nice try. Yeah. Too bad, so sad. 13-1. That one death still lingering. I'm sure Altec is just thinking about it the whole time here. Will be when he goes to bed tonight. 8-3 in turrets, and they have just opened up this map of complexities like a Christmas present. They're ready for the bottom side now. They're ready for the last present under the tree. It's going to be a Nexus, and really EG has had it for quite a while. Looking across the board, everybody has the kills that they need, and to have them keep going to Altec, really EG, I think, starts to play in his favor, or to his favor, knowing that he can be someone that will carry in the late game. They actually put that into motion.
Especially with this team composition. You know, the Nunu jungle, the tank, Rengar, a lot of it is dependent on whether or not Altec can get going in a big way.
Crepo too, very big with the Zanyas being finished up. They have so many possibilities and so many things that could go wrong in the fight where they just make it right again. And it's going to be a quick kill, actually. That's how big Altec is right now.
1 or 2 crits in the backside and Prolly disappeared.
Faster than the blink of an eye. 9-1-3 on the game right now, almost hitting that 10-pointer. Fantasy players are quite happy with Altec this weekend. It's going to be on the inhibitor turret. The rappel is up, and they're on to Pobelter. A good bit of damage, but he already gets his ult off. That's really all that needs to happen if he goes down. But he's still alive. All of EGR as they continue the fight. The red buff burns on Pobelter, but he gets a heal there from the summoner heal. They're on to the Nexus turret, and just in 30 minutes, Evil Geniuses comes out with a Nunu composition to take down Complexity, 18-1.
Yeah, that has to feel good for Evil Geniuses right there because they just dominated. The most one-sided victory that we saw today. Hugs all around for EG because they deserve it.
What a fantastic game. Altec and Crepo in the bottom lane coming up huge during some ganks and then again during some more ganks. Altec being hooked out in a 3v1 fight, repositions with the help of Crepo's Black Shield.
again, there's those two names again. Crepo and Altec, they played amazing this game. And Helios brought out a new play style as well. EG definitely came together here.
Yeah, Altec 11-1-4. Just saying, he's only started in 15% of fantasy leagues right now, so people need to start starting this guy because he is going to be putting up numbers. Definitely a young, really good AD carry in the North American LCS.
Absolutely, that wasn't a Corki game, and he does the same thing on Corki. Not a one champion wonder. Altec's definitely someone to be reckoned with. The bottom lane as well. Complexity still seeing some struggles as they come in. This roster is now locked in. That's the time that they still have to kind of bolster themselves. Teams like TSM, teams like CLG, when they got their new roster, it said it would take time, and the same thing for Complexity.
Yeah, it takes time for everyone. I mean, Complexity, you can argue, has just as new of a roster as EG.
Right.
And when Hez came in, he made a very big impact. But this game, he just fell behind. He had to build that Sightstone before he was ready to finish his items, got behind on gold. He got let down a little bit by his bottom lane as well. We called them out in the pregame for performing well. Bubba and Robert X Lee cannot afford to die in a 2v2 situation because that Twitch really took over the game.
Right, all right. Right now we are going to send it down to Kobe for a quick interview on the blue side.
Thank you, Riv. I'm here with Crepo after their win and Inox in the background. Now, you guys, you started out with this Nunu pick. Not a lot of North American teams do this. You were able to stop the first dragon. However, the second buff spawns, I think you guys guessed wrong, not able to control it. Did you get everything that you wanted out of this Nunu pick?
We knew we were going to get targeted in the jungle, or possibly, so we had to work on alternatives this weekend. So we just don't stick to the Lee Sin and the Elites, while we can still play them perfectly fine. They're TSM fans. We just went for something else. It worked out. We had to make sure they didn't do the early dragon. We scaled into the late game really well. We just made sure whatever we contested was safe, because we knew we had the better lane and the better teamwork. That's what we've been working on a lot this week. And yeah, it worked out. Really sad at Altec's defeater with 100% dev participation, but he did his best.
I was going to say, speaking about teamwork, you guys in the bottom lane, you and Altec really seem to have improved a lot. You got your 2 versus 2 double kill down there. What is it like working with Altec now? How far have you guys come, and do you still have a lot of room to make up?
We still have a long time to go, honestly. Like right there, his ulti was down before, so I was under the assumption he was still down. So I actually flashed out a little too early, thinking I'd just sacrifice myself and get him out of there. But then he popped his ulti and just decided to 1v2 them, and I was like, all right, Johnny boy, you do that. I'll just sit here and watch. Yeah, he's just a really good player. Really good mechanics. He's getting a lot better at the things he has to improve on. So we told him, like, improve on your picks, and you saw it. You just, at the end of the game, all we hear in voice chat is like, yeah, I'm going to go for this kill right now. And it works.
Now, we also want to know about the overall team communication, because you guys brought in Helios, another guy who speaks another language. CLG have been working with similar situation. How is it right now for your team with shot calling, and what is the ideal situation for how shot calling will work within your team?
We had some issues with it, mostly because not only Helios, but other members were just playing the game but not talking as much. And in reaction to that, I ended up talking more to try and fill that void. But in the end, what you end up doing is just you drown them out even more. So you need to make sure, like, you identify, hey, Crepo, you're talking too much. Teammates, you're talking too little. Let's meet in the middle. And then with a foreign jungler, it gets tricky. But if we speak to, like, core words, you say, like, blue buff invade, contest, we make sure we understand the words that we use. And then it's fine with Dongjin as well. He calls a lot of shots. He says vision, lane push, go for towers. Like, we understand each other perfectly enough to play League of Legends, and it's been going well.
Do you guys specifically separate people into people who are going to add information to the pool and then people who are going to take that information and make calls, or is it kind of everybody's trying to add information?
We just want to make sure that whatever happens, a play is set up. Something has to be called. Like, what are we doing next in this game? It doesn't matter if Tyson says that, or Eugene, or whoever, like me, or even like jungler. As long as that's set up, and you just have to focus on your own game, feed as much information from your side, and then as a collective, you can make that calls. But mostly, it's right now the jungler making like the strategic like map movements, and I'm filling in a little bit because I don't have as much to do on the map as a support compared to carries. And yeah, we're finding something that works, and it's getting better every time.
Well, it definitely worked this game. Congratulations again, Crepo. Now we are going to send it back up to the guys at the desk.
Thanks, Kobe, and let's see how the table is set after our day on the Rift.
And first, we have CLG and Dignitas. Then one game back, it's another tie with Cloud9 and LMQ in third.
And alone in fifth is TSM, tied for sixth are Evil Geniuses and Team Curse, with Complexity holding last place with 2 wins.
We'll be back tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. with the European Challenger Series Best of 3 battle between Gamers 2 and Lublin Shore. Then, the North American LCS kicks off with 4 more matches to help your League of Legends thirst.
Starting with Dignitas versus Complexity. Then TSM will battle Evil Geniuses, followed by CLG taking on Curse.
And we'll conclude our day with Cloud9 versus LMQ. The action kicks off Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. But now we're going to pass the torch to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series. On the way, let's take one last look at today's action.
Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you.
Stop trolling.
Okay.
Can he get enough there? Lemonation is low. One hit from Dead. They can't quite find it. There we go. Jinx excited. Balls goes down. Cross balls as well. But can they get high? They've got to be careful. Zap gonna get flashed away. Oh! Dodging. Gold card. Damage. Oh no!
Did anyone drop their Doritos?
They would not like to give up 2 turrets for one. You know? The OC big damage comes through. Shockwave hits on 3. Cubican goes down though. They're gonna answer back on the cleave. 1 for 1 so far. Crunch watches. He keeps it. Oh cut! Oh cut! Oh cut! I see
Just getting deleted for an Afro move. A 3-person vault breaker. Wow, coming in huge, shocking off from Counter Logic Gaming.
I decide what the tide will bring.
Robert X. Lee throws down the relentless pursuit. He should have the finisher.
Wow.
They trade it back and forth. This may have been a mistake. Krepo's now ready to go on this one. Altec turns for the last shot.
Oh baby, that's gonna.
Oh, no, he saves him. It's burning. It's so hot. Oh, he's on fire.
Hey everyone, welcome to 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. I don't have to get a bowl cut.
Good.
Happy about that.
Yeah, I as we mentioned earlier, I can't grow one, but thankfully I didn't lose any games in League of Legends today, so we're good to go. Today is the all-important battle for 3rd place in Summer Series 1 between 7th seed Curse Academy and 8th ranked Frank Fang Gaming. Automatic entry into the next Challenger Series is on the line today.
And winning this match is a crucial step back to the LCS for many of Curse Academy's former pros. Ex-CLG and Team Curse jungler St. Vicious is just one of the well-known players on the team, along with former XDG mid laner ManCloud and support bunny Fufu, who also played for Curse in the 2014 spring split.
So when Curse Academy have fallen behind early, we've seen a team who begins taking a little bit too many risks and they start digging themselves into deeper and deeper deficits. If that happens today, Frank Fang Gaming will most definitely look to capitalize.
Yeah, and the big name and former pro on Frank Fang Gaming is Nian Tanso, who stepped down as CLG's top laner at the end of the spring split. The problems he experienced in the LCS appear to be long gone now that he's calling the shots, but comes with some other problems. If he can get his team to a strong start, they'll be the ones punching their ticket for Series 2.
So in Series 1, this is how the tournament has unfolded after weeks of intense competition. As we mentioned, today's 3rd place match is between Curse Academy and Frank Fang Gaming. Both teams fell to their opponents in the semifinals, but with a win today will earn a spot for Summer Series 2. Meanwhile, whoever loses today will have to re-qualify and battle through 2 elimination rounds to make it to the Series 2 bracket.
Yeah, the battle for first place for Series 1 takes place on Sunday, June 22nd, between Team LOLPro and Team Coast. That match will take place live before the EU LCS in a sold-out Wembley Arena before thousands of fans.
That's going to be a whole bunch of fun. So clinching the #1 spot has more value than just bragging rights. It also means more points to carry over into the second Summer Series. Here are the current scores for Series 1, and of course these are going to be aggregates overall. Team Coast and Team LoLPro lead the pack with at least 7 points earned so far.
And then tonight's teams are tied with 4, but whoever wins will hold 3rd place by themselves with 5 points total for Series 1. Plus, they will automatically re-qualify for the Series 2 quarterfinals, granting them another 2 points.
Yeah, or more if they keep advancing forward. So, area of effect, Cloud9 Tempest, Team Green Forest, and XDG ended Series 1 with a single point each, but can carry their score over if they requalify for Series 2. And to help keep track of all the Challenger scores, schedules, and our current bracket, log on to lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find everything you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS all season long.
So today's best of 3 matchup's about ready to go. It's Curse Academy against Frank Fang Gaming with automatic entry into Series 2 and an extra point on the line.
Yeah, we talked about how Curse Academy, once they get behind, they just start making risks and digging themselves even deeper. Curse Academy's KDA in wins is 7.79, but when they lose, it's 0.79. In their losses up against, oh, wow.
LawPro?
LawPro. No, it wasn't LawPro.
Oh, yeah,
Frank
sorry.
Fang Gaming was
Coast.
against LawPro. Up against Coast, they ended up going 7-33.
Yeah.
Those 2 losses.
It's a very different score. It's like almost a 5-to-1 ratio there.
Yeah.
Before you kind of said
Utterly ridiculous there, because there's a lot of plays that you try to force when you're behind, and the shot calling on that team seems to be it's very difficult to call from behind, but they're not making the right calls for certain when they're behind.
Yeah, it seems to be a team carried very heavily on individual skill. These are still phenomenally good players, to be fair. Like, ManCloud was arguably the best mid laner in North America last summer split, right? And, like, even if you're not playing like every day for an LCS level, like you don't fall very far in a fair amount of time. So there definitely still a lot of really great players in that team.
Yeah, and a big thing here is the kill participation for the bottom lane AD carries. We can see that Impactful has a lot more than Latman currently, but that's because Curse Academy, when they win their lane just in CS, they group up and they start having team fights, so everybody's involved in those. Whereas if you look at somebody like Nian Tanso up in the top lane for Frank Fang Gaming, he has about a 72% kill participation as a top laner, which is really big. He gets kills up there, they focus a lot into that lane, and they make sure he gets going.
Yeah, and I know we talked about that last week, but him being the shot caller means it's just easier to center things around yourself. I know, for like, I play with a bunch of dudes in ranked 5, and it's like, it's really easy to navigate myself around there. And I either ignore my team and get farm, or I'll actually join team fights, but one of the two.
Those are pretty much your 2 options as a top laner.
Yeah.
But at the same time, our top lane matchup is Nian versus Chris, and you can see their KDAs 3.33 for Nian, and Chris 5.29. So Chris actually has a better KDA, because Nian's very risky in his play. He's played a lot of Yasuo, and it's been a priority ban for him. But if he can get on that champion, he goes ham. He goes in, doesn't even apologize. He's like, going in. And since you're the shot caller, you have the right to do that.
Yeah.
It's your team. It's their fault for not following you.
And that's the great thing is if you make a call and it's bad, you just say, I was just testing your ability to listen to me. Or on the other side, your ability to stand up for bad calls. I mean, either way, you win. If you're the shot caller, you're like, well, good. I was just testing you. I mean, we lost the game, but at least you followed the call. That's the moral victory for that one. And it's actually interesting you mentioned the Chris KDA. Like, this is a team that, again, they just lost that series. You mentioned the 7-33 stat, and Chris still has a 5+ KDA. Like, even in the losses, Chris is actually very good still. And I remember back on his days with Velocity, I was never impressed by him, and I thought all the other top laners in the NALCS were kind of beating him up, and he was a bit of a liability with that squad, but I think he's done exceptionally well in this Challenger Series so far. I think he's really stepped up over the last year or so.
Yeah, he has the 2nd highest KDA on his team behind Mandatory Cloud. He's also formerly number 1 in Challenger in solo queue. Right now he's around that number 10 area, but he's a very good solo queue player. He knows how to not die as a top laner, keep himself safe, and then go for picks, go for kills, and set up ganks. I remember I was talking with JD Wu, and he was saying, Chris is known for setting up his ganks. He knows how to set them up and bait people backwards properly. So see if he can set up St. Vicious in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Saints, again, another heavily experienced player, right? He's been around for a while, a couple accounts in Challenger solo queue, LCS for like ever.
And he's going to want to shut down Nian Tanso.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just give me some of that XCLG revenge. To be fair, never on the same squad at the same time. But hey, you've got some of that, clashing right there.
Yeah.
I think that matters much for people.
Yeah. Curse Academy, they have to start off strong here. That's a really big thing for them, because if they lose the laning phase, they typically just crumble and lose the game.
Yeah, true, and that's going to be really important, and you can see it again from the score lines. I mean, the individual stats are just as impressive as the 7-33 mark right there, but it's like Saints Lee Sin in Game 3 was rather questionable.
Yeah, 0, 7, and 1 in that game.
And again, it's an early game jungler. We expect people to make plays early on. I know a lot of people online criticize his Lee Sin play, saying, I've never seen Saint really play Lee Sin, and he was actually often criticized for his mechanics, Smite Vicious and all that, but also just on champions themselves. And so, yeah, it felt really weird that, like, was the team mentality, like, really off right there, right? And obviously the individual play wasn't there in that specific game. And I know afterwards he tweeted out saying that was, like, the worst I've, like, ever played League of Legends. It's like, okay, I understand, like, people have off days sometimes.
Yes.
that's forgivable, but your tournament bracket, this game matters a whole lot. Don't have another off day.
They are given a little bit of forgiveness here, because if they win today, and today they're on, they don't have to go back to the rank 5's ladder and re-qualify, because they get that auto berth into the round of 8, and they get extra points.
So it's going to be the test right here. And again, there's so many strong teams in the North American Challenge scene actually overall. That you do want the easier ride into the top 8, right? You want the seeding as well to make sure you're playing an arguably weaker team as well in that spot. We saw, for example, Team 8 failed to make it out of the round of 20, one of the heavily favored North American Challenge teams, actually. And so maybe we see them in split too, but you're seeing these teams that are very strong. It's like, well, look, it's a difficult gauntlet to run. You know, get yourself in a good spot.
Yeah, anything can happen round of 20, round of 10. Like you said, Team 8 knocked out of it very, very early on. But and also you find a lot of teams that you may have not faced before. They might be new, they might be around the bottom.
Sure.
It's like, okay, not as known, what are they going to bring to the table? So there's a lot of risk, what can happen there. Just take out the RNG.
Yeah. I mean, at least they're all coming from rank 5, so you can look at the team history.
Yes.
But yes, difficulty all the same if you don't play them up normally. So we are into picks and bans, of course, guys. The 3 bans coming up for Curse Academy. KL, Cast, and Leeson all removed in the first pick for Chris on the Shyvana. Jax, Lulu, and Italy all removed away.
Yeah, and they're definitely targeting a little bit of Nian Tanso here, but he's going to go straight for the Trundle on that one.
One thing to keep in mind, actually, is this is a remade champ select, by the way, so they're actually all picking the champs they'd already done. So we actually don't, unfortunately, have the pick and ban order for you guys, but at least the lineups are on screen now.
That was really fast.
Yeah.
So, you know what? None of this. Just be like, this is what they're doing in the team comp.
All right, Zyrene, blue team.
All right, there's a lot they can actually do here right now. There's a little bit of a wombo combo here. They can set up ManCloud, and ManCloud had one of his best games when he was on Yasuo for the team. He went 3-1-9. That was the game they actually won when they were playing against Team Coast, was when he was on Yasuo. And Chris, he can set up the ultimate with Shyvana very, very easily. Then you get on top of him with Morgana, with Bunny Fufu. You can set up some picks here. You have the Morgana at least combination for the crowd control CC with the binding and the cocoon.
Yeah.
It's a great team overall, and you have some setup here for Yasuo.
Yeah, it's really melee heavy overall, but that's okay as long as you play around it right. The difficulty with a melee heavy team, though, is you're facing Threshbox, but you're facing Ziggs, who's a wonderful counter-engage champion. Trundle the same as well. Like, Pillar can really actually screw with this kind of stuff. If you're a ludicrously good Trundle player, you can stop Shyvana ultis with that. I mean, that's freaking hard, to be fair, but like something I've still seen from players this good. So there are a couple things to sort of keep in mind with this comp. We look at kind of the purple team here. Nian, I think, gets a good counter pick and Trundle against Shyvana. It's kind of the default counter pick if you're going for lane matchup. He provides less pressure, but as long as you can kind of like he provides pressure in the sense that he'll slowly push Shyvana down, but his solo pressure is lower, and that he wave clears much slower.
Yeah, Shyvana is definitely the go-to in terms of wave clear and split pushing. But yeah, Nian Tanso, he has the team fighting. He can shred the resistances. He's all good, going to put him on himself. Big thing here is that when you build your Blade of the Ruined King first on Trundle, Shyvana's build immediately doesn't punish you for that until later, because it actually rewards you, because it's like, oh, you went Sunfire Cape? I'm going to go ahead and steal your resistances.
And the great thing is if they don't buy any MR, then the health literally does just buff you.
Yeah, and the fact that she has Dragonborn passive, even if she does go for a Blade of the Ruined King first, you're still in a great spot. And she doesn't provide enough pressure against Trundle to just destroy him early. So we'll see if St. Vicious can make visits top and just set up those ganks. But then they also have a Vi and a Thresh. These are two champions that have very telegraphed moves versus Bunny Fufu, who's on Morgana.
Yeah.
Can use a black shield, can stop a lot of that. Big thing here, though, is the wave clear for Frank Fang Gaming is much better than what Curse Academy's bringing to the table. They really have a Lucian, and that's about it in terms of ranged wave clear.
Yeah,
Yasuo is not going to bring that to the table. You're up against a Ziggs who can siege, and they have a Corki.
Yeah. There's like one saving grace. I mean, I agree with you entirely on the split on the wave clear point. The one caveat I'm going to bring is if you're really good with wind walls, you can keep your crit alive for almost an entire minion wave. They'll durations about long enough that if you're right on the ball, you can get rid of the minions, block the damage in, but still that's a cooldown, must be placed perfectly, and still leaves you open for some windows. I do agree with you on the Bunny Fufu point. I really want to see how quick his Morgana is. How many hooks do you block? How many violets do you block? I know that was one of the reasons people weren't bringing out Vi very much, was the fact that one of the most popular support picks in the game right now is very good at dealing with her. And yet, what we're seeing her come out, CLG beat LMQ with it in one of the battles for first place. That obviously worked out. We've been seeing Jarvan picked over Evelynn as well. Like, the tier lifts are actually shifting a lot. I know you've been saying Vi and Jarvan are like the new jam. And obviously these players are showing it as well.
And Nunu's up there too because of vision control. That's if it's a priority, because you can rush the Sightstone. At least you can still rush Sightstone on her and you aren't punished. Vi, you kind of have to build damage. Jarvan, You have to build damage as well, but you can go for a Sightstone. It's not as rewarding as if it's on a Nunu, because you do need the early damage.
True.
Whereas somebody like Vi, you almost never see that. You'll see
Yeah.
something like a Trinity Force second item if you do get ahead. I think Dexter actually ended up building a Trinity Force in that, and that's actually my solo queue build for Vi as well.
Yeah.
That's how you carry with it. You
Sure.
just go absolutely nuts.
Destroy
with
the
it.
AD carry.
Exactly.
I hate you.
You just go
using my own tools against me. That's what hurts the most.
Tons of damage. I don't know where I learned that, but
Vi is presses R and clicks me, and then I have to be sad for the next like 3 minutes while I respawn.
yeah, and then you have an extra gap closer, and you'll always end up on the opposite side of them when you use Assault and Battery. So then you just queue them and knock them into your team very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But that all aside here, there's a lot that each team has available to them. Team fighting looks like what Curse Academy is going to be trying to bring to the table here, whereas Nian Tanso, he's going to be split pushing for the most part and then trying to teleport in after dueling Chris.
Yeah.
That looks like what it's going to be, because I think a lot of this is going to be Frank Fan Gaming is going to be either pushed up very far, or they're going to just sit around a turret and be like, all right, you can't actually get this turret from us.
Sure.
Unless you somehow get impactful to do enough damage to it from a range.
Yeah.
Or you walk up and win wall.
Or you dive some bros, right?
Yeah.
Like you go in and you hope the Siobhan ulti lands. It's not stopped by anything. I mean, Vi can Vault Breaker it, Thresh can flay it, Ziggs can satchel it, Nien on Toronto can also pillar. It's actually, and that's the only knock-up on the team. Right, to be fair, like that's the only knock-up on Curse Academy. Now, really good teams can get 3-man Siobhan ultis and a Yasuo, and like life is painful when this happens, let's be real.
You have to follow it up too. It's not actually that long of a knockup.
Yeah, you get about a half second to say, I'm going in, watch for the knockups, and then get yourself into that one. So definitely something to watch for. Guys, we are getting ourselves now into the game. And it's going to be a fun one, guys. Blue side, Curse Academy. Red side, Frank Fang Gaming. They're leaving the base.
And a big thing here is Curse Academy, they went 3 games in their semifinal match. Over in Europe, NIP, H2K, they went to 3 games in their matches too. Frank Fang Gaming is the only team that got 0-2'd. They're the only team that didn't take a single game off their semifinal opponents, which is actually really big, considering they were against LawPro, who everybody thought wasn't going to make it through. LawPro is one of those teams that kind of came out of nowhere and got really good with their lane swaps, with Laud being the new mid laner.
Yeah, it was a really, really impressive just how well they did. Oh, okay. Good flash. We're good. It's okay. His Summoner spell gone. But the invade, of course, still happened. These guys running across the map. I mean, okay, Binding's going to land. Still okay.
Get a flash there, too, so see if they can take any advantage of that and what ends up happening because of it.
All right, well, Frank Fang Gaming have made their way out after finally getting that Trinket Ward down to the red buff, burning a flash and otherwise being okay. Bunny Fufu at least got his Revenge Binding worth 5 gold, so, I mean, if you value your flash cooldown at 5 gold or less, Curse Academy wins.
It's worth a lot more than that, especially since it's a 5-minute cooldown. We're going to have to see what they do, because if you turn that flash cooldown into a kill, then it's worth like 300 gold.
True. Even more if you get assists and stuff.
Yeah.
Frank Fang Gaming sitting on top of the Tri-Brush ward. That's actually not an often ward spot, so FFG not necessarily as aware they're being revealed, but they go with the 4-man buddies. If they're going to get the bottom side jungle just for themselves, Curse Academy doing the same thing in the top side, so red buff trades, but here's the interesting thing is, we're not in a lane swap scenario, so we're going to have to require Nian the TP back to that top lane, and we will play 2-on-2s.
And yeah, 2-on-2s. This is something we didn't see pretty much at all during the semifinals. Everybody just kept lane swapping, and then the team that got the first dragon, especially against Curse Academy, Coast, kept taking the first dragon, and then they would run away with the game from there. So we're not going to see any of that 3.5-minute dragon turning into wards and then just rewarding the team that didn't lane swap. Now they're going to go head-to-head, even though it's Morgana versus Thresh, and everything's telegraphed.
Cloud.
He's very aggressive on this champion, but they see Ziploc on the side.
Good cutting away, though. He's not going to get by much of anything there. And jumps back to the minion line. Actually took a lot of damage on the way back out there.
He actually loses the trade in the overall.
Yeah, Red Buff Vi does some damage with E. And that's going to be a scare. ManCloud going to keep regenning, but only, of course, 1 potion with Thorn's Blade starts. So he actually has less available regen. Baby Zeus might start dominating the lane. Let ManCloud get his way back in. Oh, that hook was so good, though.
And another big thing here is I talked about ManCloud, and he went 3-1-9, and he was pretty much the key to victory when they won that game. And he was playing Yasuo. He gets it in his hands, takes it away from Nian Tanso, stops him from playing that champion, and then he's going to do really well with it. He's equal in CS to Baby Zeus already in the early game.
Ooh, nice. I like the Baby Eater, sort of over the back toss of the Thresh hook, but doesn't mean too much. We're definitely going to be thinking about just how much this Yasuo pick matters. This is one of the interesting things about this matchup, is it's a really heavily contested pick. Like, as you talked about, right? One of the ones that ManCloud won, one of the famous champions from the end. ManCloud goes for another trade. BabyZeus takes a bit of damage, dodges the satchel as well. So there we go. Those are the trades he's been looking for. And BabyZeus now out of potions. So ManCloud.
We're actually having an invade
back
here from
Ooh,
Saint.
That is not the cocoon you wanted.
And big thing too is Ziploc was right there on the side. So he was ready to counter gank that if they had actually landed the cocoon. Granted, BabyZeus, he would have taken more damage, and that's in the laning phase. Even if you just get a gank that results in damage, it's worth it.
Oh, absolutely.
Ziploc, he's trying to find a cheeky way around this, but he's used his Vault Breaker. He's going around trying to gank.
He's going to have to go pretty fast then, because Chris, he's going to try to bait this out. He's pretending like he doesn't know.
Yeah, they pinged bottom.
Ready to leave.
They pinged bottom to show that there's no chance of a counter gank here. It is warded, so they're going to be seen, but there's, yeah, they're playing too far back in the bottom. Up top, though.
Ooh, Ziploc knows he got spotted. That ward just died.
Yeah, he's going to walk away now.
He's like, never mind. He knew the whole time. Saint is just going to counter jungle. Of course, they still know that side of the map was pretty much safe, so he can probably get wolves as well if he goes quickly enough.
Yeah, that's true. He can get the big wolf, and Ziploc, unless he heads straight there, will be able to. No, he's going to go for the. Yeah, he's going to go for the Wraiths.
Okay.
It's actually going to reward St. Vicious in the overall experience.
Well, nicely done right here. Of course, the mid laner being pushed out means if, you know, realistically, ManCloud could go help if Ziploc wanted to contest that, so that's not going to happen here. You're just going to see Ziploc hold mid instead. That's a safe play, but Saint got the counter 2 camps for that gank.
Tier first for BabyZeus on Ziggs.
Interesting. Okay, so if they're going for the, what's it called? The Arm Guard tier build, which is one of the I guess standard is the right choice for it. The standard sort of, I need mana, but I really need to not that Yasuo builds. We saw these with champions like Zed as well, so.
Yeah, you neglect cooldown reduction because you're not getting a Morellonomicon or an Athene's Unholy Grail. But he wants to survive, is the big thing here. And ManCloud is very vicious. You can see he's already at 40 CS compared to the 34. He's very relentless, and that's how you have to play Yasuo as well. You have to pressure that lane, and you have to be aggressive, or else you're just going to get poked out. Because Windwall isn't up all of the time.
Yeah.
Neither is your passive.
Yeah, it's really worth pointing out, like, in range versus melee matchups, the ones that the melee wins are because the melee chose to take these risks and actually press their damage.
Ooh, it lands on the side.
The flash cocoon's gonna hit! Not good for Lightman. He flashes, takes the lantern, but that takes him back into the fight. First blood goes to Saint. Baby Eater now's got to be careful. He has flash, gets away from the binding hooks. Saint Vicious into the turret, plays him back in as well. The slow is there, but only one turret shot. First blood still, Curse Academy.
Ziploc was off on the right side of the map, but he backed. He went back to go ahead and get himself some goodies, so he wasn't around for any type of counter gank, and the fact that there was no ward there just opened up that gank perfectly for St. Vicious. And now, what do they do with it? They started, looks like he started up the dragon. Just a mistake.
Just wanted to be on fire.
So they got themselves an early lead here, and the thing with Curse Academy is they need that lead to start closing out the game. Talked about it earlier, when they get behind, they make really bad decisions, and they get too aggressive. Now they're putting themselves in a spot where their aggression will pay off because they have more stats.
Absolutely, and I think it's gonna, it kind of shows with the team comp here, right? You can hit the bindings, you can, you know, cull people, all that kind of fun stuff, and just ManCloud's champion in general. I feel like that player is just one who is ready to go kill people whenever he wants.
Yeah, 61 CS at 7 minutes. ManCloud, record setter for CS at 10.
Yep, that man is still very good at slaying minions. Captain Ziploc level 5 right now, top side of the map. Doesn't have much to do. He's going to go for his own red buff there, so that's chill. I think he held the timer on that pretty well. Good news for him. And we're back to a bit of a lull, as looks like these teams are going to play in their properly, like, respectful parts of the jungle. None of this lane swap shenanigans where you're like, well, we on the north side.
That's why we put a wall here, the north.
Oh, man.
Not allowed. And you get the White Walkers, but still. The big thing here is what are they going to do with the second round of buffs? Because typically you'll see a dragon come out around this time, and Curse Academy have already put pink wards in that area to ward it up, and said, this is where we want to head. Look at that. Elise, early sight stone for St. Vicious.
Wow. Off of Spirit Stone, too. And Elise is one of those junglers who can get away with that. Her bases are good enough.
Exactly. Her base damages are good enough, and her ratios aren't good.
True.
That's a big thing, too, because Vi, her base damages are pretty good, but her ratios do require you to buy at least one damage item. It's basically bonus AD now.
Well, Nian's going to be careful. He puts the pillar down, but he's still right in front of St. Vicious. Cocoon comes out.
Saint's on the other side of the map, though. That's going to allow Frank Fang to start up the dragon if they want to.
Well, they got to be careful on the bot lane, though, because Baby Eater nearly took a binding, gets hit with a Q, but trades back onto Impactful.
They got to hand off the blues and do the ceremonial dance before Dragon.
All right. Baby Zeus accepts the mating call. Blue Wolf is now his. Latman's got to be careful, though. He took a full burst of damage.
Whoa.
This could be another death, and it is. Bunny Fufu claims another kill. Baby Eater puts the flay down, but that's not going to be enough. He is stunned. He's actually going to hook Bunny Fufu. Impactful's got to be real careful. And, oh, what? Okay, at least the kill comes back, but Bunny Fufu on fire from a red buff. Captain Ziploc gets binded. His Q up in 1 second. Will he flash Q? Nope.
We talked about the AD carries kill participation. Yep. This is why it's so high.
Yeah.
Because this is where all the action is going down right now. Nian Tanso's is typically very high as well, because he pulls Baby Zeus up there in the mid game alongside Captain Ziploc. But it hasn't happened yet this game.
Yeah, I mean, not only do the AD carries have 100% kill participation, combined they have 75% death participation.
That's true. Ton of action down here. We're going to see right here, the culling comes out and he just eats the full culling. It actually looks like it gets canceled early there to get the extra auto out from Impactful. Very well microed there. And we see the heal comes out, but it's not enough. Impactful ends up dropping, and the box finally comes out for a double kill when he goes over. And now they're focusing Nien in the top.
Nien has popped the ult. He's healing up as best he can. He will heal a little bit more off these minions, but ManCloud, can he push away with Captain Ziploc? Chris and Saint still around. This is going to be a bit of a risky dive, but they're going to go for it. Saint pulls aggro first.
He has repel.
Nice little trophy right there, but Chris now on the other side of it. Six bomb comes out. Saint not going to go down. Chris tanks it really, really well aggroed by Curse Academy.
And during this time, you should be doing Dragon. You saw skirmishes up there for a very, very long time. You have dominant vision of that area, and Frank Fan Gaming don't make a move for it. Instead, Ziploc pressures ManCloud in the mid lane and then just backs off.
I mean, you think about how bad the bottom lane's been right now for Frank Fan Gaming. Impactful and Bunny Fufu have to be, aside from CS, which, I mean, is relevant to be fair, are crushing this lane.
Yeah, Impactful and Bunny Fufu are doing a really great job, but they keep getting pushed in. It just looks like Latman is clearing on top of them and to the turret. But that also gives Impactful and Bunny Fufu more room to just chase them up the lane. They are safe. It takes them longer to get safe because their turret's so far away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to try. Nope. Almost right there. But, I mean, the problem is still, though, right? It's like, even though you have the would-be positioning, the fact that Curse Academy never seems to be low on health means they realistically can't go for those dragons. Like, that's a really unsafe call when you know that dual lane is stronger than you.
And they ended up pushing that wave into the turret, but the fact that they would just have a numbers advantage straight out is something to consider.
Sure,
we'll have to see. Ziploc, he's 6 now. He wants to use the assault battery that just came up right now alongside his flash, and there are no wards down here to see him. But it is a Morgana.
Yeah, well, the black shield's going to be an important one. How good's the hook? How good's the
Saint's
play?
here too.
Ooh, they pinged it. They know he's there.
Yeah. He was on top of a ward. He sweeps it out, though, and then he backs off. Oh, it's going to call him in.
Goes in. Who's going to find it? No black shield comes out whatsoever. Impactful's going to be going down. It was already on cooldown. Bunny Fufu has no way of helping a friend. And out they go. Another kill picked up. This is Frank Fan Gaming finally finding their second kill.
Yeah, they were able to bait it out before the engage started, and Ziploc going to have to zone away and pick up the ward after it.
Down goes the ward. Flashy recall animation.
Ooh, Chris is actually invading the jungle now, trying to take it over because they saw that Captain Ziploc was in the bottom lane. So he goes and gets some vision over by the red buff, and now making plays mid.
Oh, good Satchel retreat there. Chris Academy will show up in time for this turret, though. Well played. Chris Academy continuing to actually press their early lead with now a mid lane turret kill. Dragon still has not been started by either team, but CA definitely making good moves.
Yeah, Curse Academy are making really good moves right now. They got ahead off of the first couple kills, and now they're able to make moves because a lot of attention has been drawn down bottom and top. Like, they kind of split it, and now they just group up and focus mid with those people they got ahead.
Oh, look at this. Saint is actually trying to solo the Dragon out with his Spiderlings. They will help a little bit here. Captain Ziploc also going back for his own buff. So he's been clearing his jungle pretty successfully. 58 minions on him. Lizard Elder already done, but Saint has done more for the team, I would say. Sightstone, the Dragon attempt here. Curse Academy definitely looking better as a unit.
Yeah, it's a great call to get that Sightstone on release, because then you can swap out your sweeper very easily. Oh, gets it off of it.
And it's got to be real careful. Damage on a Chris. One attack can't pick it up in time. ManCloud seals the deal. Chris gets away. Not even close, baby.
ManCloud and Chris, great communication there. Ziploc, though, can he get it? Oh!
Oh, couldn't quite get him. And that ward, it didn't seem like it actually saw him inside the brush either. Ziploc up. Misses the Q thanks to a knockout from ManCloud. Will miss one extra CS because of it. And All right, that turret barely lives, but Curse Academy still repeatedly making the better plays.
Yeah, they're making a lot better plays. Not only do they seem to be winning their lanes for the most part, actually, no, see, there's CS advantages here for Frank Fan Gaming.
Yeah.
But there's just more
They're winning 'cause of
participation.
kills.
Yeah, they're more participation. They're just grouping up better and making better rotations right now. Frank Fang seem to be playing the stay in your lane game.
Ooh, good flash from Mankla. Gets away from the Vault Breaker.
Chris decides not to take the teleport, instead to push out the mid lane. Just used it to make him back off.
All right, well, that's some pressure put down. Looks like the team's running down towards the bottom side of the map, just maybe. ManCloud stays up there against Nian. Nian does have teleport. Chris looking for this flank here, level 10.
Yeah, he
No
left.
Dragon for him?
He left lane a long time ago.
Yeah.
He's done dueling Nian. He doesn't want to play that game.
No, but they are going to get a duel on this turret. I guess kind of a 4v1, actually. Not a very close duel. Bit of unfair duel, let's be fair.
4v turret. Not fair.
The 4 did win.
Typically, too. Oh, he's going to go for this. Last breath comes out.
Comes in, pretty good amount of damage. Nian very low now, 500 health. The crit hitting as well. ManCloud, just a static shiv, really knocking people around. Nian forced to heal as best he can off his Cutlass and everything else there. And just wave clear coming in. Baby Zeus earning himself some fantasy points. Looks like he's succeeding at killing these wraiths.
Yeah, his build is very interesting, too, because he went straight for a tier, and now he's going for a needlessly large rod, and he's neglected all cooldown reduction, so his wave clear isn't as frequent.
Yeah.
So when they get sieged up, that's yeah, exactly. That's going to be a problem when they get sieged on by Curse Academy, because he doesn't have the frequent wave clear, he doesn't have the frequent poke to discourage them from actually coming in, and a big part of that is the cooldown reduction monopool. He's not going to have that available.
Absolutely. Big risk for these guys if he starts to oom from having to clear too many times, and if you clear waves farther from your base, you get the fountain less often. Yeah. It is a risk overall. But right now, we have a 4,000 gold lead for Curse Academy, which means we might just have to force those defensive siege situations. Baby Zeus might be the only guy keeping his team aloft for a while. In the end, again, in a duel with ManCloud. ManCloud doing exceptionally well in this one. Knockup's going to land. Goes for another ulti. Big damage comes through. In the end, pops his own ultimate, and they're going to see how well these guys can fight. Summoner heal pop for movement. Siege flash for Nian. Can ManCloud get the knockup?
There's the lantern.
Find the juke. Lantern comes out. Can't get the knockup. ManCloud has to let him away.
He gets him out of there. Here are the junglers. They've both been playing out of their mind this game.
Well, a couple of spells missed from Saint, though, and it's going to be Frank Fan Gaming. Just force them away from the map. But otherwise, nothing picked up there for this one. Saint 2-0. Ancient Golem is there as well, and he's going towards what looks like Aegis.
Actually, a fun thing in the bottom lane. The Trainee Force first for Impactful versus the Bloodthirster first from Latman. Latman actually has a CS advantage by about 20 now, because the kills that ended up in that lane went to Bunny Fufu. He's 2-0-1, and they're actually looking for ManCloud right here.
He does not have flash
Just
or
Ziploc,
heal.
though.
No summoners up, but Captain Ziploc, yeah, he is alone. Ulti's not going to matter. Dodges away from the knockup. ManCloud could not have followed anyway. Just a lantern to keep him to safety. So Frank Fan Gaming sitting on a couple of defensive pink wards to keep their jungle as safe as they can. But these guys got to be careful. Binding's going to land nicely done, but Fufu even saves the ward. BB Eater can't quite kill that one, so hey, take what you can get.
Yeah, right out of range from it. And now ManCloud is doing split push duties against Niantanso, and Niantanso, he loves Yasuo. He knows the power of that champion and the dueling potential it brings to the table. And up against Trundle, he steals your defensive stats, but against a Yasuo, you don't build any defensive items. So you're barely giving him anything.
That's true. You don't even gain MR per level. Not that it necessarily matters against Yasuo anyway, but hey. Just more stats they don't even have. St. Vicious pushing Baby Eater away. Some nice deep wards to watch. Who could be defending this tier 2 turret? Curse Academy ready to go for this one. Black Shield comes in. Baby Eater forced to flash away. Binding pushes Latman back as well, and you're going to see this turret maybe under fire soon.
It's just really good decision-making from Curse Academy so far after getting that little lead. And there's the hook onto Chris, though.
Got to be careful. Does play him back, but Baby Eater just goes down. Too much damage coming out there. Curse Academy making the plays. Nice Black Shield. Ziploc finds nothing for it. Morgana ulti comes in for Bunny Fufu. He's going to get a lot of them down. Does fall over for it, but still 2-1 for Curse Academy.
Yeah, really, like I said.
Oh, Chris!
Oh!
Wow, he was in the wrong place right there. That was silly.
Niantanso's here too now, and ManCloud has no way into this.
Oh,
the pillar!
What a pillar. Curse Academy forced to fight for their lives. Impactful goes down. The turnaround by Niantanso's teleport. Big.
He just shows up.
Those are wolves.
Just shows up to pillar. That's basically all he did was show up to pillar, and it came up huge there. Baby Eater, he's a little too far forward, but at the same time, he had to make that play to get Chris into this fight. A great Black Shield from Bunny Fufu. He shields, and then he immediately walks up to get the Soul Shackle, basically guaranteeing the kill on Ziploc. He sacrificed himself at the same time. Chris is sticking around too long, though. He runs straight into a bomb because Niantanso teleported to the bottom side, and they saw that, and they couldn't do anything about it. But look at that.
Wow.
Oh, one man.
Another fight. Captain Ziploc forced to run away from this one. The dream is real. Nien, though, taking way too much damage. Curse Academy find one back. This game trending rapidly into a bloodbath. 8-5 in kills, and still a big gold lead Curse Academy.
Yeah, and now Curse Academy have a lot of options because they have this lead. They can get Dragon, which is up in 5 seconds right now, and they look like they're heading over that way.
Might be the smart choice. ManCloud still pushing up in the top side. Looks like bottom outer goes down to Latman. And a fade starting for him as well. So Corki will be mirroring this build before too long. Go Impactful is actually going for Ruin King on the Lucian. So we'll see what matters for those builds. There are 2 tanky frontliners there, so I understand the Ruin King choice. St. Vicious grabs the blue buff steal, and now they're in position for Dragon.
Great pickup there, and because of the build, once again, for Baby Zeus, it looks like he's going to go for the Archangel Staff straight into the Zonias. Take that blue away from him, you cripple that Ziggs a lot.
You absolutely do, but you know, he's going to try on just the Archangel Zonia's build, so again, no CDR, definitely going for something defensive.
Like, he'll have some decent mana regen and a decent pool, but once you burn through it, it's hard to get it back up. And there's a lot of decent, like, you can just run up with Impactful and be like, oh, I cleared the wave. What are you guys going to do about it? If you run Ziggs out of mana, you ruin his entire just siege defense.
Absolutely.
Can't do anything about it.
We'll see if the mana becomes a concern here with this build. Tier keeps stacking up. He's got, you know, as you said, a little bit of mana regen. We'll see how it pans out.
A big thing, too, is Frank Fan Gaming, they have pretty much a go-after-them comp in their top laner and in their jungler. It's just like, we're going to engage this, and you guys are going to follow up.
Yeah.
And there is some disengage from the Niantanso, but Vi just kind of doesn't fit
Vi
the whole
goes
thing.
in pretty much.
Doesn't fit the whole dynamic that's coming out here.
Oh,
but we'll
big ward saved.
We'll have to see what they end up doing with it, because they obviously have something in mind. Don't know how far down or what situation they thought they'd be in. But now Niantanso, I don't know if he can duel ManCloud, but we'll see. Oh,
well,
not a duel.
Bring in the Vine. That's going to be pretty good for them. Now ManCloud's going to flash downwards. It's a nice pillar, though, and ManCloud will go down. Nien finds the kill thanks to help from Captain Ziploc. So FFG finding their way back in a couple of times here, but with the Dragon going down, it's still a 4K gold deficit. It's going to take them some time.
So big thing there was that Ziploc was able to use his Assault and Battery when Niantanso was knocked up, so you couldn't use Last Breath on it from ManCloud. So he didn't get the armor penetration, he didn't get the lockup, and he didn't get his passive reset.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Absolutely it is. I mean, the 1v2 is still a difficult one, but
yes.
hey, well done. St. Vicious actually clears out the rest of that Wraith camp, interestingly enough, so that'll come back up in about 45 seconds. Nien still holds this top lane, 182 minions. He is trying his hardest to farm up and be this gigantic threat. Going towards the randoms, he realizes Curse Academy, very physical heavy. You will get some magic from the Shyvana, but she went Ruin King, so you will still see a lot of AD come out from her.
Yeah, I like the build for the Randuin's getting tanky. He hasn't even finished his Blade of the Ruined King yet.
No.
Whereas Chris has. Chris went straight for it. So Niantanso, he's realizing he's going to have to soak more damage than deal at this point. Because they're playing from behind too. The longer you can stay alive under turrets, the better, frankly.
Oh, sure. And I mean, to be fair, you've got the Rocketeer of Yordle Brigade. You've got Ziggs and Corki just throwing explosive out there. Like, I'd tank for that lineup. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. They do enough damage. It's mixed enough, too, between the Corki. So you have a good spread here.
Oh, this is big, though. I don't know if Nien sniffs this out. He's going to walk around, but he's going towards the top lane. He does not whatsoever. Curse Academy successfully sneak the Baron with their support showing mid. Their top lane is showing on the right-hand side, and Curse Academy. Oh, man. And now you got to be careful if you're Nien here. He's going to try to go as fast as he can.
Ooh, Saint's going to try to cut him off here alongside Impactful. Goes straight over Pink Ward and dodges.
Stops a bit of it. Saint's going to go in there, but Nien just kind of wants to fight the guy
they're all
back.
here.
Summoner he'll use, and there's the engage for everyone else. I think that was a bit of a weirdly mixed call. The knockout comes through, though. Captain Ziploc down the wrong spot. Saint gets out. Impactful gets the kill. And look at this. Curse Academy really breaks this game open.
Yeah, Ziploc went a little too far there, and now Curse Academy with the Baron, the sneaky Baron, and the good calls so far. They got a Dragon undetected. They got a Baron undetected. They got the next Dragon completely undetected as well. And now they're just creating this large gold lead for themselves that they can pretty much do anything they want, regardless of whether or not the call is super aggressive or super safe. So they're playing, I mean, basically they're holding all the cards.
Yep, they're holding all the cards, and they're playing it pretty much perfectly. Cursed Academy are definitely owning the map right now. They're not letting almost anything happen to them. There's the occasional Vi sneaks in to gank somebody, but that's pretty much it. CA looking great here in game 1 of up to 3. If FFG can pull something back here.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the whole, their KDAs when they win is 7.79. When they lose, it's 0.79. They're definitely playing a winning game for Curse Academy currently.
Yeah. Ooh, Manclub's gonna be real kind of a turn shot. Wow. That was just a mistake.
Yeah, staying there way too long. And now they get a lot of pressure off the map. ManCloud, 2-2-1. And look at this, Baby Zeus, 3-0-1. Has the Zhonya's completed, has the Archangel staff. I don't know how much he's going to be sieging or how much he's going to be on the back foot if they're just completely aggressive.
Sure. Well, we'll see what he can get with this one. Half the mana pool right now for Ziggs means about 1,000 mana, not too shabby. Nian's still the one who's holding the split push, doing what he can. Push towards the mid lane. Impactful does what he can to hold the wave off. Gets a lot of the minions gone, but I think this is actually, wow, very well held. Shield used on the Ziploc. He does burn that all down, but he stays safe running away with the Vault Breaker. Curse Academy completely hold the siege 4v5, or 3v4 in this case.
It's that wave clear from Lucian we talked about. That's their only real tool to execute that type of move. And now Niantanso, he's looking for Chris, but Baby Zeus.
Wow, he's got to pop the Zhonya's. Can he stay alive in this one? All of Curse Academy is around Nian, still forced away. The tank is not all that durable. Impactful's got to be a bit careful. Flash the way. Baby Zeus goes down. The shutdown goal comes over now. Latman rooted up, nowhere to go. Second kill picked up for Curse Academy. They just keep winning fights.
Just back-to-back fights here for Curse Academy. And look at that. Baby Eater gets rooted and cocooned.
Down he goes. Chris is going to drop turret dagger with a couple of minions around. Why the heck not? It's going to be a tier 2 turret going down. And with the death time is 20 seconds, they can get at least the inhibitor turret as well.
Yeah, St. Vicious is having a really good game right now. He's landing a lot of his cocoons in the late game. Very crucial. Following up off of Dark Vines. We'll probably see another one here.
Captain Ziploc also in the wrong spot. He was spamming recalls and they said, thanks, Dark Binding, thank you very much. Inhibitor goes down, and a kill that did not need to be picked up goes towards Curse Academy.
Still Baron ticking on them right now. They're going to actually play it safe, and they're going to go for the blue and the dragon. Get them for themselves. Again, stop Baby Zeus from any chance of sieging this game and get themselves even more gold to just start running away with it even further.
Yeah, I mean, this is turning into a sprint more than a marathon. They're running away rather rapidly at this point, Curse Academy, with great things.
Saints having a good game.
Yeah, and he is 3-0-6, right? He's doing very, very well.
And the binding into the cocoon there, but the cocoon hits Niantanso because it's Zhonya's Ziggs right there. And now they just trail it off. They actually lose 3 members here. 2 members, sorry. One gets out. Niantanso ends up getting away just barely, and then they dive Baby Eater afterwards for the 3rd.
Laser comes out. Actually, Ziggs died in the whole mix of the replays coming out, so another pick. Curse Academy again and again and again, finding FFG in the wrong spot. Captain Ziploc will bring it down for a few seconds. He's not going to be able to flash much of anything. Ooh. There he goes. Finally jumps to the wall. Niana's around.
There's Chris.
Here's Chris. The knock gonna come in nice in there for ManCloud. The counter ult comes in, but Ziploc not going to do enough. Chris now chasing Latman. In comes St. Vicious as well, and they're just pushing in. Chris will have to aggro away from this one. Now the hook in, the flash by ManCloud. Nicely done there. It's a flashy play. It didn't really mean very much, but you know, that's okay. It looks cool, and that's what matters here in this game. 16-7 now. Only 26.5 minutes in.
Yeah, it's very, very early on in the game. The respawn timers are not as long as you would think, considering the base has just been cracked wide open. And now Curse Academy, they're starting to just go through all these turrets, systematically picking Frank Fan Gaming apart and trying to end the game out. For Frank Fan Gaming, they do have some wave clear, but they're just not getting to that point in their build where they're extremely relevant up against these members who have about 14k gold or more.
We're going to see what happens there. Niantanso trying to hold the team alive. Latman just now respawning. So they had some time of power play, but not any longer. 14,000 gold for Curse Academy's lead. ManCloud's still going to split push the top lane, and he does not want to duel in the end. He's going to back away from that one right now, which gives a little more time for FG to catch up, but there's still a giant item lead.
Oh, he still gets hit by the cocoon. He got clay pigeoned right there.
Oh, man.
In the air, still eats a cocoon in the face and gets locked up.
Well, that's the thing with St. Vicious, is he's 27 like I am. He's so old, he remembers Duck Hunt. He's got that practice in.
Just imagining the dog with the whistle.
Yep.
Good times, but there's really good coordination here. They actually lock up too. Niantanso takes the lantern off to the side, and then they just start running on the left, but Latman is ditched on the right here. Flashes away, then eventually gets trailed down by the auto attack there.
The only AD he has is from Masteries and Hybrid Fenmark.
It was enough.
It's enough.
Doesn't matter, got the kill.
Yep. 35 damage, all you need sometimes.
And there's a huge gold deficit here for Frank Fang Gaming. You can see it just reflected in their builds in the overall too. Niantanso has only completed 1 item, has the makings of the other. And now, sitting there trying to duel, and there he goes. He takes the lantern out. Finally, ManCloud As soon as he finishes that Infinity Edge, it's going to be even more ridiculous.
Oh,
against
yes.
100% Krill.
Well, that man trying to hold his turret alive. Chris going to pull aggro. Doesn't even care about the damage
So
output there.
tanky.
Latman's doing what he can. He's trying to kite it around. The Valkyrie's away, but there's a dragon form. Yeah, you can fly. So can I, says Chris. That's another kill picked up.
They both drop fire behind them, too.
It's true. One's blue.
Yes.
Thankfully on the blue side, so it really just is very cohesive.
Went for the thematic champion.
Does anyone ever pick skins based on what team they're on?
No.
I'll bet you there's someone out there who does it.
Maybe.
Captain Ziploc goes to the knockup there on Impactful, but he's got no health. Got some shield. That's not going to be enough. Another kill goes to Impactful. 7, 3, and 5 on Lucian. They keep on moving forward. Zig's wave clear. It's not really going to be too much, though. They're happy to keep diving past this one. Mid inhibitor respawning very soon. They're going to clear the minions' way on this one. Top lane split push from the jungler. Why the heck not? St. Vicious claims that. Pink ward goes down. Mid inhibitor now under fire. Frank Fang Gaming still in a 4v5. They're very hesitant to defend.
Yeah, in this game, from the first blood has been going in Curse Academy's favor. They just, it's much easier to shot call from ahead. It really is.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Absolutely easier to shot call from ahead. And we saw their shot calling fall apart when they get behind very early. It's harder to shot call from behind, but they just fall apart when it happens. And they didn't put themselves in that situation this game. Frank Fang Gaming, on the other hand, having the complete opposite.
Second attempt for a Baron Nashor, and picked up by Saint.
They're going to go for it.
The dive in towards Nien. Culling hits him a little bit. He's got very low health. Foster Pop comes out. Lantern comes by as well. The dive on in. Chris can't quite claim him. The shields are there and keep Nien alive. He's going to be happy with this one now. Chris finds Captain Ziploc. Down goes the Vi. She's got nowhere to go. ManCloud claims another victim. Nien Tanso dies for his sins of trying to contest Baron against Curse Academy. And these guys are up 18,000 gold. One inhibitor's already dead. It's only 30 minutes in.
They just walked up and stabbed him in the gut there.
That
looks like it's going to be the surrender coming out here.
Yep.
For
and I would
Frank Fang Gaming. Yeah.
I would do for Frank Fang Gaming. You know, at that point, you've got to kind of cut your losses, get your mind in a clear state, and move on forward. It's actually, I think, back to Worlds last year, semifinals, Fnatic versus Royal Club. Game 2 is the game that Fnatic won. And Fnatic actually took, so Royal Club was like, by about 50 minutes, they're like, you know what, we lost this game. And they spent the entire rest of the game talking about how to improve for the Game 3 and Game 4, how to turn the series around, and just kind of played it out on autopilot. And it's like, I feel like at a certain point, you do the same thing when you're Frank Fang Gaming and say, okay, what are the mistakes? What are we going to do next time in Champs? Like, let's talk this out. Just autopilot the game, whatever. And sometimes games like that, where you start behind, they're not even fully playing anymore. They're using that time to think and discuss strategies and like, okay, we're ready to go.
Yeah, what's going to happen next game? Yeah. When you get to that point, and there's a huge gold lead and gold discrepancy between the teams, 20-7 in terms of kills at the very end there. And Curse Academy played that perfectly. We were talking about how St. Vicious had a really bad game on Lee Sin, going 0-7-1. Turned it around, 4-0-10.
Yep.
He's doing really well for himself today. He's on today, and this is the day that matters for that.
I mean, to be fair, the semifinal mattered a whole bunch as well, but
they would mean the same thing for him coming in.
Sure.
For the most part. Just
means
you want to
requalify.
requalify. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
You want to requalify and have the easiest chance possible at continuing your Challenger Series career.
Yeah, third place plus requalification is usually enough points from what we've seen so far in Spring Series. Yeah. It's usually enough points to get you in a postseason. It's not a very good seed, to be fair, if you go like 3rd, 8th, but it's enough to say, okay, we've got a real shot at the promo tournament now, and that's a very big one. It makes it a lot less strenuous. I mean, again, you want to do the best you can and get the best seed you can, but that does help. The Curse Academy squad now, they're one game away from guaranteeing a 3rd place finish here, guaranteeing top 8 in Series 2, and that's where they want to go for here. So this is the test for Curse Academy is now switching sides, new champ select. Okay, they managed to steal Nien's Yasuo. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, they might have to ban it this game because they usually will pick Nien Tanso's champion first, whether it be Lulu or Yasuo, and set him up and then make the team composition around what he can do. So we'll have to see the order that it comes out here. We didn't get to see the order last time.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that the Yasuo was picked pretty early on.
I feel like that wasn't 10th pick.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been because it was blue side, but I'm just saying it's unlikely it was that way either way. Guys, going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's time for Game 2 between Frank Fang Gaming and Curse Academy. Frank Fang Gaming needs to pull it back if they want to get a 3rd place finish here. Don't go anywhere. mating call. Blue is now his. Latman's got to be careful though. He took a full burst of damage. This could be another death, and it is. Too much damage coming out there. Curse Academy making the plays. Nice black shield. Ziploc finds nothing for it. Morgana ulti comes in for Buddy Fufu. He's going to get a lot of them down. Wow, he's got to pop the Zonius. Can he stay alive in this one? All of Curse Academy is around the end. Still forced away. The tank is not all that durable. Impactful's got to be a bit careful. Flash the way. BB Zeus goes down. The shutdown goal comes over now. Latman rooted up. Nowhere to go. Second attempt for a Baron Nashor and picked up by Saint. They're going to go for it. The dive in towards knee. Culling hits him a little bit. He's got very low health. Foster Pop comes out. Lantern goes by as well. The dive on in. Chris can't quite claim him. Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's time for the second game between Curse Academy and Frank Fang Gaming. And now with one more win, Curse Academy will punch their ticket to Summer Series 2. And they looked real sharp in Game 1.
Yeah, they looked really sharp. Curse Academy, they took an early lead, which they weren't able to do before in the semifinals, and they never let go, which is a big part. They never allowed a comeback. They didn't get to the point where they just sat at their base and were like, well, we don't know how to siege this up, but they went perfectly straight through there. Great split push as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the individual performances were also very massive. Not only shot calling, but the player. So Saint, Vicious, Chris, both those guys went really big. 4-1 and 10 on Chris, 4-0-10 on Saint. Those guys stepped up. The bottom lane as well heavily impressed me.
Yeah, a lot of kill participation across them. A lot of members sitting at that 14 out of 20 area. St. Vicious, Chris, and Impactful all had 70% in that game. And big thing there, too, is Impactful went toe-to-toe with Latman and just crushed him.
Yeah.
Early on in that game, alongside Bunny Fufu. A lot of props to Bunny Fufu with those dark bindings.
Yeah, he played, exceptionally well. And even though you had this lane where you were getting pushed in all the time by Frank Fan Gaming, it's like, great, and that's kind of like the standard way you tend to play, right? You push in, you use that map control to maybe allow yourselves to roam or allow dives, remove vision, remove ward control. It's like they would get pushed in, and then Curse Academy would be like, cool, binding, you're dead.
Yes.
And they're just winning the lane heads up 2v2. And when that happens, you're in some bad shape.
Yeah, Impactful ended up with less CS than Latman in that middle game period. But that's because Latman just kept pushing them under turret, but then they'd get kills out of it. Because Impactful would be like, all right, Bunny, go ahead, land a binding. It's like, oh, he landed the binding. Now there's so much room between we were sieging their turret to where safety is that they just chase them down. And it also allows ganks to come in very, very easily. A lot of ways to set it up. Granted, they didn't actually get a lot of ganks. It was just them just 2v2ing straight up for the early part of the game.
There was one that really got me, which was, I think it might have been first blood, or it was like the second or third kill in that lane. A really good long-range binding into the flash cocoon from Seige. And I was like, that's when you're like, I hit it, and then everyone knows, like, we're going to kill.
Yeah.
Like, when you have a team where the key players are like, you all have the bloodthirsty mentality, but the proper bloodthirsty mentality, like, not dive 5 turrets on the fountain, but, like, binding hit, everyone go. And like when you don't miss a beat there and you chain CC them, that's when you know a team is on point. They're obviously making the right calls. They're not afraid. They know when they've got a lead, and that's always something you want to see.
Yeah, and Curse Academy, well, if they get behind, I want to see what happens with them. Because last time, it was really up for debate there what happened, but Saint's having a really good game today.
Yeah.
Mandatory Cloud's having a really good game today. Chris is on his game too.
Yeah.
And he was able to just go straight tanky and be a force that allowed them to turret dive and not have to worry about their lack of wave clear.
Yeah, he went even in lane basically against Nian, and then of course they were already ahead, so team fighting the top laner makes that one a little bit easier. Also the fact that it's a 2-on-2 sort of setup, so the top laner's actually getting farm makes it easier than in comparison to LCS, where it's like, okay, how do I top lane when the AD carry's got BF sword and I'm on boots and a cloth armor? Like that's, to be fair, that is freaking difficult, and I have no idea how they do it. But like the top laners in LCS are superstars being able to handle that crap.
Oh yeah.
I'm an AD carry player, so I'm like, great, I'm gonna kill you. And you can share the jungler's farm. See, you can have no gold either, and it's great. We can just have the game be all about me.
Yeah.
But you had the standard lanes, you had them go even. Again, Nian did get a lot of his champs kind of pulled away, right? Didn't get Lulu for himself, didn't get Yasuo for himself, champions that you care about a whole lot. And then, that's one point of strength I think you still have though for Frank Fan Gaming is you either pull a lot of bans and let someone else play something good, or you get something where you can actually beat up Chris because he had the potential to do that. And I think that's the strength here.
Yeah, Kale was also banned out, I believe.
Yep.
So they didn't allow that to get through and get played by anybody in this game. I mean, I think Nian Thompson would love to get his paws on that one. And I also think Chris could probably whip that one out too. Everybody's been playing that top lane Kale.
Sure.
Mid lane as well.
Yeah.
It's a very, very potent pick. Mandatory Cloud plays a little bit of that. And Baby Zeus, I assume it's in his champion pool somewhere deep down.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those champions that everybody's just picked up very recently.
Yeah, Kale's a fairly easy champ to grab, and she's one of the original 40 anyway. It's like, okay, she's undergone some changes back in the day, but like, dudes were playing Kale in competitive in 2009.
Oh yeah.
I played against it. I had to ban it against Reginald because he was good at that champion back when it was like a hipster champ. But yeah, like, it's hard to kind of not know the original 40. They tend to be sort of quicker to pick up. Like, you hit Q and you right-click people with a Hurricane and Dasher's Tooth. Like, it's not that hard. So, yes, I think a champion that any team would be happy to play if it works out for your comp.
And so I want to touch on Frank Fan Gaming because we talked a lot about Curse Academy and what they did well. Frank Fan Gaming, they need to turn around their objective control and they need to just flip it because they gave up dragons where it looked like they could have taken it because Nian Tansu was getting camped top. We saw St. Vicious and Chris just dive him for a very long time using the Elise Repel to just drop aggro, and they didn't make a move towards any objective. They didn't go for an invasion. They didn't go for a dragon off of that. They kind of just sat there and said, we're going to let Nian die.
Yeah.
And then what's going to happen? They just didn't have a game plan for themselves, is what it looked like.
Absolutely, yeah. There was a very distinct... And again, well, if your shot caller is the one getting dived, are you looking at the rest of the map? Right? If you're like trying to micromanage and like put up sweet like pillars and stuff, like how do you call dragons properly? Like it's got to be real hard. And I like the fact that there seemed to be enough emphasis on the end that it seemed to lock me down a little bit. There was a lack of cross-map objectives. That's actually a big one. So yeah, I do have to hand that one as a pretty big important factor here. So Italy, Twitch banned away from Curse Academy. Lee Sin still removed from Captain Ziploc, and That's a smart ban, because it also means Saint won't pick it.
Yeah, and a big thing here too is that just in terms of matchup, is I talked about Chris, and he
took you a second.
No, I think I saw the wink, and I was like, oh god. All right, so Chris, I talked about how he's really good at setting up ganks. St. Vicious was right there with him, and they're ganking the shot caller of the team when you don't do that 2v1 meta. They're going for the straight 2v2, which their bottom lane is winning flat out anyway. So it's just like Latman and Bunny Fufu, you're doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing against Latman and Baby Eater. I'm going to go top and now get Chris. Even if they gave up a dragon for that play, they still got rid of the shot caller for a little bit. You know, when you're dead in your shot calling, it's actually a lot more difficult too.
Sure.
Because you're sitting there like, you aren't really like an omnipotent god being like, okay, now you guys go here, you guys go there. It's kind of like, oh, I'm dead. And then you let people who are alive kind of communicate what abilities they have left. You can like give a general sense of what's going on, but you can't really have any influence on it, like pillaring.
Yeah.
Doing things here. So.
Sure. That's going to be an important thing to look at then, is how these guys play. Once they pick up new rosters there, Jack's banned away from Chris, Cassidy away from Baby Zeus, and Lulu will be the first pick for Frank Fan Gaming. Yasuo still up.
Yeah, you kind of force Curse Academy to pick Yasuo here or have to deal with a Lulu-Yasuo composition. Because Baby Zeus will play Lulu, and Niantanso will go ahead and he'll play a Yasuo top and see what they do with that. So Curse Academy, they're going to have to do some thinking here, because ManCloud, he's very good at Yasuo.
Sure. 2
games he's played Yasuo, they ended up winning, and he crushed both of them. I think they would go with the Yasuo here pretty easily.
I think it makes the most sense, but we'll see. I like the Elise Scribe as well for St. Vicious, one of Captain Ziplock's best champions. Saint had a great game on it. I don't see why you wouldn't go for that one here, but instead, because got to maybe it's a different plan. So you know what? Let's just shut down your bot lane even harder. We got Lucian in the first game. We're going to ban it away, remove even more champs from you, also take away the Corki from Latman. Now what do you have?
He's left with pretty much a tier down, because you got Corki, you got Twitch, you got Lucian out of the picture. He's left with things like Jinx, which would synergize with a Wombo Combo team composition, which it looks like they're making right now.
Wow, Franklin Gaming telling on that pretty hard. I would almost look to maybe secure support here, but they're choosing to go for this one. Maybe we're going to take some time on this one, because Captain Zilla can play a lot, and we got 30 seconds to go. I think Yasuo makes the most sense here. Honestly, I think they should go for it. Again, you point that one out. The fact that ManCloud didn't grab it means it's not really a rush pick anymore, but I think it's just so good in general for FFG. They just should pick this up. I think it's the right kind of comp to go for, stuff they're comfortable with, and including to do something different compared to game 1.
Yeah, it looks like they might go for the support here and just pick up the Thresh and go for the assistance on the Yasuo as well.
Yeah.
So far, everybody they've picked can assist Yasuo in some way, shape, or form for the last breath. Granted, the Thresh is not completely locked in yet, but they do want to take that away from Bunny Fufu too.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Bunny's a freaking great Thresh player, so that's going to get moved away. So now Draven and Quinn are going to be the last 2 pickups to have some more knockups.
Tristana too.
Yeah, I forgot about Trist.
One of the original 40, man. You got.
I know. I actually love Buster Shot. I just forget about Buster Shot. Like, I forget about knockbacks counting. I don't know why I forget that, but
yeah, it says knock up, but pretty much any displacement, including Trundle Pillar and things like that.
If you force an enemy champion to move, it does it, dude.
If it's an inch.
Do you remember the Trundle Yasuo game?
Yes, that was absolutely incredible.
That was ludicrous. That was great, though. That was a whole bunch of fun to watch that one. But yeah, you had instant knockups from Trundle Pillar. Curse Academy now going to make their choices. These guys have actually split their picks back and forth. The top and mid laner are known from FFG, as is their support. And Curse Academy say, okay, well, we can pick our soul lanes now really safely. They could also try to hide the direction of their team comp if they try to save those a bit longer.
There's a lot of things here for ManCloud and for Chris. I mean, they could go for Kale right now. It's still left up. Or he could go with he could go with a Twisted Fate. You know, LeBlanc is still available too. But it looks like that's going to be what he goes for. They have a lot of lockup on this team, though. A lot.
Interesting. I'm surprised at TF when you know you're facing a team fight sort of comp. Now, TF's wave clear is pretty good, so you can hold up against a team that's kind of weak at sieging. You know, a Yasuo team, not the best siegers. You're relying on your AD carry at that point. So that's understandable on that front. But it's not like it's the kind of team where you're like, man, we sure need to get on that Nidalee. We sure got to get in on that Twitch, right? It's like,
yeah, you want the engage.
You'll lantern whoever he jumps onto, and like I'm surprised at TF. I want to see how it plans out, because there's a lot of ways it could fail.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways that he could misplay that. But in the laning phase, you know, he can zone out Yasuo a tiny bit. Thing is you're very immobile versus him. If he can go ahead and win while your gold card and he engages on you, and he just sticks to you, and then he can trade and get out very quickly. He doesn't have to just run away from you. He can just E back to minions and get out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what I'm smoking, because it's going to be Lulu mid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what?
At some point they'll fight each other.
I was like, what? What's going on? Yeah, I was talking about lane mechanics there because Baby Zeus is going to be playing Lulu. I just saw Niantanso and Lulu, and I was like, yeah, he plays that too. I mean,
it's on his name.
It could happen. It could happen.
To be fair, like this
could just go
could be
big.
a legitimate team.
Yeah, that's true. But it most likely is going to be a Lulu who does pretty decently. You don't lose lane against Twisted Fate. He doesn't really destroy you for the most part. Lulu, they both.
I don't think she loses like almost any lanes.
Yeah, she doesn't. She pretty much goes even everywhere.
Yeah.
Even against Nidalee and things like that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's like some challenger millennials out there who are like, oh, here's the Lulu counter. I'm like, okay, fair.
Yeah.
But like,
she doesn't lose anybody.
She's
top.
first picked a bunch for a reason.
Yeah.
Right? It's because she's really good at pretty much every matchup.
Pretty much Kale is the one it's like, oh, maybe you'll beat me.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to go around it. But Vi is going to be the last lock in there for Frank Fang Gaming. Again, in the face of Morgana. Don't seem to care very much in this one. Captain Ziploc will go back to that one. He's got 2 knockups himself, so plenty of displacement to set up Yasuo. See how that pans out. Bunny Fufu going to make the last pick for his team, and Chris will be playing a Shyvana one more time. It's been locked in, so it's going to be Niantanso against Shyvana.
And you actually do really well as Yasuo versus Shyvana around level 3-ish, and you just scale better than her in terms of just flat-out damage. Thank you for Frank Fang Gaming, though. They don't have a dedicated tank. Lulu can turn somebody into a tank for a little bit, but Captain Ziploc, last time we saw him get the Sightstone, which delayed his tankiness because then he went Lizard, and he really didn't get a tank item. His health bar, he was sitting at about a little bit over 1,500 or something along those lines last game.
Yeah.
Wasn't really tanky for his team, didn't get to that point, but they were shut down. Whereas Curse Academy has a very tanky front line here. They have a black shield to stop at least one person from getting knocked up. There's a lot here for Curse Academy that's very similar to their last team composition. The only change is ManCloud not playing Yasuo.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, Corky, to be fair, can fill a lot of the same roles as Lucian. So
yeah, that's true.
Curse Academy basically running the same kind of stuff. ManCloud is moving his stuff around. Again, still want to see how that TF does pan out in this game. But this, to me, is a good sign for Frank Fang Gaming. They were put down very hard early game in the first game. Their bot lane especially was difficult, but now they're running with Thresh Caitlyn. It's really hard to lose with Thresh Caitlyn, so I think their lane should be much safer. They have good disengage tools. And again, they're playing a comp that like fits what this team wants to do. Nian is a great player. He's a shot caller, and it's built around ways to let Nian carry the game.
Yeah, they all have something that allows the shot caller to get off his ultimate, the last breath, and get something out of it, except for Caitlyn, of course. But here's the thing, is they've run this comp multiple times. I'm looking at the history, and in their first game, Niantanso played Yasuo, Baby Zeus played Lulu. Then 2 games later, same composition came out for them. Granted, they did lose that game 2 games later, but they had really good score lines.
Okay.
You see, Yasuo, Niantanso went 7-7-11. Baby Zeus went 5-2 and 11.
Yeah.
So they had really good scores despite losing that game because they know how to run this composition in team fights, not so much in closing out the game against a team composition that's going to wave clear on top of you.
Was that the...
That was the LoL Pro.
That was the LoL Pro game?
That was the LoL Pro game.
The hour-long LoL Pro game.
Yes. I think it was hour and 6-minute long game.
Something like that.
Something really close to that where they just got fed up and said, base race, go.
And they misplayed that one a little bit. But we'll see how they can handle this one. Frank Fang Gaming looking to close the game out before an hour long.
Yep. St. Vicious. Forgot his trinket.
That's true.
He should have got a scrying orb. Would definitely help them right now.
I'm surprised you can't see those like bright neon lights in the sky.
Nope. I don't know what Saint's doing up there.
Really tall
You don't have a ward to place.
I think he realized this point. It's like, guys, I can't. You can set a spiderling.
I can't ward. I have to. Oh, what?
The massive phase check is
right
coming.
there. It's coming.
There we go.
He gets
Damage
hooked.
the hook on a Saint. He's going nowhere. Kill picked up. First blood on a Saint. Now the rest of these guys got to be careful. Baby Eater's got no hook. So they back out with a free kill. Saint, just spiderling that. I'm really surprised by that. Like, to be fair, I'm really surprised by that.
Yeah, no ward to place. Didn't throw out a spiderling for it. Ends up risking his life and losing his life for it. And once again, talked about it over and over again. Curse Academy from behind. Their calls are borderline abysmal.
Saint didn't buy a trinket again.
Yeah.
So he actually came to level 1, realized he couldn't ward anything, died, still didn't buy a trinket.
The pressure is on. The pressure's really on. They're even ahead. They're up a game.
I'm just so surprised.
Yeah.
This doesn't make. I'm very surprised. And it's going to be 1 assist, by the way, going to everybody, which means not much for the early game items, but it will mean your assist streaks start sooner. That first blood might actually be worth a fair amount of damage, or a fair amount of gold if you start getting a couple of team fights in. Just because of the way those mechanics work. Chris and Saint are going to share XP level 2 there on the jungler.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing about that first blood is everybody in lanes is going to hit level 2 first. And you'll get that pressure. But the thing is, they lane swapped it.
This is interesting to me, actually. So Saint got a buff on the weak side of the map. like, his duo lane is top lane, and yet he got to get a buff on the side of Latman and Baby Eater. Looks like we're not going to see Saint, Bunny Fufu, and co. stop the jungle patterns of Nian and Captain Ziploc, but that would be a real possibility for Curse to go aggressive into the jungle and force a 3-buff start.
And it looks like they're just going to go for the blue. They aren't going to have an invade here. Nobody's collapsing on any of these sides that have the numbers advantage in their favor. And it's just going to be Baby Zeus versus ManCloud for a while.
Yeah, until the junglers unlock and start looking for ganks, which maybe it starts right now. Looks like it's not going to be the case. They're going to run back into their own jungle. Chris and Saint still farming out. Saint nearly level 3, which means Cocoon's coming. And that's when Elise starts getting real scary. Frank Fang Gaming just going to do the standard stuff.
3-minute dragon.
This is interesting because their jungler and top laner are around, and the Morgana's down as well. They could contest this.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to try to do here. If that lands, ooh! Yellow card is the only one that lands there, and now ManCloud, Chris, and Bunny Fufu all en route. They don't have Latman there to do consistent damage to this.
Too
it's
high
a
on
level
health.
1 Nian Tanso.
This is a giant risk
This
for
is a
Academy.
great
You're in a
contest.
really good spot there. Stun comes out to Nian. Big damage. He's got to be careful. Flash heal used. Stays alive for now. Captain Ziploc must leave this one. And now Saint, very aggressive, looking for Baby Eater. Can he get the damage? Q comes out. One more attack. Yes, he can. And now Latman's in the wrong place. Frank Fang Gaming, why did you stay on Dragon?
That was an amazing call by Curse Academy. In their series against Coast, they lost every time they gave up the 3-minute dragon. So they come back and they say, we have strategized this. We know what we're going to do at 3 minutes, so we don't give up the dragon. But can Ziploc steal it?
Don't. I guess he can try, but there's a gold card to zone him out. It's forced to Q over the wall. I don't think that's quite in Smite range from across, and he doesn't have a ward to put down anyway, so that's going to be the dragon picked up actually by Curse Academy. And Impactful's been freezing the top lane. 23 minions on him, and they've got 2 kills.
Look at how huge that gold swing was. They ended up giving up first blood. They get 2 kills, Dragon, and they get free CS onto Impactful, who just had a great game last game. And now, Frank Fang Gaming in a very bad spot very early on, but they look like they were in the position to make the right moves. Thing is, Curse Academy counters the typical move that you would make.
Yep.
It was very telegraphed.
Yeah.
That it's a 3-minute dragon. It's part of the meta.
Sure.
So you're countering the meta at this
That's
point.
what the early ward was for, right? They knew they were lane swapping towards bottom, or sorry, towards top in this case. They put the ward down early game. And you put it down the second you leave base, and you're going to see the dragon attempt in time. So extremely well played and orchestrated by CA. I mean, and again, think about the fact that Bunny Fufu had to run down basically during wave 2.
Yeah, I'm really actually pleased with that, because when I was watching the Curse Academy and Coast match, I was sitting there like, somebody has to counter this. You can't just give up that dragon, because it turns into wards, which turns into 7-minute buffs for the enemy team, which then transitions into the second dragon for your team, because you get them late enough and you're like, oh, I still have the buff on me.
Yeah, exactly. It's all kinds of wonderful stuff. So Curse Academy do find the answer, and that one in this game ends up being counter the dragon, because when it's this early on of a dragon, yes, you actually can 4v5.
Does so much damage.
Yeah, it just destroys people. So well played by them, and Curse Academy looking a little bit better. ManCloud is down in XP against Baby Zeus, because that guy never left his lane, but that's okay. To be honest, I'll take the gold. Gold card will land, and just some wild cards. Why the heck not? So, Saint, early gold lead, Sight Stone, Spirit Stone there as well. Does get his trinket. Red one's out there. That's fine. And he's going to start getting some wards a little bit aggressively into the jungle. He'll be able to watch some of Captain Ziploc's moves. Not that one, but maybe the next one he makes. And he'll look to counter jungle this white. Camp sees him.
Yep.
And he has to run away.
A lot of pings coming out there from both sides.
Wow, that's
just freaking out.
All 3 of his Sightstone wards. St. Vicious now completely controls the western jungle.
Yeah, using all of the Sightstone to get himself that extra gold, because he's just taking camps right now.
There's the smite, and he's taken away a camp. Now he's got to be a bit careful, because he's still in enemy territory, but no one is really poised to stop this. Nicely done.
Nian Tanso proximity farming off behind the turret.
This is going to hurt him a little bit.
Shots.
This is actually a lot of his health. That was not exactly the best trade right here. He's going to try to get away. The knockup is there. Can he get it? Yes! Nope. The flash from Chris. I love it. Extremely well played.
Wow.
Yeah. I was so ready for that to be the play.
Nian Tanso just on the other side of the turret.
Silly.
Decides to walk straight through. There was no threat in the left side jungle either.
Saint.
Yeah, he knew where Saint was on the complete other side of the map, so there was no risk in just going around. He cleared the wave and is using his TP to get back. He's up in CS too, but he just gave up a kill to Chris.
Yeah.
Who now has a level advantage over him. but only for a little while.
Lemmon's got to be careful. Has a lantern, but loses half his health in the process.
Lantern Man.
Safe.
Gets himself out of there. And St. Vicious is just doing a really good job of keeping the vision up. And here's the thing, too, is when they have that deep of a vision, you know which side Vi is on, which allows ManCloud to make the perfect ganks with his teleport, or with his ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
You're just like, oh, Captain Ziplock's not even on this side of the map. I should use my ultimate and just go. Granted, it gives you vision of where he is in the first place, but you can set it up this way very easily.
Yeah, it prevents you from wasting the cooldown. Being, oh, never mind. Exactly. You don't have the fail condition really there. So good stuff by them. The wards will time out on the western side before too long, so Saint might have to re-up these or pick a different jungle pretty soon. But so far, so good. Baby Zeus continuing to wave clear, going towards the Athene's build. Same for ManCloud. That's all well and good. ManCloud actually missing part of the wave as he takes away the Wraith camp, so loses some CS for that play, but it's okay. Blue up to Baby Zeus. And he's the only guy, I think, that's actually someone I would say is winning the lane.
Yeah,
like, I know you've got CS for Nian, but you just gave a kill away. Like, Chris is going to do this kind of stuff.
Oh, he's going bottom.
Yep.
Can he get the knockup?
Walks forward, nice play. And actually no ulti available for Nian. He was stunned during the knockup there. Couldn't turn it back around. Nice kill picked up by Chris.
Yeah, and the wind wall was a little early there to block the gold card, but meanwhile, Baby Zeus is going to get free loving with this turret right here, seeing how much damage he can get down to it, but Saint's going to have none of that.
Yeah, he's going to do it again. Take some damage, though, to be fair, but there's a shove into the turret. Nian Tanso's teleport is now down. He used it to get into lane last time, so he is well behind.
Man, there's a 30 CS lead here for Impactful this early on in the game.
Yeah.
This is not good for Frank Fang Gaming in the overall, being this far down this early on. Curse Academy, you can tell when you play a really good team like Team Coast, you end up going back to the drawing board and being like, okay, they pulled out rock. We have to somehow invent paper.
Chris is about to be made of paper. Gets cut down. Nian Tanso with the biggest scissors in the map. Takes him out. Cuts him in half. Down he goes.
Snip, snip. And he's gone.
Gone. Back to the fountain or drawing board or whatever it takes to respawn a dragon.
But yeah, as I was saying, it basically makes you invent something new. And now
Saint's gonna get out of the jungle, but he's got to be careful. Knock up, will it land?
Uses the flash.
Ignite the Q, the damage comes out. Nicely done. Baby Zeus actually saves his ulti still. ManCloud does have flash.
There's a
He's
red
taking
buff too,
red buff damage. But it lands. Captain Ziplock, not gonna chase it down.
Dragon is in 14 seconds as well. If they get to the dragon immediately by Frank Fang Gaming, they can start it up and get it, because Saint will be nowhere near in time. But it looks like that isn't the move right now. Nian Tanso's actually going to go top. His teleport isn't up just yet, whereas Chris's is.
It's nearly up. I think by the time anyone contests for Dragon, I think we'll be okay.
Very
close. Do like the fact both teams realized, yep, teleport's imminent, or now be top lane, because we know we need to contest Dragon. If you send a dual lane there, Dragon's gone. You might as well kiss it goodbye. So both teams do identify that, look, even with a 1,000 gold deficit, Frank Fang Gaming can and should contest this. And so the teams are in the correct spots to do so. Baby Eater still equal over the Bunny Fufu. Nice bind. Latman only one level down on Impactful, and still trying to get that BT going.
I do have to say that Curse Academy, they have more pick potential in their comp, whereas Frank Fang Gaming is really Nian Tanso reliant in terms of their team fight.
Latman started to channel a Q and took a whole bunch of damage.
Here, though.
This is bad for him. Has to heal and flash away. That's a lot.
That's a dragon. If they go straight for it, that is a dragon right there. They got the AD carry out, and he doesn't have any lifesteal just yet.
And here we go, the aggro's there. Yeah, this is going to be 100% theirs. The gold deficit for Latman. Almost 30 CS this point in the game, and that's with Impactful leaving the lane to take a dragon. That is a very, very, very rough start here for the Frank Fang Gaming squad, especially their AD carry. Thankfully, they don't necessarily need to rely on Kate to win the game. Nian is still farming quite well. Baby Zeus is actually the highest CS in the game.
Oh,
so
trying
those
to
factors
hinge
could be
behind
enough.
him, and they're going to gank him.
He's not in a good spot. Budge Easy comes out, binding. Yeah, that's a kill picked up. ManCloud claims that one for himself, level 9. And man, Curse Academy just keep finding these picks. The Twisted Fate, I'll take my word back, is working exceptionally well.
Yeah, Saint is having a really good game this game too. Just like last game, coming up really big for himself. Alongside Chris, basically all Curse Academies, they're having a really good game right now. Ziplock, he had a great game last game, and he's having a good one this time too.
Chris, a little aggressive on this one.
Ulti's about to be up though.
They're not going to chase it.
And they don't chase it.
They don't want to chase through the burnout. It does mean Chris loses some CS, but who really cares? Mid lane turret was under fire the whole time. Baby Zeus being dead, and Captain Ziplock going top. Curse Academy say, great, pressure top, show up mid, take that one down, and now they're all running down the jungle for bot lane.
They have to see this coming too. They're about to come over a ward. And actually, no, they ping it out instead. And they're going to go ahead and sit in their pink ward bush.
Oh, man. Curse Academy looking to get even more than they could have.
Oh, they're looking for the pick.
Oh, no, Captain Ziploc, don't do it. ABZoo's also in the wrong spot. They've got to be real careful. No, wait, Captain Ziploc kept chasing. Why did you go into that team? Damage coming out. He's got the ulti, though. Can they win this fight anyway? Actually, this could be good for Frank Fang Gaming. St. Vision's now in the box. Ignite is on Latman. Put some good damage down. That's one for Frank Fang Gaming. They turn it around. They've got the damage on a Bunny Fufu. Chris also forced to run away. The Vi ulti, the big damage comes out. Chris also going to fall. Would you look at that? 2 kills picked up. Loses the turret, but hey.
Wow.
Frank Fang Gaming back on the map.
Yeah, that was a crazy play there. Captain Ziploc, it looked like no one was around, but the teleport came in and the collapse from all angles. He's not very tanky at all. He doesn't have a single tank item, yet he lasted so long off of the wild growth from Baby Zeus and the lantern, which helped him get out at the last second. Watch that again here. Look, there's like almost nobody around it, but they collapse all at the same time. He ends up getting wild growth. They aren't able to use the Yasuo ultimate off of it just yet, but then they go ahead and they just kite backwards. Now Niantanso teleports into the top part of this fight while Latman is kiting backwards. They end up going 2 for 0 in the overall. They do lose the turret for it, but it's what they needed.
Well, I actually want to know what the calling was there for Curse Academy, because Impactful spent that entire time pushing bottom lane out of turret. He did not show. That was a literal 4v5 team fight the entire way through. Now, if the call was, guys, we lost the fight, just let it go, then I understand. If Impactful just like didn't show up to a battle 2 screens away, that's a problem.
The gold is still 2K in favor of Curse Academy, though, so cut it a little bit closer, but the turret's going to go ahead and make up for it.
Yeah.
May have been at the point where it was like, okay, we might be done here. So the fact that he didn't show up beforehand, because that would have had to be some premeditation. You would have had to have been like, yeah, we're going to fight in the jungle, and they're
totally going to face check us.
Yeah, they're going to, like, they did face check him.
Yep.
But it was really well played there by all of Frank Fang Gaming. Just having Baby Zeus make Captain Ziploc very tanky for a short period of time was all they needed.
It worked out. I mean, you're missing your AD carry. TF is not the highest damage source really in the game. Like, Vi has some tank stats, like from Runes and Masteries rather. Not, I mean, of course in the item build, but hey, junglers tend to build fairly durable.
He's going for a second offensive item too, and now Niantanso, he's getting ganked.
All right, well, here's the attempt. Can he outplay this? The knockup is available. Windwall, nice, blocks the gold card, knockup, goes for the ulti as well, gets away from the cocoon. On top of this one, there's the wild growth. Can they get the damage through? They will at least force Curse Academy to disengage. And there's Ziploc going in for ManCloud, another knockup, and the kill comes through. The end flashes out. Chris comes back in, he's juking back and forth, gets the win back up on the double kill now for Captain Ziploc. Frank Fang Gaming finding all kinds of things to do.
Baby's
now
on the wrong side of this, but he's going to slow them.
Ooh, this is pretty good though, maybe. Knockup, Bunny Fufu goes in, but this is an outnumbered fight. Curse Academy still going to land the damage. 2 kills picked up, make that 3 kills picked up. Now Baby Zeus goes down. The fights just keep going back and forth.
It's a 4-on-5 in the overall, because Latman wasn't involved in that fight. They end up going 4 for 2. It was a crazy fight. Niantanso at the start, he plays this extremely well. He waits for the gold card. He ends up putting down the wall, and he blocks both. Dodges the cocoon by using his last breath and puts him on the opposite side, and now ManCloud forced to flash away, but takes it with him, and they end up picking up ManCloud. He flashes away, goes straight back through Chris. Comes out, they end up getting Saint. The big thing here, though, is Bunny Fufu's ultimate. You're gonna watch it here. Ends up getting the binding, uses the black shield, flashes in, gets all of them. Baby Zeus breaks the tether, but it's not long enough for everybody else, and they all just get stunned up.
Yeah.
Everybody that was in that fight for Frank Fang Gaming died.
Yeah. I mean, they made the fundamental mistake of running away from Morgana. You don't chase Singe, but you also don't run from Morgulti. It never turns out well for you.
Yeah.
And they all got stunned up, they all died, and it was a really...
Especially in a bottleneck like that, there's only really one direction for them to run it, to try and get away, and it's so easy for Bunny Fufu to predict that direction and just start walking that way.
Exceptionally well played. Baby Zeus, though, didn't see that one coming. Cocoon's going to land as well. Damage comes through, but the Lantern lights the way home. He's going to be all right for this one. Curse Academy, though, sitting on a 4,500 gold lead. Make that closer to just 4,000. Nian is pushing the top lane. 125 minions on him. Despite his difficulties fighting Chris in some of these matchups, he is acquiring farm.
Yeah, he's their way back in this game if they can set up an ultimate on him. Once he gets those items he needs for the damage and the last breath, See what they can do with that. Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Niantansa will have his teleport around that time, but ManCloud, he has something to say about it.
He looks for it. Nian again. The wild cards cannot drop the gold card though. Damage on Impactful has the knockup. Gets one, gets the ulti. Does he have the pain required? No, he does not. Impactful claims the kill. Killing spree. 3-0-2 on Corki.
So last time that ManCloud went top, he used his auto attack at the same time he used the wild cards. So Niantansa just threw out the wind wall at the wild cards. This time, he said, you have to eat one of these. Whether it's the wild card or the yellow card. Throws out the wild cards, baits the wind wall, and then walks up and throws the yellow card for the stun.
That was exactly, well, that was like perfectly played right there by ManCloud. Good job on that one to bait the spell out. Curse Academy get all the way back down to the bottom side of the map despite committing 2 guys top side. And then to go for the Dragon, they pick that one up, so even more advantages. Curse Academy up 3 kills, they're up a turret, and they've got the most recent Dragon.
Yeah, they're just making picks all of the time here with Curse Academy's team composition. It does have some team fight behind it. We saw it with Bunny Fufu. But Frank Fan Gaming, they're pretty one-dimensional in what they do. It's, we're going to fight you. We're going to fight you with Niantanso. If Niantanso gets picked off before the fight even starts,
no fight.
We've lost pretty much our linchpin in the strategy.
Oh, they're going to look for it, though. Ulti comes across Bunny Fufu. Nice binding, but one hit from Dead. The Q comes out, and Latman claims the kill. Puts him at 1-1-3. So Frank Fan Gaming finally finding life back on their AD carry because they've been getting crushed by Impactful comparatively.
Once again, it's another outnumbered fight here. Impactful, he's just going to push bottom now.
Wow, they're actually picking him to defend tier 2 mid. I would just hit the turret if I were Impactful at this point. He could duel Latman when he shows up. They actually looks for the flank in the... Nope. Looks for the attempt in the jungle. Won't go for the red buff either. Now he's got to be careful because there are enemy champions afoot. Thresh with Boots of Moby. Not going to find anything. So mid outer turret actually gets picked up thanks to that kill. And Frank Fan Gaming now tie up this turret score. They bring the gold back within just about 3,000.
1,300 gold more for Impactful over Latman on that Corki. What can Nian do?
He's going to get the knockup. Cannot claim ManCloud, though, and that is another kill picked up. Wrong place at the wrong time. And they got to be careful. Ooh,
Are they going to get more off of it?
Yeah, looks like they're going to be safe, but it does mean they have control over the blue buff area. Captain Ziploc did already claim that one anyway. He did get his jungle before they all left. So nothing big to claim Curse Academy unless they get turrets or they set up a Baron.
And it looks like turret is going to be the answer here. See what they can do. Impactful just pushing up, but the wave clear from Latman is dead.
Jeez. These bindings keep hitting. Bunny's got really good bindings this game.
He's got really good skill shots. His Thresh is just phenomenal, as well as his Morgana. You have to be really good with those as a support.
Oh, yeah.
That's all you really have to your name.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, because he sets up St. Vicious. St. Vicious is usually throwing the cocoon afterwards instead of before.
Yeah.
So it's the binding setting up the cocoon, not the other way around.
And it's working exceptionally well for these guys, I gotta say. Impressive stuff all around by Curse Academy. 3-0-3 on their AD carry. 2-1-6 on Bunny Fufu. He's gonna look at Niantansa. Walks backwards. No big deal. Swags it out as Morgana.
Yeah. And there's a lot on the line here. This is the automatic berth back into the round of 8 in Challenger. If Curse Academy win this, they don't have to go back to the rank 5s. Frank Fang win this, they get another chance. And they bring it to 3 games. It's a very tense situation for these players. Yeah. And you can see it's not letting them down on their bloodlust, though. They're going very hard.
They're saying, okay, we might lose this game. Kill people.
Now we're nothing.
That's a good way back in. We want to win the game. Kill people. Great. That's a good way to close the game.
They both kind of have the same mentality. Just Curse Academy are playing the objective game better.
Yep. That's true. Absolutely true. Curse Academy have definitely managed to find their way around this map. Ziploc. Uh-oh. ManCloud damage. Oh, gosh. Gold card's there. Locks that one up. You got to be careful about the ulti.
Still available.
Nice.
Oh, it gets the cooldown, too.
But, oh, and the flash due to dodge the Q. ManCloud's still trying to make the outplay. Here comes the Niantansa, though. Well played. Pretty much everybody.
Yeah. Got the ultimate, the Assault and Battery out, and broke it with the Zhonya, so it puts both of them on cooldown. A little bit of a win there for ManCloud in that regard.
All right, he's going to lose both his summoners for that one, but hey.
Yeah.
No Vi ulti means you got more time to go make the plays you want to make elsewhere here. And there's nothing easily forced for Frank Fan Gaming anymore.
A win in style points, I'll put it that way.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah. Not a win in summoner spells.
That's fine. You don't always need summoner spells.
And we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
How much value? How much value? He doesn't even get 5 gold for that one.
He does get a Vi ulti cooldown.
Yes.
Sometimes means more than flash.
That's true. It's about to be up very shortly, though.
Just out of range.
See, Bunny Fufu, it's usually his job to block it with the Black Shield. There's 2 minutes on Dragon. But Most of the Dragons are just falling into Curse Academy's hands because they're playing the map better a minute in advance.
They are. Oh, we're running 2 minutes in advance of the Dragon. You're going to see the word control probably start now for Curse Academy. Bot lane's already pushed out. They've got a pink ward in enemy territory. They've actually swept away most of the wards in that scenario. Just barely missed that one. So fortunate.
Chris is prioritizing armor over everything else. 2 items, 3 items about to be dedicated to it with the boots alongside them. Because he's like, Captain Ziploc, Nian Tanso, Latman, I don't care about Baby Zeus, I don't care about Lulu's persistent damage. I want to tank turrets too, and that's exactly what they're going to do here.
Darn straight, it's the right choice. Curse Academy want to go for this turret. Hook's going to land on a St. Fish Cocoon. Binding lands as well. Burst comes out. Maybe they're half HP, even lower now. Gets the wild growth. Turret goes down. No love lost from Curse Academy. Well done.
Now Nian Tanso, a little far up there. But instead they're going to go ahead and rotate down bottom for Curse Academy. They are going to start warding up this area and prepare for the Dragon and the route that Frank Fan Gaming would be taking into that area.
All right, they're going to look for this bottom lane. Yes, indeed. Nian Tanso gets a shield and a Whimsy. Stay safe.
There's just so much to lock him up too, though. Between Morgana, Twisted Fate, and Elise.
Oh, same vision on the wrong side of this battle. The Man Cloud tries to try to help. Impactful jumps to the wall, gets flayed in, has to flash backwards, but there comes Nian. I don't know if you're in the right spot for that one, Impactful. Still trying to kite out. He does go down. That was greedy. 3 kills now for Frank Fang Gaming. They've only lost Nian so far. Ziploc does cut around to this one. Now only Chris and Man Cloud left alive. Will they re-engage on top of all this? Hook's not going to land.
But look at how hard it is for them to do anything when Nian Tanso is down. It is very difficult. He is the linchpin of this strategy and this composition. There's 10 seconds, 8 seconds on the Dragon currently, and they aren't actually going to go for it from Frank Fang. Instead, they're going to back off so they don't have to worry about Man Cloud's poke.
Well, Man Cloud's going to poke away these minions for now, though. Looks like they're going to give him the room to kill this wave off. Not too much going for this one. See that fight again, and just watch Corki, though.
Yeah, Corki in the back, though, jumps straight over, but here's the knockup from Nian Tanso, hits both of them.
Yeah.
They get a Black Shield a little late on Impactful, so he actually does eat the knockup. They end up flashing and getting the kill, but man, on the overall 3 for 1, puts 4K gold in Curse Academy's favor still. And they're going to get a Dragon off of it again. Frank Fan Gaming, they aren't playing the Dragon game. Nian Tanso went top.
Wow, they couldn't even try for that one, so out they go. The kill score, very close to the thing. FFG obviously have ways to pick up champion kills, but you're seeing...
Ooh, Nian once again.
Nice. He respected the win mode, didn't even throw a gold card. Which means he got out, though, to be fair.
There's a large wave top currently. Dragon once again falling to Curse Academy, won't be on the map for a while. Now Baron is what you set up for this late in the game at the 25-minute mark. Clearing it out, there's no wards here for Frank Fang Gaming, and there's always a possibility Curse Academy has started it up. So now, Frank Fang, they have to play perfectly.
Oh, Corki got that one. He outsmited Captain Ziploc. That's not good for these guys. Blue buff on Corki is a great tool to have. Infinite Rockets is always nice. Curse Academy are setting up the Baron bait. They're waiting on the other side of the wall. Baby Eater, yeah, good luck killing this ward without getting binded.
Watch the binding.
He's trying to bait the bind.
He tried to, he warded over.
Okay,
they
cool.
They let him ward over. He doesn't even get the ward. He didn't even get to kill the ward.
He was just, oh, I like that. That was the original. Oh, gosh, watch out. Okay, Cocoon on the Nian Tanso. Chris is around. He's got to be careful, though. This is a big risk there. Latman does have a red buff. Nian's shield's going to keep him safe. There's the engage in onto his Bunny Fufu. Damage comes through from the Cade ulti. Latman still all right. 2-item Corki, 2-item Caitlyn.
There's no pink wards here for Curse Academy either, is a big thing. Once these wards get down in their territory, their sweepers are mostly on cooldown. They're going to have to use them in the right spots.
And they have to guess and or remember where they all came down because they don't have perfect vision control. Even still, Frank Fan Gaming actually still have their own defensive pink ward to get rid of enemy wards there. This one's actually going to be kept alive, I think.
They use their body for it.
Yeah, it happens. Nian Tanso just going to jump over the wall. Nice win wall, keeps that all safe. But Frank Fan Gaming are now finally getting pushed out. Looks like the poke a little bit better for Curse Academy.
Yeah, it's definitely better for Curse Academy. Their pick potential between the Cocoon, the yellow card, all that stuff I mentioned before, and the threat of Bunny Fufu flashing into your team with a Soul Shackle is very high. And they're going to go for it.
And he goes for it. Look at that one. Pops his when you need to. Yes, he does. And that's going to be fine. Impactful finds one. But if you put on top of the box, he goes down to Yasuo. 1 for 1 so far.
He gets the knockup.
Knockup goes in. They find Impactful. That's 2 for 1 so far. Seige goes down. Look at this. Frank Fan Gaming, the better team fight comp by a lot.
And Mandatory Cloud, he's just going to get himself out of there, and now they're in a position to do Baron. Latman has a lot of HP. Nian Tanso is actually taking a decent amount of damage from this. But here comes the poke over the wall. They don't have ward control. Can he dodge it?
Oh, Baby Zeus real low on health right now, but Captain Ziploc does tank this out successfully. ManCloud just going to recall. Looks like this will be safe. And Frank Fang Gaming, they find the team fight. They get the Baron after, and they're within 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they are back in this. They are actually up in combat stats for a little while. We'll have to see what they do with it, because Neon Tonso, he's hitting those power spikes with his items, where because they centered so much of the team around him, this is just like a Protect the Kog'Maw composition, where if your linchpin's gone, you can't do anything. But if they put a focus on somebody else, and he just stays alive the entire time, and he gets items, then it's devastating. Right now, it's pretty much Neon Tonso's very squishy. If they use their CCs on a different member, and they don't keep him locked up, and they get the right engage, like they did there, then it just goes in their favor pretty much 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and you're seeing it time and again. I mean, we already identified FFG could get champion kills.
Yes.
They were so close in kills the entire time, even when they were down 5,000 gold.
Yeah. Frank Fang Gaming's team fight is better. Curse Academy has more pick. If they can pick Neon Tonso off, that's their win condition. But if Frank Fang Gaming get a full-on just fight, they're going to be in great shape, especially since Ziploc is now getting to that tanky point after building 2 offensive items.
Yeah, and remember what we talked about before as well with Curse Academy. They have not shown that they call well from behind.
Yes.
That they start.
They're still ahead
really
a little.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Is they have lost so many fights in a row now. They've lost Baron control. They don't know. They don't know the total amount of gold on the map. They know they're down in kills. They know they're down a Baron. They know they're losing team fights. If Arca's got to be like, shoot, we're losing this game right now.
Yeah.
And from that mindset, we haven't seen them do very well.
That's true. ManCloud, probably out of everybody, is still in the lead mindset currently because of how well he's been doing. And they're going to go pick Neon Tonso off again.
Wind Wall, not going to do enough. There we go.
Look at the
Flash
damage.
use, big damage comes out. Do they have enough, though? Chris puts a slowdown, but there's Baby Zeus to save the team. And here's the reinforcements, though. They kill off the minions. There's no Caitlyn, but they don't stay for the turret.
Ratman is so far away from this fight. They decide not to stay for the turret. They had no vision of her when she started to come up. Vision is very scarce in the jungle now of Frank Fang Gaming because Curse Academy got beaten off of that area when they went to go after Baron. And now, they're going to push straight up the mid here versus Curse Academy. Last time Frank Fang Gaming lost a base race. And are they going to challenge it again? Neon Tonso
against
staying.
the Curse sister team, LawPro and Curse Academy. There's the recalls coming out, Frank Fang Gaming.
Neon Tonso's going to stay. Can he win wall the turret, though, and stop it from taking damage?
Latman takes a tier 2 turret, and down goes the inhib turret. Curse Academy making the much better choice there. Latman should just keep hitting things. There we go. Goes for the inhibitor turret.
If they can stop the backs, though, but at the same time, if you try to stop backs and you dedicate too many...
Oh, that's a little bit of a risk right there. Neon Tonso gets the ulti, gets back out, but Captain Ziploc went in. Now you're in the wrong spot. He does have flash. He misses it. Ult's back across the wall, though. There we go. Back into this one. Ziploc, what? He lives, and now St. Vision's going to be going down. Latman's still pushing the base. That's the inhibitor turret going down. Neon takes a binding. Black Shield is on Buddy Fufu. He's going to go down. More kills keep getting picked up. You got to be careful for ManCloud now. Oh my gosh. Kills left and right. The shields. Baby Zeus versus Impactful. Impactful wins it. Neon Tonso has the passive shield. But there comes Chris, and Chris gets him. Wow. Okay, so inhib goes down. Kills everywhere. 3v3, I think.
Ziploc, he's looking for more, though.
Right. All right, Impactful. Got to be careful.
So close. Okay. Has Valkyrie.
Wow, that's... There's a chance that Valkyrie fails. That was good. He clicked that one right. Now he's going to be careful.
Movement speed, a little bit in favor, but...
You should land an auto attack.
Oh, Latman's here.
All right.
This is...
Okay, yeah, Impact is dead.
Yeah.
All right, so Frank Fang Gaming.
Wow. Okay.
They go plus a kill and plus an inhibitor.
Yeah.
In that fight.
Really big for them. Dragon is up, though. So who gets there? Who ends up taking that for themselves? It's a very expensive Dragon at this point in the game, being 31 minutes in and everybody being around that level 15 area. Have to see what happens here, because Super Minion's pushing down the mid lane now for Frank Fang Gaming. And Bunny...
Ulti comes in. He's still got Zonya's Baby Eater. Is definitely not going to be in a good spot right there. First comes out. He might not even go down right there. Bunny Fufu neglected to bind after the stun hit, and Baby Eater stays alive. Yasuo goes in. Down goes St. Vision. Oh! There we go. Picked up, and another one to go. Goes on towards the Morgana. Now Dragon being attacked, and Frank Fang Gaming keep making the right choice.
I think this is their first Dragon of the game.
Oh my god.
That they've been able to get for themselves, and now it puts them in the lead.
Wow.
Just their team fighting is so much better than Curse Academy's, and they're trying to pick people off, but they have these tools that stop them from being picked. You have the Thresh Lantern. You have Lulu saving people, and then you have so much knock-up and just threats on so many threats on your team.
Yeah.
Is what's happening here for Frank Fan Gaming when they're reaching this late game. Niantanso, when he's getting that 100% crit build, he does so much damage when he actually gets into the fight. Baby Zeus just saves people flat out because of his extra AP and wild growth. Just a lot is culminating here. A lot of is culminating here. They bought so much time for themselves. You just have to group at this point.
So we look at the gold right here. You can see the Captain Ziploc is gigantic compared to St. Vicious.
He's not backing right now. Oh, okay. So if you haven't seen Frank Fan Gaming before, they love to sit in these bushes for a very long time because they don't have a pick comp, but they will play it like a pick comp.
They have Thresh. Good enough.
Okay. They'll be like, I choose you.
Press Q, hit him.
Yeah.
Guy dies.
But they'll sit there for so long. They'll give up experience, they'll give up waves, but this is their style. They like to bait people, and it looks like Chris, is he going to bite the hook and take the bait?
He missed it. You can tell if that hits people.
Yeah, you can. But if you watched any of the replays,
yeah, you know
and you would know this style from Frank Fan Gaming because they love sitting in that bush. Baron up in a minute. So because they sat in that bush for so long, they're giving up Baron vision control. They don't have a lot of time to wrestle that back for themselves.
So Curse Academy actually right now have version 1 vision control over Baron Nashor. They are up 1-0 in the series. They can turn this game back to their favor. They're taking 3rd place. They're moving on to Series 2 as a pre-qualified team. And that's really good for your chance of qualifying for the LCS. Frank Fan Gaming had a very disappointing Game 1. A very disappointing start to Game 2. Found a way to come back from behind. Their team fight comps are awesome. Nian got Yasuo. That's already a good point.
Then we talk about Niantanso so much. Captain Ziploc is one of the unsung heroes of this team. I talked about he actually had a pretty good Game 1. He was going crazy at the start of the game up against Saint. They both had really good kill participation. And this game, he's 6-1 and 13. He's been involved in 19 out of these 21 kills.
Yeah, that's impressive.
He's right alongside there with Baby Zeus, and Niantanso's just a little bit back more. They are to team fight comp through and through. They like to group up, they like to fight, and here's the Baron, Chris bottom, so he won't be involved in the start of the fight unless he starts it off with a TP. So there's a timer on this Baron. But look at that. Will Ziploc go over?
Timer on FFG. Latman looks for the ulti, not going to put it down just yet. Poke won't land at a Saint either. Baby Eater waits in this brush. I like that. Good ward. They're going to push him off this one. They've started Baron, though. Teleport comes in as well from Shyvana, and FFG backs off with the TP cooldown. Now burned. Chris, 5 minutes to wait for this one.
And now, the Summoner's Rift standoff. Sitting around each other, seeing who gets the right engage, who lands the binding, who gets the door in.
Binding is used already. It goes in for St. Vicious. Ulti pop to get a couple of guys now. Re-engage comes in. Ziploc. He goes down right away. The backline is huge for Curse Academy, but you got to watch out though. Bunny Fufu taking a whole bunch of pain. Latman is big as well, and the health bars are so low from Curse Academy. Baby Eater. Hook hits impactful. Will he chase it down? No, he won't. Binding comes out for the disengage. Summoner heal used. ManCloud gets in on Latman. Oh, down goes the AD carry. Niantanso forced to flash away. This could be the fight for either team. And right now, Curse Academy getting one extra kill on it. Now where can they go?
Both teams lost their tanky frontliner, and then it was all the squishies left, and now Curse Academy, they're going straight down the mid lane. They have a big wave to clear out here, but they have a wave coming up behind them.
Oh man, this is actually looking pretty good for Curse Academy. They don't have a lot of health on Bunny Fufu, but oh, they go back towards Baron.
Better to do that right now. But at the same time, no. Actually, blue is the safest play here because you won't have your jungler around for a little bit. Ziploc will be in the area. Also, you have 2 members who are low. And Frank Fan Gaming, when they show up, they'll all be 100% HP.
Wind wall, the face check, and they say, you know what? Okay, they didn't do Baron. Frank Fan Gaming definitely looking to see if that did happen. The answer was no.
Nobody's upgraded their trinket to an Oracle's Lens just yet for Frank Fan Gaming or for Curse Academy.
Oh, they are trying to rush down Baron, but Curse Academy are ready for this one. Of course, no one went bot lane. Smart choice there. Nian's around, but he's taking a lot of pain.
Not there.
Shields come out. Nian could die right here. You've got to be careful. Chris is around. No dragon form just yet. Shields being burned. Saint goes in. He's got to be real careful. Nian staying alive. Well,
he gets impactful.
He gets the re-engage. Impactful's got to be careful. He goes down to Captain Ziploc. Chris and Saint still on the chase. The wind wall, the damage, the knockbacks. Nian gets another one. Now Chris in the mix, but he gets hooked backwards. Nian gets another knockup. DF ulti comes in. Nian still juking back and forth. More kills picked up. ManCloud finds Latman. Is that going to be enough? Binding doesn't even need to hit right there. And they find a 1 for 3. Still Frank Fan Gaming's favor. ManCloud dodges the stuff.
Oh my god!
Binding hits, and ManCloud finds another kill. These fights
back
keep
and
going
forth
back.
and back and forth. Now he's just going to block these bindings. Good on Baby Eater for that one. ManCloud, he has Lich Bane, though. He will get this turret fairly quickly.
That's the best that you can get. Very
the
smart
inhibitor.
choice. Yeah, very smart choice, ManCloud. Best thing he could do here. That will be Baron. The recall also coming in from Baby Eater. Actually, no, he's actually in a duel with Bunny Fufu. Bunny Fufu wants to stop recalls, and he will do so, actually. So, actually, there are no backstage yet. Bunny Fufu will Zonia's and die for this, but with that stun, maybe he gets out. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Can he get away from the end? He's trying. Juke correctly. Doesn't see. Oh, okay, he's gone. But he stopped recalls for a long time. ManCloud got back to base. A big wave actually hitting some of the Nexus turrets here.
Yeah, there's some big power spikes, though, for Neon Tanso and the rest of his team in team fights. There's... it's so hard to get to him. And
wow.
Yeah, he survived for so long, that fight. Neon Tanso coming up really big there, alongside Captain Zablock. I feel bad for Latman, because he starts this fight at the base. He comes up, and when he gets there, he gets picked off by ManCloud, who's on the bottom right-hand side of this fight the entire time. Neon Tanso, he's kiting backwards. He gets the knockup on Impactful, the right person for them. Impactful has to flash to the right. They pick him up. The flashes, the heals on Neon Tanso, the wild growth, the shields. Now, if you look at the map, Latman just shows up to the fight now. And he's like, oh, by the way, ManCloud's on the other side of you, and he picks him off.
Yeah.
Like, Latman did nothing that fight except run into it.
Yeah, ManCloud ults and is like, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
This is a great outplay, too. I love this one.
Oh, he dodges the Glitter Lance off of the health picks, and then just uses the red buff and the cooldown reduction, just gold cards, and plays that perfectly from ManCloud, picking up a much-needed inhibitor for his team. They are neck and neck right now.
So 68,000 per team. 46 kills in this game at 38 minutes. Both teams have killed an inhibitor at some point. The mid inhibitors respawn for Curse Academy.
Nian now has Guardian Angel. So he, not only is it hard to kill him now, because he just kites backwards and his team is all over him, protecting him, it's really hard to kill him again.
Yeah, it is. Oh, man. Banshee's Veil done for Baby Eater, too, so he's actually getting pretty durable. Still gets pop, but who cares?
They have to get this fairly quickly because they have super minions pushing top.
Yeah, Curse Academy, how long can you hold this? Because you will require someone to answer that top lane soon. I mean, that's such a big wave. That would kill the Nexus on its own.
Yes. It's a very, very large
near to
wave.
it.
And
big
in fact,
wave bot as well.
Double super minions are very, very easily going to take those turrets, especially the side ones.
As soon as they win a fight, Chris could either TP top, close the game. He could TP bottom and get maybe a couple turrets off that.
I'm sticking right now. They ping it because they see that huge monster wave coming.
FFG, back off. That's the right choice.
Yeah, they have to.
They get stuck into one bad fight and the game ends.
It's going to tick away at their Baron, and it's going to open up a little bit for Curse Academy. But in the overall, it is the correct move, because otherwise you lose the game just by pushing.
It's
they didn't force
the
it either.
upside's not that high.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't force it either.
They may lose it anyway.
No, they're going to lose.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
they did not react in time. Turret goes down regardless. Frank Fan Gaming not respecting the minion wave whatsoever. That is really rough for Frank Fan Gaming. Gives Curse Academy a whole bunch more time. You're seeing all the other waves already pushing in, so map control just goes to Curse Academy right now.
Yeah, the fact that it's a side wave and double super minions, they will focus just one turret. If it's the middle one, they kind of split between two.
Yeah, they can.
But on this one, just focus that top turret down. It's a really bad sign there. For the reaction and the calling of Frank Fan Gaming. They overstayed their welcome. I thought it would be fine, but no, turns out it wasn't. And now here comes another wave. It's not a double super minion just yet.
I like that he will sort of face things by windwalling it. Just be like,
well,
there was the binding.
He had vision there, but he was just like, I have to do this.
Okay, well, the TF ulti goes mid. The split push, actually, the gameplay for Curse Academy looks like Baron buff soon timing out here. Zedblock wants to move forward.
Yeah.
Smartly goes back.
Whew. They saw that ManCloud used his ultimate. He went middle, but Latman was there. Their persistent damage that they need in these fights. Because if Neon Tanso, he just gets set up by everybody, and he's the main threat. You kind of need that secondary threat who's constantly doing damage, and it's like, oh, we can't focus Neon Tanso 100% because Latman does a ton of damage.
That's completely fair. So top inhibitors respawn. No more super minions left on the maps. That will fend for itself pretty successfully. I don't see it building up a big wave that can't be defended on its own, so that should be all right. ManCloud chooses to recall here. Of course, Athene's Twisted Fate at level 18 does have a fairly short ulti cooldown, so it'll be about at 42 minutes, maybe a little bit more. But not too long afterwards, so we'll have the next attempt at Destiny coming in.
And look at that, Impactful. he now has a Warden's Mail in his inventory, and he's looking to try and just survive against Nian Tanso for as long as he possibly can.
It's interesting. It's the choice between Randuin and GA.
There's a lot of Randuins coming out here.
I would personally do Randuin or Guardian Angel over Randuin's just because the damage output's so high. Randuin doesn't really save you, from my experiences. That said, I'll watch a team fight where he lives with 40 health, and I'm like, never mind, you were right all along. But yeah, I want to see how this pays out right now. Impactful still going to do the best wave clear he can. At some point, he can also sell Triforce for PD for a damage bump, but that's secondary to him actually getting a defensive item. So no rush on that guy. Nian going to hold the bottom lane. I feel like Chris will actually have a really hard time fighting Nian right now.
Yes.
And so he's got to give a lot of respect to that champion.
Yeah, the big thing is if Nian can get a last breath off and then just shred through it. Or ManCloud comes.
Well, they're looking for that lane. He does not get the wind wall. This is not good for Nian. Big burst comes out. GA is popped. Ziploc is around. Can they get in on ManCloud or anything else? You've got Saint around there as well.
They want to get
Nian
gone.
Good for Nian, but they get the lantern. The cocoon hits him though. The wild grows. He can't get out except for Flash, and there comes Bunny with a massive ulti, and they blow up Nian. 1-0. Now Ziploc locks up. 2-0. Saint Vicious got to be careful though. Black Shield is on, repels the air. Baby Eater goes down. 3-0. Curse Academy. They find the picks, and they find 3 of them.
Bunny's taking so much damage from this turret, though.
Ooh, the Summoner Heal keeps him safe, though. Bottom tier 2 turret goes down. And in the 5v2, what else can they get?
Yeah, 3 members of Frank Fang Gaming are down right now with 40-second death timers. They're pushing up the base with a Lichbane ManCloud.
They flash in. Baby Zeus goes down. Now it's only Latman. He gets exploded. Double kill for Impactful. That could certainly be the game. And Curse Academy, fighting tooth and nail for 44 minutes, have found their way into the base. The minions are here. There are no respawns, and they will take the 3rd place match 2-0, and they earned it.
And Frank Fang Gaming, they have to go back to the ladder to requalify and keep their points for Summer Series 2. Yeah. Curse Academy, 3rd place. They get that extra point, they get an auto berth into the round of 8, and they played that very well. They knew their win condition was pick Nian off. Said it multiple times, and they do it there at the very end with ManCloud. Didn't play the wind wall correctly.
Yeah.
Ends up eating the gold card. It was funny because the lantern came out, and actually Ziploc took it from Nian. Nian ended up having to walk straight through, but Bunny Fufu was already there, and he even locked up Ziploc, so it didn't really matter. They just pinched him around in the perfect way possible. And really, when you realize your win conditions like that against this team, you're like, let's just execute it. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Just get Nian, and then what else does the rest of the team do? Because they built the composition around him.
Yeah, and it's funny, I mean, I'm thinking about all the things that happened in this game. You mentioned Bunny Fufu's Flash Morgana ultis. 2 seconds later, he did it, which I thought was great.
Yeah.
I love the karma there on that one.
Karma.
Yeah, shut up. I know. I hate you a little bit, but no, that's something I would do, so I feel you. But yeah, like, he played awesome. Like, they strolled the threshold, but his Morgana was freaking great. The bindings were amazing. The Black Shields, a few were late, to be fair, but the ultis were so good. And the thing is, I was like, okay, but there's a way, because you've got Whimsy, right? Like, there's a way to break the Black Shield and Whimsy him and kill the Morgana. I was like, but they're using help picks to shield people. They actually can't break the Black Shield reasonably without Glitter Lancing, and then even that might not even be enough damage. And so he got perfect Morg ultis time and again in team fights. The follow-up, you try enough times and eventually do succeed. The TF ulti ganks that worked on the Nian, and that was crucial.
Yeah, I really, really liked that play from ManCloud. And at Champion Select, I was like, okay, this works pretty well. But then I realized, oh, it's Twisted Fate against Lulu. You know, they'll go pretty even with each other. Mm-hmm. And then he just kept going after Nian over and over and over again. And I remember seeing Saint Vicious go against with Chris up against Nian Tanso in the top lane. I was like, oh, gank the shot caller. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Gank the shot caller, who's the linchpin of the team. That's an even better idea.
Yeah. Remove the win condition. And I mean, to be fair, Frank Fang Gaming still did a freaking great job of pulling it back out. But hey, well played to both teams, and congrats to Curse Academy. So after today's matchup, let's see how the bracket shapes up. Curse Academy has, of course, clinched 3rd place with the win today, meaning they earn another point in the standings, and they automatically enter into Summer Series 2.
We will close the book on Summer Series 1 on Sunday, June 22nd, when Team Coast takes on Team LOLPro live at the Wembley Arena in London, England, before thousands of fans. That best-of-3 match takes place before the EU LCS, so you won't want to miss that.
It's going to be fun. But before that, there's actually even more LCS and Challenger action you guys don't want to skip. Before the LCS begins tomorrow, we're back at it again. to do it one more time for the EU Challenger Series as Gamers 2 takes on Loveland Shore to determine who takes third place in the EU Challenger Series.
Then on the NALCS, it starts up when Dignitas takes on Complexity. Then Team Solo Mid goes up against Evil Geniuses.
Then it's Counterlogic Gaming taking on Team Curse and Cloud9 versus LMQ. It all starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. I'll miss you guys, but before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Cyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night, GG. Trying to get away. The knockup is there. Can he get it? Yes! The flash from Chris. I love it. Ooh, this is pretty good, though. Maybe knockup. Funny Fufu goes in, but this is an outnumbered fight. Curse Academy still going to land the damage. Shoe kills picked up. Make that 3 kills picked up. Now Baby Zeus goes down. Impactful jumps the wall, gets played in. Has to flash backwards, but there comes the end. I don't know if you're in the right spot for that one, Impactful. Still trying to kite out. He does go down. That was greedy. But if you go on top of the box, he goes down to Yasuo. 1 for 1 so far.
Gets the knockup
Goes in. They find Impactful. That's 2 for 1 so far. Seige goes down. Look at this. Frank Fang Gaming, the better team fight comp by a lot. He might not even go down right there. Bunny Fufu neglected to bind after the stun hit, and Baby Eater stays alive. Yasuo goes in. Down goes Saint Bitches. There we go. The cocoon hits him, though. The wild grows. He can't get out except for flash, and there goes Bunny with a massive ulti, and they blow up the end. 1 for nothing. Now Ziploc locks up. 2 for 0.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on the look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Ride, yeah. Ride, come on. Ride.